Hello, everyone. Welcome back, or welcome for the first time, whichever way you are finding this YouTube channel, podcast, collaboration of movie lovers, however you want to call it. I am your host, Andrew Cabral. Welcome to Chasing Labels, spine number, or episode number 194. Um, we are back here once again. For those of you joining me here for the first time, this is the podcast slash YouTube channel which we talk about the various announcements in the world of boutique media, home video, or home media, whatever you want to say it. Anywho, uh, pretty much stuff that's been announced within the last previous 2 weeks from the previous episode up until now. It's not everything that's been announced from everyone. It's mostly the usual characters that a lot of you are probably familiar with. It's basically things that I'm interested in adding to my collection. You may be interested in adding to your collection, or things I just find interesting that they've announced in general. On today's episode, we'll be going over a couple of the big old heavy hitters. Arrow video, which we will be probably saving for the grand finale of the episode. But along the way, we'll be talking about Imprint, we'll be talking about Eureka, some Kino will be in there. Our friends over at New Wave Video I'm going to be putting out another Blu-ray release. We have Hammer is going to be putting out another Blu-ray release as well. But I will be joining here once again with another special guest. Recently, we've had our trip through Australia, and then we came back to the States last time with KB Movies. And today we have Rachel Bellwoar. Hopefully, I pronounced that correctly. Welcome, Rachel.
You did, and thank you, Andrew. I'm really excited to be here.
Awesome. I'm so glad that I pronounced it correctly because I forgot to ask you if that is indeed how you pronounced your last name.
That's because you knew it. You figured it out.
What a guess. What a guess. But please tell the people here Chasing Labels all about yourself.
My name's Rachel. I write about movies, especially Blu-rays, for a website called Comic-Con. It's just spelled COMICON, one word instead of two to make it fancy. I also have a regular column with the Physical Media Advocate, which you might be familiar with if you followed Disconnected. I look at every month. It's a monthly magazine that you can buy through various retailers because Ryan has figured out how to do that. And my column specifically picks an actor that I love, whose birthday is in the month the magazine comes out. And then I talk about what film made me fall in love with them, what their best Blu-ray is that they have, and what movies are theirs people haven't discovered yet because it doesn't have a real great physical media release yet. So that's kind of what I try to do every month. And those are my two main outlets. I'm also trying to get into podcasting and doing some guest spots, which just is awesome. And also, I have one that I can only tease right now, but it's called Beyond the Valley of the Discs. Me and my friend Jerome are doing it. And that's basically all I've revealed, or we've revealed so far, is the title. But you can keep an eye out for that. We have a Facebook page. All it is the title right now. But Beyond the Valley of the Disc, it is coming soon.
Awesome. Yeah, that's a nice play on Beyond the Valley of the Dolls. Exactly. For anybody interested in where that origin comes from. There's Valley of the Dolls and there's Beyond the Valley of the Dolls. Two different movies, similar titles.
Yes, both very good and both out from Criterion.
Yes, very true. Which we will be talking about Criterion here. For those of you who are in the know, yes, you probably know already that the Criterion 50% off sale has already started at Barnes & Noble, the twice yearly sale. It started this past Friday, June 27th, and I think is going till July 27th. That's my guess.
It's one of those weird...
It's one of those where, a month straight. Of course, there's all those sales that are going on right now because Criterion is never alone. This past weekend was the Severin summer sale that they have every single year. That was over the weekend. They had a bunch of new releases that they announced over the last 2 weeks or so. We'll talk about some of them because they just happen to be announced in between the last episode and this episode. And then they had their box sets on sale on Saturday, and then 4K UHD upgrades on Sunday. And then, of course, our good friends over at Kino never missed a season where they didn't want to have a sale. They're having their summer sale. And a bunch of 4Ks and Blu-rays are on sale there as well at pretty good prices. They have a deep catalog of stuff. What else? Oh, Radiance. Radiance is having a sale over on their website, and as well as Barnes & Noble is having a Radiance sale as well, which is fascinating to me. Just that, having the overlapping sales. Sometimes they do that with Arrow. Arrow and Criterion will have a sale at the same time over at Barnes and Noble. I don't. That's not the time. That's not happening this time.
Yeah, sometimes they do it like right in August, like they do it back to back. So like that'll be the
Yes.
follow up,
When one
which I'm
ends, the other
hoping might.
begins.
Yeah,
Because they can't get enough of our money. They can't do.
exactly. There has to be
Uh,
something.
Back in the day when I first started going to the Barnes and Noble Criterion sale, it was Criterion and art house films were on sale at the same time. But this is back in like 2011, 2012. So you could get like Sony Pictures Classics would put out Blu-rays and DVDs and stuff, and you could find like those on sale as well as other boutique labels essentially at the time. Keep in mind, back in 2011, 2012, it's not like it is now. There weren't as many. Criterion was kind of the king of the castle at the time. Arrow was around, but they weren't making stuff here in the U.S. You had to import them from overseas. I guess technically you still have to do that for certain titles. Some of the titles we'll talk about here today. But yeah, it was a bit of a different game back then. But it's nice that there's a lot of sales going on during the summer season, so plenty of things to choose from. Um, so they don't go bankrupt, but if there's stuff you want to get them while you get them when they're at a good price. But for this episode here, at Chasing Labels, we'll be discussing quite a few variety of things. Recently here on Chasing Labels, we did our episode of the Unwatched Pile, which was a lot of fun. I talked about the movie Boom, the the Joseph Losey film starring Elizabeth Taylor and Richard Burton. I was having a blank state there. An interesting film. I talked about this. You watch to see what movie I paired it up with. You'll never guess. But we had a couple of other guests on as well. We had our friend Ian Schultz, who was on talking about, I forgot what movie he was talking about. He was talking about The Birdman of Alcatraz, starring Burt Lancaster, which is a great film that has not one but two Blu-ray releases, one from Olive Films and one from Kino. And I believe Steven talked about an Indian film that was put out by the Criterion Collection back in 2019, which is, I think it was the Capped Star. I forgot what it was called. Anywho, but let's start the episode. So, is there any particular place you want to start with, Rachel? Since you're the guest, I'll leave it up to you.
Oh, we have quite a few good ones tonight. We could do which label? We could do Kino. We could do the Severin titles, whichever you want to start with.
Oh, okay. Let's go over to Severin. Hold on, Let me pull this up. Let me share the screen. I almost forgot to do that. Let's see. And that, as you can see, I already have the imprint stuff.
Or we could do that too. I'm cool with that.
We'll start with the imprint because it's usually a lot. Let's go with the one that's usually a lot first. Let me expand you, expand me. And let's get into what Imprint has got cooking for us this time around. Once again, they've done things in stages. They'll release a little thing here and there, and then a couple of days later they'll release something else. And who knows, by the end of this week they may release another batch of things. So we've got quite a few things here. Let me go back to where I'm supposed to be. Imprint Films. Okay. So we've got their Imprint Asia bundle, which has Tiger on the Beat and Tiger on the Beat 2, a double feature. And we've got, come on, load for me. And we've got Shaw Brothers, their Shawshank Collection Volume 5. I can't believe they're already up to 5 on this. Then we have the Bastard Swordsman Collection, which has Bastard Swordsman 1 and Bastard Swordsman 2. And so I got to see Tiger on the Beat 1 and 2, and I don't think I saw any of these other films because there's so much Shaw Brothers out there over the last few years. It's so much to keep up from that I've just lost. I've lost the game essentially. But let me go over to Tiger on the Beat 1 and 2 because I do want to talk about these movies because they're essentially like buddy cop movies from the 80s done in Hong Kong. The first film stars Chow Yun-fat, which he's always a delight on screen to watch. So let me zoom in because I can't see. It's time to rev your chainsaw. The Golden Princess action comedy classics Tiger on the Beat 1 and 2 join the Imprint Asia collection, both meticulously restored from the original 35mm negatives and ready to blow you away on 4K UHD and Blu-ray. The special release features an exclusive steelbook and 60-page hardcover booklet with production stills, brand new essays from Paul Bramhall and Steve Copian, all housed in a limited hard box, 1,500 copies. They're still stuck on 1,500 copies. Been that way for years. But Tiger on the Beat, which I said stars Chow Yun-fat, Nina Li-chi, and Conan Lee, star in the movie. A pulse-pounding action classic from director Lau Kar-leung. When hotshot cop Francis Lee gets partnered with loose cannon Michael So, a drug investigation explodes into a citywide battle for survival, culminating in one of the most jaw-dropping chainsaw duels ever committed to film. Fast, furious, and fueled by the undeniable chemistry of two of Hong Kong cinema's brightest stars, Tiger on the Beat is essential action filmmaking at its most gloriously unhinged. Gee, that's a hard sell. So I did get to see the movie, and it is the better of the two. For me, Chow Yun-fat in the 1980s doing all these Hong Kong action movies was such a delight that he kind of makes these movies like so much better. Like the action's cool, but man, he's got such good charisma and comedy timing and all that kind of stuff that you're just along for this kind of fun wild ride. It reminds me just a lot of the action, buddy cop comedies of that subgenre from the 80s and 90s. Right up there with like Lethal Weapon and, Beverly Hills Cop, 48 Hours. I mean, even in the 90s, we got the Rush Hour movies. These are a lot closer to Rush Hour than one might think. But it's a typical, one's kind of the loose cannon, like happy-go-lucky cop who's like screwing around. The other one is like the hard, like everything's got to be done by the book. He takes everything so seriously, and of course they're foils to one another. And they're hot on the beat of some organized crime, drug dealing type of situation going on. I thought it was a lot of fun.
Okay. Yeah, I didn't get to check out, and I don't know if I've seen much of Chow Yun-fat's movies overall, but it definitely looks interesting. And you said the first one, because I know sometimes the sequel either goes one way or the other. It's either better or it doesn't quite match.
Ironically, what ended up happening is the first movie I think was a hit, and the second movie was a big old flop, basically, because the second movie, as you'll see here in a second, Chow Yun-fat didn't reprise his role from the first film. The movie actually doesn't even follow the second movie doesn't even follow the same characters from the first film or pick up the plot line or anything like that. They're basically just capitalizing on the success of the first movie with the title. You know what I mean?
Okay, so is it just like the same cast members playing totally different people? Or?
Basically, that's what they tried to do, and then Chow Yun-fat wasn't interested in doing that, but they were able to get the other actor to come and play a new character. But it's like you don't have that chemistry there. It doesn't quite work. In my opinion, both of these movies, if people are interested, are available to stream on Tubi. In both versions, there is a original language Cantonese versions of both movies, and there is an English dub version of both movies. So be wary that there are two different ones. I personally, for me, I've said this many times, I can't watch the English dub. It takes me right out of the movies. It feels so odd to me. Like it reduces the quality of the movies, in my opinion.
You're right.
Yeah, I'm like that. Unless, of course, if I cannot find the original language version of a movie. If I'm stuck with the English dub and I've got to watch it here for Chasing Labels, then I will do so. Italian giallo films are a different story because like they are like meant to be dubbed badly sometimes, like that's like part of them. And I'm like, am I supposed to be watching this in Italian? Am I not supposed to be watching this in Italian? What am I supposed to be doing here? Different, obviously, Italian cinema, different type of setup, giallo, different type of setup than 80s action. But still, the thing goes like, what is the language I'm supposed to be listening to? But for special features on disc 1 here, which is the 4K UHD disc, you get the movie in 4K with Dolby Vision as well as HDR10 presentation. Restored from the original camera negative. There's an audio commentary by film historians Frank Zhang and F.J. DeSanto. And then the second disc, which is the Blu-ray disc that has the movie, as well as that same audio commentary, but of course the special features too. It has A Tiger's Tale, interview with stuntman / actor Bill Louis, Striped to Kill, a Tiger on the Beat retrospective to interview with Hong Kong film critic James Mudge. The Godfather interview with producer Wellington Fong. Breaking the Mold interview with actor Gordon Liu. Gordon Liu. And then a theatrical trailer. And like I said, it's in Cantonese or there is an English version as well. And then the second movie, like I said, director Lau Kar Lung and star Conan Lee from the first film reunited for Tiger on the Beat 2, a high voltage follow up to the original box office smash. Like I said, the first one was a big hit. Lamb, a cop approaching 40 with few accomplishments, tries to find a decent girl for his nephew. Buffalo, the guy's name's Buffalo, played by Conan Lee. Conan Lee's like this really big, bulky guy, so he's kind of playing this kind of lumbering idiot in this movie a bit. Buffalo has an eye for Sweet Dream, who has accidentally witnessed a murder. The incident gets Lamb, Buffalo, and Sweet Dream involved in a ruthless underground arms smuggling ring, and they are forced to fight for their lives and their freedom. Once again, kind of similar cop action comedy fighting organized crime. That's kind of the premise. And then disc 3 has the 4K UHD of the movie, Dolby Vision and HDR10 once again, restored from the original camera negative, audio commentary by film historian Frank Zhang. And then disc 4 will have the movie plus special features, clawing out a classic interview with martial arts director and actor Ridley Sui, hunting for heroic bloodshed interview with Hong Kong film critic James Mudge, and then trailers. And then there's a booklet, hardcover booklet here as well. So I'm assuming, since these are Golden Princess films, these will be getting a release from Arrow at some point. I think these have already been released by Shout Factory. I think Shout Factory had first dibs on all of these to put these out before everybody else. At least that's what I think, keeping track of all this stuff. Which reminds me that Arrow just put out Bullet in the Head, which is a Golden Princess film that I really loved a lot. So I've got that I've got to get that soon. Just because I'm always afraid of the limited edition selling out before I get my hands on it. I got all the other ones. So I've got to get my hands on that. But let's go over to Shawshank Horror Collection Volume 5. Now, once again, I haven't seen a lot of these movies, or any of these movies, really.
I saw Mighty Peking Man. That's the one I got.
Have I seen that? Okay, I can't remember if I've seen Black Magic. So this contains 3 movies: Black Magic, Black Magic 2, and The Mighty Peking Man. All movies from the 70s. For some reason, I thought these would have been the 80s Shaw Brothers, because 80s Shaw Brothers is where you get all of like the weird horror movies that deal with like magic and transformations and all that kind of stuff. But no, these are from the 70s. But let's see. So we have Black Magic, which says some powers were never meant to be unleashed in the steaming jungles of Southeast Asia. A dark sorcerer crashes a love potion like no other, filled with nightmarish vintage visual effects and lurid, nauseating potions. This is fearless Shaw Brothers cinema for anyone brave enough to enter. Yeah, I don't remember if I want to say these have been released already from somebody else. I don't know why I want to say that, but I do. I'm just take a quick look over at Blu-ray.com. See, perhaps not. No, I don't think it's been released here yet. I think so. This may be. I thought it was in one of those box sets from Shout Factory, but I guess it's not. Anywho, let me run down these. And like you said, you've seen the third film in the set, right?
Yes.
I'll let you talk about that.
Yeah, sure. So Mighty Peking Man, it's very much a King Kong parody, kind of mixed with Tarzan, but female Tarzan, except her name's Samantha, which is a very odd name choice, but it happens. But yeah, it's very much, if you know the King Kong premise, that is this people trying to bring the Mighty Peking Man and take advantage of him. Tarzan woman, who again is named Samantha for whatever reason. She lives in the jungle with Mighty Peking Man. I think her parents died in a plane crash. So she is in the jungle. Of course, one of the party looking for Mighty Peking Man is the handsome leading man who's going to fall in love with Samantha. So it's all like the similar Beauty Killed the Beast premise, except it actually it like starts off more comedic, and then it gets kind of serious in a not as fun way. Like how Samantha's treated is very exploitive, and it just kind of it gets dark. It's like it starts out very silly. Like there's montages. Oh, we're having a great time on the island. Or I forget if it was an island or just yeah, I think it was an island. But we're having a great time. We have a cheetah, I think, or jaguar as a pet. For some reason, because of course, and it's just all light and fun and airy. And then of course, they bring everybody to Japan, and everything turns dark and not and everybody's mistreated, not just Mighty Peaking Man, but the woman as well. So yeah, it kind of, again, nothing will be shocking for anyone remotely familiar with King Kong. But it's entertaining. But yeah, it got more, and like I said, the ending is always pretty tragic. But it just was
in every iteration of King Kong. That seems to be what happens. Whether you watch the original from the 30s or whether you watch the one from the 70s. Spoiler alert, they kind of end the same way. And the more modern ones, King Kong is kind of kicking butt and reigning supreme for the most part. But yeah, I know what you're saying. For the Mighty Peaking Man, so this has been available previously on Blu-ray through the Shawscope set Volume 1 from Arrow. I knew I remember that. So for the last several years, I've been saying this. There's been so much Shaw Brothers being released. There's been Shaw Brothers box sets put out by Shout. There's been Shaw Brothers box sets that are still being put out by Arrow. There's Shaw Brothers stuff being put out by Imprint. And some of the stuff do cross over in titles. So that's why some of these do look familiar, like the Mighty Peaking Man was in that first volume from several years ago. So I knew there was some crossover here. But yeah. Ironically, I still have to break into that first set, and I've had it for so many years. That's one of those things that's always on my to-do list, on my to-watch list, and I always forget about it. It also reminds me I need to get the most recent set, too. So I've got, let's see, the fourth set, which I think is the purple one. Yeah, okay. I just go by colors now.
It's probably easier.
The first one's blue, second one's orange, third one's green, my favorite color, and then the fourth one is purple. Very bright, very colorful. But be careful if you have those sets. Don't tilt them the wrong way because the whole stuff will slide out of the box. That's happened to me many times. But I'll pick it up and then I'll tip it the wrong way, and then the booklet will fall out and the whole package will fall out because it just slides right out. Some things you can't avoid, but you gotta be at least somewhat self-aware of that. But since we're talking about the Mighty Peaking Man, we got that little summary there from Rachel. The special features on here are just an audio commentary by cult film critic Ian Jane. That is it. So moving back up to Black Magic, we have a new special feature, Gong Tao Gone Wrong, interview with film critic James Mudge, and that is it. And we got Black Magic 2, not Electric Boogaloo. A sinister witch doctor preys on vulnerable people harvesting the living to fuel his unholy power. Well, you gotta fuel it somehow. When a group of outsiders stumble into his web, survival depends on fighting evil with evils. Dripping with classic Hong Kong horror insanity, director Ho Man Hua turned up the dial for this no-holds-barred sequel. And then for special features, it says Spells, Sex, and Sequels, interview with film critic James Mudge, and the trailers, and that's about it. Okay. A little sparing here on the special features, but at least you get something. And then let's go to the third. Now, what is the third one in the set here? It's I have to go back to the original thing because I'm completely blanking on it.
The Bastard Swordsman one.
Yes, the Bastard Swordsman. Okay. Let me scroll down to find the Bastard Swordsman. Like I was exclaiming to Rachel before the show, the website over here on Viavision/Imprint is not the easiest to navigate because they've got like last month's stuff, they got this month's stuff, they got their TV stuff all kind of crammed in here together. So you've got to like look for all the goods.
Yeah, the newest isn't necessarily at the top; it's all mixed
in.
in.
And that's the one thing. What's interesting is I have it sorted by new to old too, so it's like it should be all be here new. But it's not, because then they've got stuff that's available to pre-order, stuff that's already available to order. So there's Tiger on the Beat. They've got last month's stuff with this month's stuff. Here it is. The Bastard Swordsman Collection, 1983 and 1984. This is a hardbox Blu-ray. It's not a 4K. And I think Shout Factory or somebody else has already put out The Bastard Swordsman. So this is another one where I believe we've talked about these movies before, and I didn't get to watch them at the time, and I didn't get to watch them this time either. Oh, the sick irony of it all. So so I want to say maybe it is in Shawscope. Maybe it's in one of the Shawscope sets. I'm not sure. I'm getting volume 3 here. Let me see. Let's see. Because that has the one-armed swordsman, not the same thing. Oh, it does have Bastard Swordsman. Okay. So it's got the first movie in Shawscope Volume 3. This is all stuff I probably should look up before the show, but we just wing it here on Chasing Labels for the most part. So, Bastard Swordsman Collection, 2 shining entries to the vast Shaw Brothers wuxia catalog. Director Lu Chin-ku delivered 2 shining entries in the vast Shaw Brothers wuxia catalog, both starring Norman Chu Sukyung from the 36th Chamber of Shaolin. We have Bastard Swordsman from 1983 and Return of the Bastard Swordsman. And let's see. So, based on the 1979 TV series Reincarnated, this Shaw Brothers film adaptation broke box office records, packed with vicious swordplay and invigorating rivalry. Orphan Yunfei Yang works as a lowly janitor at the Wudang Kung Fu School while the students torment him. They do not know that at night he is secretly training in the swordcraft of his own with a mysterious masked man. As the once-a-decade fight between the Wudang School and the rival Rudy Invincible clan draws closer, Yun becomes an important piece of the puzzle alongside his love Lun Wenair and a mysterious new arrival. Interesting. There's always some type of martial arts school that has to fight another martial arts school, or it's got to get revenge on another school, or revenge on somebody because of their master. All of these Shaw Brothers movie plots tend to run together to me sometimes. I don't know if you find that. I also don't know if you've watched a lot of Shaw Brothers stuff.
I have not. What I've watched, I've liked, but it's definitely one of those, and it's certainly much more available now to dive in. But I have not. That's one area where I haven't fully immersed yet, but I definitely should, because like I said, I've seen a few examples, or like I think wasn't there like a few co-productions with Hammer,
yeah
like I've seen some of them, and they're all, I know there's one with Peter Cushing, Seven Vampires, can't think of the title, but Shout released it at one point, and but I liked that, but yeah, it's definitely, and I like the magical or the Wuxia ones, or like I've seen a few King Who, which I don't think he shot related to Shaw Brothers, but it's that kind of the same style. I do like his films, so yeah, it's definitely one that it's like on the list to really do a deep dive in.
Yeah, so yeah, I think Imprint's putting out a King Who box set.
I think they did or is coming, yes.
Or it is coming. We talked about it recently here on Chasing Labels, and like diving into that box set was a real fun trip. I had seen some of the movies before because there had been some crossover with Criterion, and
I think was it Film Forum or one of the ones that they're now an imprint of, or Film Movement. I think they had released some of them originally.
Yes,
or they had the rights. Yeah, I think that's how I got to see a few.
Yeah, King Who did some really fantastic work. But back to the Bastard Swordsman and the Bastard Swordsman 2, for the special features for the Bastard Swordsman, we have it says Crazy Fun Kung Fu interview with film critic James Mudge. He's all over these sets. Return of the Bastard Swordsman, director Lu Chin-ku and star Norman Chu Seong-kyung. Returned for a second slice of wuxia mayhem. I like that. With Return of the Bastard Swordsman, Wudang is in trouble again. That Wudang, with both Dugu Wudi planning to attack the Wudang temple, and an interloping group of martial artists from Japan waiting in the background. He's got to fight people on all fronts. There's a story of a swordsman interview with actor Lung Tian Sang, and that's it. All right. So that is it for Imprint Asia. And now, so they are up to, goodness, my computer would cooperate with me. Of course it doesn't. It's been running really slow lately for all of you at home. I don't know why. 80 and 89. That's a lot of titles. But now we move over to Imprint Films proper. These are their August titles, and we have a couple of box sets, and I think 3 box sets and one single film. But the single
Yes.
film is important,
Yeah,
very
fair.
important, at least in my opinion. So we've got the Cinema of Powell and Pressburger collection number 2. We have collection number 1. Now these cross over with Criterion and stuff like that. To me, Michael Powell and Eric Pressburger are like my favorite directing duo of all time. Um, The Red Shoes to me is one of my favorite movies ever.
Okay.
I watched it last year on my birthday. I watched the Criterion 4K for the first time. Looked amazing. But they've done so many great films together. Life and Death of Colonel Blimp, The Black Narcissus, um, Stairway to Heaven,
Yeah.
or
Matter of life and death.
Matter of Life and Death, which is the other title to that. When that Blu-ray came out, I was so happy. I was so happy because it was only on the DVD for many, many years. But this collection here has quite a few films. We have 1 hour of aircraft. One of our aircraft is missing, which is getting a Blu-ray release. So this is a mix of Blu-ray and 4K. So I Know Where I'm Going, which literally just got a Criterion release to the point where I have it. We did a review here on Chasing Labels for I Know Where I'm Going. This came out in December of last year, so we did a review for that. This is the 4K UHD of that. This is the fantastic movie. Looks beautiful in 4K. So I can already tell you it looks great, and some nice special features on here. Like they interview Thelma Shoemaker, who of course was
Oh
married to
yeah.
Michael Powell and the longtime editor for Martin Scorsese. Martin Scorsese knew Michael Powell; they were friends. Yeah, there's a whole backstory with all of that, but there's some great special features on here. Um, but there's that. There's the Red Shoes that I just talked about, the Small Back Room, which I think it was either the BFI or Studio Canal. I mixed those two up because they put out similar types of movies.
Mhm.
Either one of those two companies put out the Small Back Room recently.
I want to
Uh,
say Studio Canal. That would be my.
Yeah, it sounds
Yeah.
like a Studio Canal release. It
Yeah.
really does because they have their Cinema Classics line or something like
Hmm.
that, and I feel like that's their game. Tales of Hoffman just got a 4K from Criterion as well. I actually don't have that. That movie is an opera. It's entirely an opera in that regard. Oh Rosalinda also a musical, but not it's not operatic, but it's based on, I believe, a musical. So the whole movie is essentially a musical. Then the Battle of the River Plate, which is a uh, like a World War II war movie. Uh, yeah, so we have a collection of stuff here. Some Blu-ray, like I said, some 4K. Worldwide first on 4K. Uh, for Small Back Room, and for the Tales of Hoffman. Did the Tales of That's gonna bother me now. I gotta look over at Criterion. Because I could have sworn Criterion either put it out in 4K or they just put it out on Blu-ray.
It might just
Ironically,
be Blu-ray for that one.
yeah, that makes sense. Um, it's not one of their most well well-known movies or well-beloved films, not like the other ones I mentioned. But you are right. Yeah, it's only available on Blu-ray. Okay, so that makes sense. We will be going over to Criterion relatively soon because they decided to drop what I consider to be a massive bomb in the mix of all everything with their complete Kubrick set
Yeah.
that is coming out in October, I think. Yes, October. We will get to that. Trust me, it's in my purview. But for this set here, it says here, special collection also includes the feature documentary Cameraman: The Life and Work of Jack Cardiff on Blu-ray alongside hours of brand new and archival special features. So for those of you who don't know, Jack Cardiff was the cinematographer for The Red Shoes, The Life and Death of Colonel Blimp, as well as Black Narcissus. He was really a pioneer of Technicolor back in the 30s and into the 40s. And so those movies look stunning in restored form. So there's also, let's see, it says limited edition 12 disc hard box, authoring and encoding by Fidelity in Motion with exclusive 236-page hardcover book. That is massive. Featuring press books, programs, the original production photographs, as well as brand new essay by critic Jeremy Arnold. That's a well. If you collect classic movie books, Jeremy Arnold is probably a name you will know. Um, yeah, so this is a massive set here. Let me go over to let me go over to the actual page and see if we can dive into some of the special features, just to give people a sense of the overview of the size of it all. As you can see here via picture form, it's going to be a big set, and they've done the cinema of like certain directors. They've done Sidney Lumet,
David Lean too.
David Lean, which they've come out with a second one recently. They've done, oh goodness, Hitchcock.
Yeah.
They've done Walter Hill, which was one of the big early ones. Sidney J. Fury was another one from early on. But yeah, they've done quite a few of these, and but this one is pretty massive. So
yeah, I was just looking up too. I know Imprint released. I don't know if it's in print anymore. That's why I was trying to look up. But they I like Jack Cardiff, as he directed a few films too, and I know Imprint had The Long Ships, which is Richard Widmark and Sidney Poitier, directed by Jack Cardiff, and it's a Viking movie, and it's an odd duck of a film, but it was really fun. But I have no clue if it's still in stock or if it's been a while, so it probably is sold out. But if you're a Jack Cardiff fan, which I'm very interested in that documentary, that's a low talked about film. But he was a good director as well as a cinematographer.
Yeah,
just less opportunities.
Oh my goodness, Jack Cardiff! I think he was a cinematographer all the way up into the 2000s.
Yeah.
Oh boy, this is what happens here on Chasing Labels. I decided to go down just rabbit holes of stuff, which I probably shouldn't. Probably should stay on target, but we're here together. We're talking movies. We're talking people in movies. We're talking Jack Cardiff. I'm just going.
Black Narcissus is my personal favorite. Helen Pressburger, and just the magic of his cinematography and that, and how everything. I like the superficialness of it all looking staged, being on sets. Like, I love the magic of that. How it's very clearly not filmed on a real mountaintop, but I just love how
the matte
he
paintings look so beautiful.
Yeah, I wish bring back matte paintings. That would be my biggest wish. I think.
Oh yeah,
if you just buy into the, you just believe in them. It's beautiful.
Yeah, you get swept up in the magic of it all, and it really, it doesn't really matter. Sometimes I think later on those things became more apparent. Like I know we just mentioned Alfred Hitchcock. He was using matte paintings like into the 60s. I remember the movie Marnie. With Tippi Hedren, there's this street where in the background it's like the harbors in the background, and that's clearly a matte painting. And I'm like, it's the early 1960s. We've got other tech we could use here. Hitchcock famously hated to shoot like on location and stuff like that. So he would always like shoot in studios with like matte paintings and things like that. If you watch the movie Rear Window, that's all a set. You know what I mean? It's all a set. I remember even what was it? The Trouble with Harry, where it's supposed to be set in like Vermont, like up here in New England, and he like he wanted to like manufacture that in a studio, so he had people like paint the leaves because the leaves were changing color and stuff like that. That's just interesting to me. But Jack Cardiff, he was the cinematographer on many things. Conan the Destroyer. Talk about Arrow. He was also the cinematographer for Rambo: First Blood Part 2. He was even more. He like I said, he worked all the way up into the 2000s. But the movie Cat's Eye from the 80s is another one that he was a DP on. I was just looking at a bunch of his stuff. I don't want to get Death on the Nile from 1978. He was the cinematographer on that.
Okay, the Agatha Christie one.
Yes, the Agatha Christie. Oh, this is going to be such a connection here. The Prince and the Showgirl. He was the director of photography on.
That's with Marilyn Monroe, right? I haven't seen that one. I want to get that from Warner Archive. That's on my wish list.
I would recommend it because I was going to bring it up because we're going to be talking about the Misfits here really, really soon. And this month on TCM, Marilyn Monroe was the star of the month because it was her her birthday, June 1st. And it was 100th, it would be her 100th birthday and stuff like that. So every Friday they had just marathons of Marilyn Monroe films, and I caught one the other night, and they were showing The Prince and the Showgirl, and they showed it, and they showed it, and I was like, I'm going to bring this up on the podcast just because right after they showed the Misfits, and then this was announced like a couple of days later, and I'm like, oh, it's all lining up perfectly. This is so great. But back to back to what we were talking about here. So yeah, Jack Cardiff was a longtime DP. He did the movie War and Peace, the one from 1956, which is people are talking about. The Barefoot Contessa was another one. Um, yeah, The Master of Ballantrae, which is another one that recently got a Warner Archive release too.
Mhm.
The African Queen, which
Oh,
is
well, yeah.
Katharine Hepburn and Humphrey Bogart, one of my favorites. And then, of
Right.
course, you go back to him working. He worked with Hitchcock for Under Capricorn, a movie
Okay.
no one talks about.
That's
Um,
that's the Ingrid Bergman, right?
yeah,
The
Ingrid
Kino
Bergman,
had that at one point.
Joseph Cotton. Yeah,
Okay.
that was when Kino announced that. I was so happy because it was only available on a really bad DVD that was long out of print,
Yeah.
and nobody talked about Under Capricorn ever because everybody just when they talk about his late 1940s stuff, they go straight from Rope to like what he was doing early in the 1950s, which is his best stuff, like Strangers on a Train, and then
Hmm.
all subsequent movies. But they would skip over Under Capricorn, and I was like, why are we skipping over Under Capricorn? It's just,
It's really.
it wasn't really available.
I remember being surprised by that one because I got like that one, and I think at the same time they released Parodying Case from Gregory
That's
Peck,
another
and
one.
yeah,
That's
they're
another one.
really good. And I just like those. I'm almost positive are out of print, but they were. It was I got it basically became a double feature, and it was I think one of my first Kino titles that I ever bought, and it just or I think it might have been a review copy, which I was very fortunate. But yeah, they're fantastic if you
Yeah.
can find them.
Oh my goodness, yeah. Yeah. So Under Capricorn, I'm going down a road here, but I'll promise I'll get back on track here. So Under Capricorn, famously, Hitchcock tried to replicate what he did in Rope, which is try to make it look like the movie is
Mhm.
shot in one take. Back then, a film reel would give you 10 minutes, right? So he would go, 10 minutes, shoot a whole reel, do some clever editing, and then continue onward. So he tried to do that for Under Capricorn, but he kept screwing up so many times. It just became too expensive to keep doing that. You know what I mean? To waste all
Yeah.
that film. So he just decided to scrap that idea and just shoot it more traditionally. But Under Capricorn is a movie that I don't think a lot of Hitchcock fans talk about that much. And he's reteaming with Ingrid Bergman, who he teamed with for Notorious, as well as what's Spellbound.
Suspicious. Yeah. Yeah.
Spellbound, yes. Her opposite Gregory Peck. That's a surreal movie. I believe Salvador Dali had like one sequence in that movie that's all Salvador Dali. It's crazy dream that she has. Um, but our buddy Tony here says this. He said Viavision released it years ago on DVD. Under Capricorn is so underrated. I think it's underrated personally.
Me too.
It is like a late 19th century period piece with Ingrid Bergman and
Yeah.
Joseph Cotton. I mean, you got to kind of be into period pieces to be into it, but I very much like it. But yeah, so Under Capricorn, what a hidden gem for Alfred Hitchcock fans. But let's move back over to talking about this box set from Michael Powell and Emmerich Pressburger. So as you can see here, lots of movies to get through in terms of special features. So One Aircraft is Missing is one of those movies that takes place actually came out in 1942. So it takes place in World War II. It's about fighting in World War II where a British aircraft gets basically shot down in Holland, which is occupied by the Nazis at the time. So they are shot down behind enemy lines and they have to survive to get to safety. That's basically the premise of the movie. And they end up kind of ingratiating themselves with the local populace who end up helping them out, like hiding them and helping them try to escape and stuff like that. And it's one of those movies that it is a kind of a propaganda piece that they made during the war, which they did a bunch of those. Heck, we were just talking about Alfred Hitchcock, and he made those movies as well. Foreign Correspondent is definitely a World War II propaganda film. Literally at the end of that movie, the main character is basically telling the rest of the world to wake up and that they need help against the Nazis. Great movie. I love that movie. But this here is similar in vein to where you're seeing like the local populace, you're seeing the British soldiers ingratiate themselves with the people, and then them coming together to overcome this common enemy, if you will. But this release here has an audio commentary by film historian Elaine Silver and Jim Orsini. I'm so used to those guys doing film noir stuff that I'm always glad to see them pop up. Elaine Silver, he's got a bunch of movie books and stuff like that, as well as Jim Orsini. The Volunteer, 1944 short film directed by Powell and Pressburger. An Airman's Letter to His Mother, 1941 short film by Michael Powell. And then I Know Where I'm Going. Now this is interesting here. So this movie is we've already done a whole big review of this movie. So check that out here on Chasing Labels. Besides, but you get the 4K and then you get the Blu-ray, and the Blu-ray's got the features. You get a new interview with film critic, excuse me, and author Neil Sinyard. I Know Where I'm Going Revisited, a 1994 documentary by Mark Cousins. Audio interview with actress Dame Wendy Miller by Associate Professor Dr. Brian McFarlane. And that is it. Now, quick comparison here. I think the special features are a little bit different. Yeah, because it doesn't have the Thelma Shoemaker interview on here. It doesn't have the intro by Scorsese, which is also on the Criterion. Um, but it does have the 1994 documentary with Mark Cousins. Mark Cousins is a film historian. He's done a bunch of film documentaries. Um, and then, yeah, so it's got a couple of things different, but doesn't have everything. So if you want them both, I guess get them both. If you're fine with the Criterion, get the Criterion. But the Red Shoes is this movie is it's hard to put into words how amazing this movie is for a modern audience, but it's a dazzling fairy tale of a movie, some of the greatest cinematography you'll ever see. There's a sequence in this film that is just a play, just a ballet, and it is like flawlessly done. Oh, it's so flawless. It's based on the 1845 story by Hans Christian Andersen. Michael Pollan and Pressburger elicited captivating performances from Anton Walbrook, Marius Gordon, and Moira Shear, crafting an Oscar-winning box office smash hit that's still captivating audiences today. A fledgling ballerina falls in love with a brilliant composer, but the jealous head of the ballet company plots to drive them apart. This movie is about so much. It's about like the show business side, but it's also about personal relationships. It's also about how far would you go to pursue your art, which is something we've seen in movies up until today. If you think of the movie Whiplash from several years ago now, you understand that vibe. But yeah, this movie looks beautiful in 4K. And then for special features, we have a new audio commentary by film historian Pamela Hutchinson, author of the BFI classics, The Red Shoes. So the BFI has like these books, and each book is about like a certain genre or a certain movie, and it's just like educational like writings about deep dives into these movies. I've got a couple of them. I've got one I think on Psycho, and I've got one about British neorealism, which is like a lot of British films from the 1960s. That's where you discover films like Kess and stuff like that. Kitchen sink dramas is what they called them back in the day. But BFI has been putting out those books for many, many years. And one of the authors is doing a audio commentary. And then for the Blu-ray, we've got audio commentary, like I just said. And then there's a film scholar, Ian Christie, discusses The Red Shoes, a profile of The Red Shoes documentary, ballet of The Red Shoes, featurette, Martin Scorsese, introduction to 2009 Cannes screening, interview with Thelma Shoemaker. And yeah, it's a masterwork. It's one of the greatest movies I think ever made. The Small Back Room, we talked about it here when we did the Studio Canal release. So just in the interest of time, it's getting a 4K with an audio commentary by film scholar Charles Barr. It's got a Blu-ray of the movie. It's got a featurette called Restoring the Small Black Room, The Making of an Englishman featurette, A Tortured Hero, Kevin McDonald on The Small Black Room, Diffusing the Archers, Ian Christie on The Small Black Room, interview with cinematographer Christopher Chalice. Then you have The Tales of Hoffman. Once again, we talked about this when we talked about it for the Criterion release. This is an opera on screen. It really, really is. If you're not into opera, this may not be for you. Opera is not for everyone. It's certainly an acquired taste for myself as well. Opera and musicals are different. I don't know. Yeah.
Yeah, I'm definitely a musical girl. Opera can be a little, and ballet as well. Even though like I've taken a few ballet classes and I like doing it. I'm not saying I'm good at it, but I like doing it. But I like more than I like watching it. I don't know what that's about. But yeah,
I can understand that. I mean, the same perspective from a sports perspective. There are people who like to play sports and don't want to watch sports. I mean, it's easy. It's more fun to participate than it is to be a spectator, I guess. this is going to sound nuts to people, but there are actors and actresses who act in movies and television, but don't watch movies or television.
Yeah.
That's always kind of blown my mind.
I can understand that.
and I'm like, that's just so fascinating to me. Like, there's so many of them I come across too, and I'm just like, there's so many movies and things they haven't seen, and I'm like, it's just fascinating. I don't know, just because if you're going to learn how to do something, you kind of want to watch how it's done in order to learn it. But then there are other people who just want to learn organically, I guess.
Or just
I
like a
don't know.
writer, you read other people's work. It's like you immerse yourself usually in what you love.
And there are musicians sometimes who don't listen to other people's music either, and they just make their own. They want to make it organically. I guess they don't want to be influenced by outside influences that they may then pick up on and stuff like that. It all depends on the type of artist you are, I guess. But this release here for the Tales of Hoffman has an audio commentary from Elaine Silver and Jim Orsini, and also has a new interview with critic and author Neil Sinyard. There's a film critic, Kim Newman, on the Tales of Hoffman, introduction from Martin Scorsese, introduction from Thelma Shoemaker. And then we have Old Rosalinda, speaking of a musical. So this movie is very much is. Starring Michael Redgrave, Mel Ferrer, Anthony Quayle, Ludmilla Cherina, and Anton Walbrook. You can see all their credits there. Very hefty credits we have here. So when the hapless Colonel Eisenstein is sent to prison over a legal misunderstanding, his wife Rosalinda finds herself pursued by an old American flame, setting in motion a whirl of mistaken identities, disguises, and romantic deceptions that culminate in a dazzling masked ball where nobody is quite who they seem. One of the first films to be produced in CinemaScope, this playful, extravagant musical outing set in post-war Vienna, is a gem in the Powell and Pressburger filmography.
Yeah, that's the one that's never really gotten a solo release, has it? Because that's the one I've never, or maybe I've heard of it, but that's the one I'm most unfamiliar with. And actually, this next one too, the Battle of the River Plate, that one I've definitely never heard of.
Old Rosalinda and the next one here are like the later films from Michael Powell and Pressburger. I think it's toward the end of their collaboration together, because I think they only I think past 1958 they went their separate ways. And they did their own stuff. I thought it was like some type of falling out, but no, they just decided that they kind of had done all they could do together, and they just went their separate ways, and they were friends for like the rest of their lives. They came back a few times to collaborate on other projects and whatnot. I mean, famously after this, Michael Powell would go on to make Peeping Tom in 1960. Which kind of killed his career, but in hindsight, the movie's amazing. So take what you can get.
It's like like Vincent Van Gogh. Now we love his paintings, but he couldn't sell them in life. It's just that weird.
I say this all the time here on Chasing Labels. Movies keep getting reevaluated over time. We just talked about Hitchcock, not to bring it back to Hitchcock, but Vertigo was critically panned at the time it came out, and now you see that movie Vertigo on every top all-time movie list of all time. It just really all depends on how much time has gone on, and people have rediscovered movies. Different audiences have rediscovered movies. Sometimes movies age very, very well over time. It really all depends on certain situations.
Yeah, you know him for a certain type of film, and then you just keep wanting more of the same product, and this was different, so you reject it, but then later you're more open to it. It's
the irony is and then movies become also like cult classics too. There's also that. I mean, we mentioned Boom earlier. Boom has become a cult classic. I mentioned it on the Unwatched Pod. This movie's basically around to this day because of John Waters, because he loved the movie so much. He featured it in like on posters and like Pink Flamingos, I think. Or was it Female Trouble? Either way, there's a poster of the movie in that movie, and then he would screen this around in certain film festivals and stuff like that, and
he's on the commentary.
And he did the commentary too. Yeah, which is really, really cool. It's so interesting how movies get reevaluated over time. I always talk about this Night of the Hunter, the Charles Lawton film. I'll bring this up every time. The movie was, like I said, critically destroyed at the time it came out. Charles Lawton never directed another movie after that because it was received so poorly, and then now it's considered an all-time like art house classic. Like it's like you, if you own a Criterion collection, you have to have Night of the Hunter in it.
It's true.
It's so good. But O Rosalinda is interesting because it's, like I said, a later Michael Powell and Emma Pressburger film. Let's see, for special features here, you have an audio commentary with film historians Jonathan Rigby and Kevin Lyons, interview with film historian Matthew Sweet, and that is it for there. And then the Battle of the River Plate. So, based on true events from one of the first major naval engagements of World War II, Powell and Pressburger captivating this division drama stars John Gregson, Anthony Quayle, Bernard Lee, and Peter Finch, a very young Peter Finch, long before he was
Yeah.
a network, like 20 years before he was a network. Um, and when Commodore Harwood gambles at the German battleship Graf Spee will make for the River Plate, three British Crusader cruisers engage in a ferocious battle. So this movie is interesting because it exhibits kind of an early form of naval battles on screen, like shooting on water and stuff like that, and it's very much ahead of its time. Um, there had been World War II movies done before this, and certainly after it,
Yeah.
even up to this day. Uh, and it was ahead of its time in terms of its production. Inspired by Captain Patrick Dove's famous memoir, I Was Graf Spee's Prisoner, this wartime epic used real ships and is a true spectacle of filmmaking, kind of like what I just said. Nominated for 3 BAFTA Awards, The Battle of the River Plate remains Powell and Pressburger's most commercially successful film. That's fascinating.
Yeah. Because it's not talked about today like the others.
Very true. So you've got the movie, audio commentary by film historian Stuart Galbraith IV, with Michael Wynne, researchers at the National Museum of the Royal New Zealand Navy. And then you have an interview with film historian Sheldon Hall, and then Taking Film, Powell and Pressburger. And then you have Profile of the Battle of the River Plate documentary, German theatrical trailer, restoration samples, and then that is it. And then, of course, you have the bonus documentary here, The Cameraman, the work of Jack Cardiff, which has its own list of special features too, which is just all about Jack Cardiff and his life and career. And of course, this has a 236-page hardcover book with all kinds of stuff in it as well. And yeah, this is going to be a massive, massive set. Very expensive too. Yeah, that is the one thing with imprint. Their releases are not their cheapest.
But they're beautifully, the cases are beautiful and
Yeah.
they ship amazing considering to America from Australia. I've had multiple, and one time actually the mail did lose it and
No.
customer service was so literally all I got was the label. No box, no anything. It was just they gave me the label in a plastic bag saying, "Oh, something damage happened," and I have no
sweet.
clue what happened to Be Rich. It was one of the Be Rich box sets. And
Oh,
luckily,
speaking of which, did you end up getting all of those?
I
Because
did.
I still need to get the third and fourth box set. So I have seasons 1 and 2, 3 and 4. I
Okay.
need 5 and 6, and then 7 and 8.
Yeah, I
I
was
still need to
glad
get
too because I know 1 and 2 are definitely gone, and it's
Yeah.
like I was
3. Yeah, so the last 2 box sets, I'm holding on for dear life that they're still around.
yeah, they're beautiful.
They are very, yeah. Finally, the one thing that imprint does do, kind of on the low when non-movie related, their television releases are very nice. They're very, very good. They're much better than what we get here. I mean, for years we've gotten Bewitched and I Dream of Jeannie, but not in the best, certainly high definition quality here. They've really, done a lot of work. That's why I want them to get like more classic stuff to put out. But we shall see how that goes. But moving on here, let's see. I forgot what the others. Oh yeah, we have Stanley Kubrick. That's who we have here. They're doing their own Stanley Kubrick set. It's not complete. And it's not as big as the one that Criterion is doing. It is only partial. But the films here are great nonetheless. These are masterworks from one of the masters, in my opinion. So we've got 1, 2, 3, 4 movies. We have Fear and Desire on 4K. We've got Killer's Kiss in 4K. We have The Killing in 4K, and we have Paths of Glory in 4K as well. I believe all of these have already received 4K releases here through Kino, coincidentally.
Yeah.
I believe Paths of Glory as well. I have the old Paths of Glory Blu-ray from Criterion that has Killer's Kiss as a special feature. No, I have The Killing that has Killer's Kiss as a special feature, and then Paths of Glory is on its own. A Fear and Desire has had a Kino release on 4K for a little while. I've got that. But they're kind of, I guess, piecemealing the Stanley Kubrick collection themselves. So Fear and Desire famously is the movie that Stanley Kubrick didn't want anyone to see. he famously tried to buy up every single print of this so that nobody could see it, because it is essentially his like student film. It's his first film. It's only, I think it's like 70 minutes long. It's rough, but you can see a lot of Kubrick isms in there. And I think he's such a perfectionist as a director, like the ultimate perfectionist, that he probably just didn't want people to see like his blemishes and whatnot when it comes to Fear and Desire. Rachel, have you seen? I should ask you if you've seen any of these.
I have seen parts of Path of Glory, but I have not gotten into Kubrick. I gotta admit, sometimes the love of the very strong love of Kubrick. Not that, and like I said, I haven't seen him, so I can't. It might be very well earned and deserved, but sometimes it just gets to be a lot, and I prefer doing some of the more unsung people. But yeah, like I do, and certainly we are getting the box set of box sets
Yeah.
to ever. But yeah, I
Ironically, I think that's probably where we will go to after this.
okay.
Just since we're talking about so much Kubrick right now, we might as well follow it up with more Kubrick, I guess. But I understand what you're saying. He's a daunting director. Even from before I ever watched any of his movies, I knew the name. You know what I mean?
Mhm.
Um, and he has a very small filmography. I think, including Fear and Desire, it's 13 movies. And then I think 3 short films as well, which were all which are I think will be included on that Criterion box set. But these movies, like I said, are some of his early work before he started doing um things that we know him to, we know him for.
Yeah.
This is long before he did like The Shining or Full Metal Jacket or A Clockwork Orange or even Spartacus, which he was kind of not really the director on. There's a whole backstory with that where basically he was just picked by uh, Kirk Douglas to take over that production. But I think Kirk Douglas was really the one who directed that movie. That seems to be the rumor.
Mhm.
But this set here has like the early works of Stanley Kubrick, and Killer's Kiss is, I would think, one of his lesser works. It's a boxing film. It's a shorter film. I think it runs like 70 something minutes long.
Okay.
I've only ever seen it once. Like I said, they included it as a special feature on The Killing.
Mhm.
Criterion did, and I know Kino's released it by itself, so you can buy it by itself. Um, but The Killing to me is a heist film, but it's a really good heist film. If you're fans of film, of any heist film, like Ocean's 11, stuff like that, or if you're fans of even more older, I'm thinking of Rafifi, stuff like that. I'm thinking of what was the one put out by John Huston? The concrete, not the Concrete Jungle,
Asphalt Jungle?
the Asphalt Jungle. Yes,
Okay.
ironically, concrete and asphalt are like they're parts of the
Essentially
street. They're
synonyms.
similar. They're similar. Speaking of Monroe, she's in that movie, in a small role. But yeah, so if you're thinking of like movies where a heist occurs and then it's all about like the fallout of the heist, you'll definitely dig The Killing. And then Paths of Glory is a World War I film, starring Kirk Douglas. It's such a masterwork of a film. Um, World War I does not get a lot of love in movies. I feel like World War II is the one that gets the most movies, the most documentaries, the most books, the
Mhm.
most everything, right? Because it's such a the narrative is such an easy thing to put onto to screen.
Yeah.
Good versus bad. You got the good guys, you got the bad guys. World War I, a little more murky, a lot more context that needs to be put in there. But Paths of Glory is amazing. There's a one shot in this movie that is so incredible that it's shown in every highlight you've ever seen about war movies. Kirk Douglas is excellent in this film. But in terms of special features, I'm just curious what this set has. I'm not going to go through all of these because we'll be here till tomorrow. But Fear and Desire's got a new audio commentary with filmmaker and film historian Daniel Kramer on the 70-minute premiere version. Yeah, there's 2 versions of the movie. There's a 62-minute cut and a 70-minute cut as well. Let's see. And then there's new Paths to Glory film historian Jeremy Arnold on young Kubrick's Fears and Desires. And then The Seafarers is one of his short films as well. That's available on the Kino release too. So we have Killer's Kiss, which once again, let's see what we have for special features. Just a new audio commentary by professor and film scholar Jason A. Ney. And then we've got new Kisses Before the Knockout film historian Paul Lynch on early Kubrick and Killer's Kiss. And then for The Killing, we have commentary by documentarian and author Stephen C. Smith and producer James B. Harris. Then on the Blu-ray is that same audio commentary plus Colleen Gray looking back 2004 interview with actress Colleen Gray, newly edited by filmmaker Robert Fisher. There's an interview with producer James B. Harris conducted by Alan K. Rhodey at the Arthur Lynn Film Noir Festival. Because yeah, the Killing is a film noir. I should have mentioned that. Let's see, Q&A session. Yep, I talked about that. Nope, that's different. It says Q&A session with producer James B. Harris from the Rancho Mirage Library and Observatory from 2023. That's pretty new. Let's see, Pharaohs of Chaos, 1983 feature documentary on the legendary actor Sterling Hayden. Sterling Hayden always popped up in movies. He always played the heavy. He was because he was this big lumbering guy with this booming voice.
I like Sterling. I recently watched, or not relatively recently, watched Venom. I don't know if you've ever seen that one, but he play. It's a horror movie with a snake. It gets a poisonous snake gets lost in a building, and he plays the grandpa. And it's a much older Sterling Hayden, but he's just delightful in that film.
Nice.
Because he has a grandson who brings home the wrong snake the pet store gives him. There's a totally benign snake, and then there's the one that will kill you with one bite, and they just made a mistake. So
of course, that always happens. Let's see. So what am I looking at? Paths of Glory. Yeah, Paths of Glory has a new audio commentary by documentarian author Stephen C. Smith and producer James B. Harris. And then the Blu-rays got that same commentary, plus Charlie Rose Remembers Stanley Kubrick featurette. A roundtable discussion on the life of Stanley Kubrick featuring filmmaker Martin Scorsese, the wife of Stanley Kubrick, Christiane Kubrick, and film producer Jan Harlan, moderated by Charlie Rose. There's a Q&A with producer James B. Harris, hosted by the Rancho Mirage Library and Observatory. There's a 100-page hardcover book that's included as well. And then there's a scripts booklet, too. That's a 144-page hardcover booklet featuring scripts for Killer's Kiss, The Killing, and Paths of Glory. That's kind of cool. Yeah. I don't know if you collect scripts, Rachel, but I always find that to be interesting.
But I don't see that get offered with Blu-ray stores, and that's really cool. Or you see them sold, but not as a bonus feature.
Sometimes I've gotten editions where, like, for example, this has taken me back a ways. The Best Buy exclusive Blu-ray edition of Inception came with the shooting script, along with the movie. So I have the shooting script of Inception. Back in the day when they used to care about giving us extra goodies, from studios care to give us stuff.
Yeah.
Now not so much. But let's see. The third thing in here is going to be, not the Misfits. That'll be the last thing we talk about here. But I want to make sure. There's the Misfits. Billy Wilder. Yeah. Okay. Holy heck, we're going to go down so many rabbit holes today. I don't know how long this episode's going to be. Billy Wilder, one of the best. Billy Wilder, Agreed. It was his birthday recently. So remember I posted about his movies. Billy Wilder lived all the way up to 2002. And I remember he actually saw Almost Famous. Cameron Crowe screened Almost Famous for him. I remember that. But anywho, we have Billy Wilder, one of the legends of legends, just one of my all-time favorites. You'll know some of these titles, I'm sure.
Yeah, very much.
So we've got The Lost Weekend, Stalag 17, and Some Like It Hot. So three astonishing movies.
Yeah.
So ironically, we were just talking about screenplays. I have the screenplay for Stalag 17.
Okay.
Yeah. So years ago, my dad and my brother did a cross-country trip to Los Angeles, and they went to Larry Edmunds' bookshop there that used to be on Sunset, I think. I think he's moved since then, but they FaceTimed me from there and asked me, what I wanted. Of course, like everything. But you can't get everything. So I was like, dude, you have screenplays? And it's like, yeah. And he went to the screenplay section. They had Stalag 17, and I've always liked Stalag 17. If you're familiar with the show Hogan's Heroes,
yes.
Stalag 17 is basically like the earlier movie version of Hogan's Heroes. Really great movie. So good. The Lost Weekend is a Best Picture winner from 1945. It's astonishing work. It's a movie. It's one of the earliest films, I think, dealing with alcoholism and the self-destructive nature of alcoholism, where this guy just spends a weekend kind of just drinking his life away. It's an astonishing work. And then you have Some Like It Hot, which is an all time classic. I quote this movie
Yeah.
all the time. You've got um, Tony Curtis, Jack Lemmon, and Marilyn Monroe are in the film. Tony Curtis and Jack Lemmon are on the run from the mob. So where do they run to? Florida, and they decide to join, basically dress up as women to join an all-women band, and of which Marilyn Monroe is, I believe, is the lead singer of it. And because they're trying to like hide out and get away from these mobsters that they came across to in New York. And the movie is phenomenal. Just the chemistry, the comedy. Oh, it's so good. This movie's been released so many times over the last few years. But please, Rachel, your love of Billy
Oh,
Wilder.
oh yeah, absolutely. And I recently got to revisit Some Like It Hot. For actually the last issue, we had a Pride issue for of the Physical Media Advocate, and I looked at Tony Curtis. Who was his birthday? It was Marilyn Monroe's birthday. It seemed like the perfect time to watch it again. And I actually, I was doing it in between breaks at work, so I was watching it silent with subtitles, and it works so well. It just was a really interesting way to watch it because, I mean, it's so dialogue heavy, but it really made me pay attention to every comedic thing that particularly Jack Lemmon and Marilyn Monroe do in this movie. And just in terms of how, if you consider drag and is shown in movies and its representation and how ahead
Mm,
of its time it was, it's not the punchline that it's in like sitcoms of the same period. It's always the punchline or it's a gag, but they take it much more, especially with the Jack Lemmon character. Excuse me. They take it much more seriously, which is why I wanted to cover it for the Pride issue too, because I don't know if it always gets talked about for that aspect, but just that last line of the movie is
the
so,
best. It's
yeah. Where it's Jack Lemmon's coming clean. If the man he's been courting while pretending to be a woman, and he comes clean that he's a man, and he said, and it's the last line is nobody's perfect, and
yeah.
it's
No.
just
Well,
it's
nobody's perfect.
yep,
So perfect.
it's so beautiful and so simple, and but the fact that, I mean, old movies get this rep of not being for thinking, but if you actually watch them, there are, and everything Billy Wilder touched is gold.
Yeah, his
And
screenplays were so good.
yeah,
Um, Such an absolute legend. I mean, I have so many. I mean, Sunset Boulevard is a critique of the Hollywood system. There's so many great films from Billy Wilder over the years. Like I said, I posted on my Instagram recently just all the Billy Wilder films that I've just gotten over the years, and it's is like The Apartment, which he did
mm-hmm.
after this actually.
Yeah,
After Some Like It Hot is Best Picture winner. It's a perfect film. I have it right here. I always have it next to me. Ironically,
the
this
Arrows
is the
one.
Blu-ray release from Arrow from a
Yeah,
few years ago. They've since actually recently re-released this in 4K. It's
mm-hmm.
not the big old thick set like this is, but I kind of wanted just like how many copies of The Apartment do you have to have? There's no set number really.
No,
I remember I had the original Blu-ray of this when it came out. Then this came out. Now the 4K is out. I believe Kino put it out as well in 4K. I
yes, I
want to
think
say.
so.
They
Yeah, and Kino
also
also has 1, 2, 3, which is one that doesn't get talked
yes,
about, but it has like one of the best Charles Lawton performance. It just, or Witness to the Prosecution. I think that's why I was.
yeah.
James
Oh
Cagney is 1, 2, 3. Witness
yes,
to the
you're right.
Prosecution is Charles Lawton. Both of them
So
give career great.
when I was putting together my stack of Billy Wilder films, for some reason I thought I had one, two, three.
Mm-hmm.
It's a later. I thought I had it because it's been on sale from Kino so many times. I thought I
Yeah.
would have bought it by now, but apparently I did not. But even some of his other stuff here, I'm just looking at my photo here. I mean, the 7 Year Itch, another Marilyn Monroe film.
Mm-hmm.
That's the classic one with where she's standing
The
over
dress, yeah.
the sewer grate. Ace in the Hole, which is excellent. And you also have what was it, Double Indemnity, kind of
Yeah.
like the staple of film noir.
Little bit.
That's taught in every movie class in the world. Um, Other ones, yeah, The Spirit of St. Louis, which is Jimmy Stewart.
Okay. I'm not
It's
as familiar
only
with that
on
one.
DVD. It doesn't have a Blu-ray yet, and he's playing Charles Lindbergh, and it's all about his like flight across, across the ocean and stuff like that. Um, but yeah, Stalag 17 has gotten a Blu-ray as well as a 4K. Some Like It Hot, just for this release. Some Like It Hot's got a standard Blu-ray release from Fox many years ago. It's gotten a Criterion Blu-ray. It's gotten a Criterion 4K now, I think, and it's gotten a Kino 4K as well, which is now out of print. So that movie's got a lot of love recently. The Lost Weekend, not so much. The Lost Weekend, I have an old Eureka Blu-ray Steelbook because it wasn't
Okay.
Blu-ray here for the longest time. And that always was odd to me because, like I said, it's a Best Picture winner.
Yeah.
It's a great film. But I think now Kino's put it out as well.
I believe so.
Yes, they put it out back in 2020. Yeah, they put it back out in 2020. So these movies have been well loved in terms of physical media over the years. Once again, if you don't have them, I guess this is another opportunity to get them. But I'm pretty sure many of us collectors and lovers of classic movies have these releases. Quick going over some of the special features, especially for the Lost Weekend. Audio commentary by documentarian Stephen C. Smith. It says, oh boy, it says Dipsotopia USA. Excuse me, American Drunken Hearts of Darkness, a video essay by filmmaker Daniel Kramer, Screen Guild Theater Radio, The Lost Weekend, the Jack Benny Program, The Lost Weekend with Ray Milland, and then Trailers from Hell with Mark Pellington, The Lost Weekend, then Stalag 17 is an audio commentary with Noir Expert Film Noir Foundation board member Alan K. Rody, audio commentary by actors Richard Erdman and Gil Stratton with co-playwright Donald Bevan. And then for disc 2 on that, you get all of that, plus William Holden Between Shadow and Light, feature documentary, Stalag 17, From Reality to Screen featurette, The Real Heroes of Stalag 17B featurette, and then, of course, we move on to Some Like It Hot, the crown jewel of Marilyn Monroe's and Billy Wilder's filmography. You can make that argument. There's a new audio commentary of film historians Daniel Kramer and David Del Valle, an older commentary by Paul Diamond, son of I.A.L. Diamond, screenwriters Lowell Gans and Babalu Mandel, plus excerpts from actors Tony Curtis and Jack Lemmon. And then for the Blu-ray of that movie, you get all of that, plus a whole bunch of other things. Holy heck. Certainly more than I've seen in some other releases, definitely.
Yeah.
Let's see. Jack Lemmon, A True Trooper. Tony Curtis, looking back, interview with actor Tony Curtis. Charlie Rose Show. Jack Lemmon reflects on his career. The Making of Some Like It Hot. The Legacy of Some Like It Hot. Memories from Sweet Sue's. Then Nostalgia Look Back, actor Tony Curtis speaking with critic Leonard Maltin in 2001. Virtual Hall of Memories featurette. Famously in the movie, Tony Curtis is impersonating Cary Grant to portray his character. Cary Grant being one of my all-time favorites. It's quite a sight to see. Then there's the bonuses here. Bonus disc, Billy Wilder Speaks from 2006, a landmark documentary assembled from extensive interview footage shot by German director Volker Schlondorf in 1988. Volker Schlondorf, I believe, directed the movie The Tin Drum, which is part of the Criterion Collection. That's a movie. Volker Schlondorf also did a Criterion Closet video many years ago, probably like 15 years ago, one of the early ones when the closet was quite bare as compared to now. Interesting character at that time. But let's see, he's got a couple of other movies in the Criterion Collection. I think The Tin Drum is the one I always remember. Let's see, Wilder reflects on his life, his European origins, his flight from Nazi Germany, major films and collaborations, and his views on the filmmaking with the characteristic wit and precision that defined his career. That's pretty awesome. So yeah, that is that. And then speaking of Marilyn Monroe, we will be talking about The Misfits. So let's talk about The Misfits. This is, I believe, Rachel, you can confirm or deny this. I think this was her last film.
It was both her last film and also Clark Gable passed away even before it came out.
Yes.
So it was his last film as well.
I believe they had some type of relationship during the making of the movie, didn't they?
I don't think they got along. I thought it was
like a romantic tryst or something like that.
I thought, or there've been, and I don't know if this is just people creating theories or not, but just that because of her anxiety and her holding up of things, like they said, that was aggravating to Gable, I think. And again, that could just be rumors, and everybody loves to create stories around Marilyn Monroe. So it's always hard to know who the true sources are because they weren't always kind to her.
Very true.
Or
Very, very true. I feel it's one of the most fascinating people I think in all of cinema history is Marilyn Monroe. I mean, she only did a handful of movies for about from like the 40s into the early 60s, and then unfortunately passed away um due to unfortunate circumstances. But her iconography has lasted long after her life. People to this day, we still get documentaries, people writing about Marilyn Monroe, books coming out about Marilyn Monroe, all kinds of information, whether it be true, not true, rumors, this, that, all kinds of stuff about Marilyn Monroe. People will not leave this woman alone.
Nope, not
Never
at all.
will. And to this day,
Yeah.
yeah, and then, but then I also don't think people focus enough upon her actual career. I
Yeah,
feel
it's
like
all
people,
like the scandal or
yeah, like her,
the image, but not she had
yeah,
talent. That's the part that kind of gets
yeah, she
brushed
did.
over.
Um, it's always been about like the tabloid stuff, like her
Exactly.
maybe affair with JFK, or
Mm-hmm.
her tumultuous marriages with like Joe DiMaggio
Yeah.
and
And
who was
Arthur
the player,
Miller.
Arthur Miller,
Yeah. Who
and all
wrote
that kind of
the
stuff. But it's like no one talks about the movie she actually made. They talk about moments in the movie she actually made, like I just mentioned, the 7 Year Itch with her standing over the sewer grate. But they don't talk about like the rest of her filmography, which is quite a few films. I mean, like I said, going back all the way to the late 40s, I mentioned the Asphalt Jungle that she had a small role in. She had a small role in All About Eve as well. Um, Truly, she was in a lot of interesting films during her time. And The Misfits, like you said, is her last movie. This is also one. I know he lived a few years later, but this is one of the last movies of one of my all-time favorites. Um, in Why am I blanking on his name? Even though I
Montgomery
just gave him all
Clift.
that.
Montgomery
Um,
Clift.
yeah, Montgomery Clift, who I think is one of the greatest actors of all time. But every time I look at like a great actor list, he's never on them, and I'm like, did I just fall asleep? Did I miss out on something here? And this is, of course, Montgomery Clift after his famous accident in the late 1950s, which unfortunately did, contribute to his death later on in the decade of the 1960s. But this is another film that's like later in his career. I know after this he would be in
Judgment for Nuremberg.
yeah, The Trials of Nuremberg, which would also be one of the last films of Judy Garland as
Yeah.
well, who also dealt with a lot of issues too. Um, and yeah, so this movie here is such a tragic movie, in my opinion, looking at it in context. It's the last movie, like you said, for Clark Gable. It's the last movie for Marilyn Monroe. Montgomery Clift would pass away several years after the movie as well. This movie is also directed by John Huston, which I think gets lost in it. And this is a surreal Western, which is not something you see a lot at the genre of the time. Because I feel like at that time we were just making the transition from classic American John Ford, Howard Hawks type westerns to the spaghetti western. But in the middle there, you get a little surrealism. This movie was also on the other night during the TCM Marilyn Monroe marathon. So I watched The Prince and the Showgirl and then The Misfits back to back. Two radically different movies.
Yeah, color in black and white, literally.
Very much so. One is like this like romantic drama between Laurence Olivier and Marilyn Monroe. The other one is The Misfits, which is a odd movie, just an odd movie in general, but one that I actually really really like. So you've seen The Misfits?
Yes, I have,
right.
and like you said, like the backstory is kind of hard to separate. Like they literally have Montgomery Clift's character. He's talking on the phone with his mother, and he's talking about that he was in an accident. It's like all this like real life bleeding into the
very meta
story. Yeah. And I don't know if they wrote the part with him in mind or if that got added in later. But it's just you're very aware of all of these stars' life off screen, and the fact that it's kind of like the changing of the tide. Like you said, the 70s are coming, new Hollywood, and they are all three of them are icons. And then the one who doesn't get talked about, but Selma Ritter has a fantastic role, and Eli Wallach is the only one that really continues. This is the beginning of his career versus the end. But it's just you're very aware while watching it, and it's a dark movie. I mean, it's all three of these men. It's set in Reno. Marilyn Monroe just got a divorce, and she meets She's hanging out with Selma Ritter, who's kind of like her partner. Has been, I think she just met her in Reno, but they kind of became friends, and she's helping her cope with the changes in her life. And she meets these cowboys in Clark Gable and Montgomery Clift, and kind of just because she's free and she's figuring out her life again, she decides to hang out with them and stay. Eli Wallach has this house that isn't fully constructed, so it's this weird setting too of this house that isn't fully built yet, and it's kind of all three of these men kind of make Marilyn into her dream girl, which is how the real world treated her too, as like this object instead of getting to know the real her, and they all want her to like kind of fix things and be the girlfriend, and it's just kind of her in the middle, and it's like all revolves around her, but every single one wants her to be something else instead of just trying to get to know who the real her is. And it's this time of transition in the character's life, and then you know that she didn't have much of a life after this. It's a absolutely essential watch, just historically, but I find it a very difficult watch too at the same time, because it's just impossible to separate from what was going on, and possibly intentionally so. Like, it feels like these parts were written for these actors. They were customized.
It's almost it's like it's meta, it's prophetic, it's surreal. And even the setting, like you said, like this kind of dilapidated house, has got to be some type of a metaphor. And then I remember just a lot of isolation, them being out in the desert and being isolated, and that leads to a lot of, surrealism as well. It's certainly a unique film. It's definitely different than the movies that all of those three actors had done before. Like, I don't remember any of these actors really delving into movies like this and previously in their filmographies. I mean, certainly not Clark Gable, because when you think of Clark Gable, you think of Gone with the Wind, you think of more classic 1930s cinema. When you think of Marilyn Monroe, you think of more like glamour cinema of the 50s. Even Montgomery Clift is kind of a bit of a chameleon of an actor from the 40s and 50s as well. But none of those movies that he was really in were really this surreal. Fascinating work. I'm curious that they're releasing it, just by itself and not part of a box set. So, obviously they, at least Imprint holds it in very high regard. Speaking of which, they're giving a new audio commentary by screenwriter, film historian C. Courtney Joyner, and film historian author Julie Kurgo. There's film historian Matthew Sweet on the Misfits, Making the Misfits feature documentary. There's an archival interview with script supervisor Angela Allen, Marilyn Monroe Beyond the Legend feature documentary as well, and a 60-page hardcover book too. So
like that essay says, like, I'm very interested. I'd be very interested in that essay because it calls it haunted, and that is how the film feels. It feels haunted.
Yes, this featuring essay said we're all dying.
Yeah.
Wow.
Yeah, that title is perfect. It fits the movie to a T. It encapsulates it.
And in a way, and they all were, because we know, obviously, we just said this, not to harp on this again. This movie's all about death. But like, Clark Gable was sick and dying at the time during the making of this movie. We all know about Marilyn Monroe would pass away not soon after because of her struggles with certain things and whatnot. And Montgomery Clift, of course, was having his issues dealing with the accident from several years earlier that would ultimately lead to his death. So they're all like all three of these people, both in in the movie and in real life, are like slowly dying in a way. Very tragic. Oh, very
but
tragic.
They're huge stars. It's just not the point. It's not the glamorized version that we know them for. It's and just that they captured it. I mean, if they had filmed it or filming had gone long, it just feels like captured in a bottle. Like so many things, this movie, that it exists at all.
Yeah, and setting it within a genre which is typically not a pessimistic genre, at least at the time. Because when I'm thinking of the westerns of the 50s and early 60s, the John Ford cavalry films where the good guys win, good versus evil and all this kind of stuff. I mean, I'm certainly mixed in there. There are certain pessimistic, darker westerns. I'm thinking of The Man Who Shot Liberty Valance. That's certainly a darker type of more serious western. But to set this movie within that western setting, within that genre, if you will, which is typically a people go to the western to watch action, to watch entertainment, to be relieved of the worries of the world with entertainment, popcorn entertainment, if you will. And this movie's all about like introspection and serious stuff. But that's the Misfits. Yeah, check it out if you haven't already, just for its historical context. That is going to be it for Imprint. Imprint, once again, so much stuff to dive into. They've had their Imprint Asia bundle that's coming out in July. They have their Imprint film stuff coming out from August. Now that we've gone through all of that, let's go over to Criterion. Let's go over to talk about their complete Kubrick. That's staring me right in the face. Staring me in the face. So this is
Oh,
a
that
big,
price tag.
yeah, I was just gonna say, don't look at it. Don't look at it. He's a big old man with jam. So when this does come out in October, everyone I do advise to wait. If you're gonna get it in the 50% off Criterion sale and save up.
Yep.
Because even then it will be expensive. One of them gotta be one of their most expensive titles ever.
Yeah.
Um, but it is beautiful. It's big and beautiful. They're calling it the complete set. I mean, a man of cinema whose influence extends across visual art, philosophy, politics, technology, fashion, and beyond. And they're running the gamut there. Stanley Kubrick created an unprecedented string of masterpieces from Paths of Glory to Doctor Strangelove to 2001: A Space Odyssey, A Clockwork Orange, The Shining, Eyes Wide Shut, which I happen to have my copy here of Eyes Wide Shut, which they just released, last year?
Yeah.
What timing? What timing? We did a review of this here on Criterion, here on Chasing Labels as well. This was a long rumor title they were going to put this out. So I've got like I said earlier, I've got every Kubrick film in one way, shape, or form. I do not have their release of Doctor Strangelove. Ironically, it's one of my favorite Kubrick films, and I bought it on DVD. I bought the Blu-ray from Sony, and then I just never got the Criterion Blu-ray. But I may, because my OCD is going to kill me, I may actually end up buying it during this current sale just to have it. Even though I know eventually I'm going to get it, and I also know there is a 4K of that put out by Sony that I think has the Criterion features on it. Don't ask me why I do this to myself, but if you're a collector, you understand you've got to have multiple copies of multiple movies. But this set here, I was shocked that they got the rights to several of this movie that they haven't had the rights to before. So famously, Warner Brothers has been putting out already Blu-ray and 4Ks of 2001: A Space Odyssey, of A Clockwork Orange, of Full Metal Jacket. They famously had already put out the Blu-ray for Eyes Wide Shut, and I didn't think Warner Brothers would part with those movies or The Shining, because they use those movies in every single Warner Brothers studio history montage that you've ever seen. You'll always get The Shining. You always get the Droogs from A Clockwork. Heck, they put them in the Space Jam movie from several years ago. It's ridiculous. If you look in the background, there are the Droogs from Clockwork Orange at the basketball game, and then there are like the nuns from Ken Russell's The Devils. It made no sense to me up until now, to when we realized that we're actually getting Ken Russell's The Devils finally,
Which, yes,
in 4K, which is coming.
Yeah.
That's what a miracle that's going to be, and that
Oh, yeah.
actually is in our hands. But I just never thought they would part with those titles, because like they could probably make more money by just putting out Blu-rays, putting out 4Ks. They got to hold something in hand. But recently, as we've seen through Criterion, as we've seen through Arrow, and other places, Warner Brothers has been licensing out a lot of their back catalog, and this here is just another foray into that. So yeah, we've got so many movies. We have, I think, let's see if I could click on the pictures, it would be nice. But we've got The Killer's Kiss, The Killing, Paths of Glory, Spartacus, which they've already released on DVD. Lolita, which was another big one. Lolita, Warner Brothers put this out on Blu-ray like secretly, like years ago. Not really secretly. I'm embellishing here, but it was a plain Jane, no frills Blu-ray back in 2011. No, I don't think there was any special features on it or nothing. It was just the movie. Here you go on Blu-ray, and that was kind of the only way you could get Lolita in high definition, because it's a scandalous film. Of course, if you know the story of Lolita, I don't think it really needs to be explained. But it's yeah. So Lolita's coming out. That's another Warner Brothers title as well. I never thought they would license that out, but I guess once you open the Devils, you can license out anything.
I'm
So
curious if that'll get a single release too, or if they're going to make that you need to get the box set to get it. Because
you know what?
I would think that would sell on its own as well.
You bring this up as we know already they've already released Eyes Wide Shut in 4K by itself. They've already released what else have they already released by itself? Let me go back over to what I was looking at over there. Barry Lyndon has already gotten a 4K release. Let's see. And ironically is that The Shining, Full Metal Jacket have already gotten 4K releases from Warner Brothers as well as A Clockwork. And then Doctor Strange has already gotten a 4K release from Sony. Spartacus has already gotten a 4K release, I think, from Universal. So we're dealing with multiple studios in this box set here, which just kind of makes it unprecedented because you've got all these licenses from all these different places. The one thing they don't mention on here is Fear and Desire, but I have to assume it's included, or else it wouldn't be complete.
Mm-hmm. And I've been trying as a bonus feature.
I've been trying to find some type of confirmation on that, and I should have done the research beforehand, but I have to assume it's in here. So 4K restoration of Kubrick's 13 features, including Fear and Desire. Well, they answered my question. There you go. I should have read
somewhere
the fine print. It just shows you how little I prepare here. And 3 shorts with their original soundtrack. So this is everything that Kubrick's made. Over 25 hours of interviews, documentaries, behind-the-scenes materials, Kubrick's international version of The Shining, new 4K restoration of Vivian Kubrick's behind-the-scenes documentary Making The Shining. It's got newly recorded commentary tracks featuring Lee Unkrich and author Michael Benson, and then we also got rare films from graphic films and computer animation pioneer John Whitney that inspired their special effects in 2001. Unseen Lolita screen test with actors James Mason and Sue Lyon. That we've never seen those. And rare Full Metal Jacket behind-the-scenes footage, newly recorded conversation with novelist Jonathan Lethern and film historian Kevin Winter on Kubrick and authorship, essay by author and critic Nathaniel Rich, deluxe packaging illustrated with rare photographs, artwork, and documents, and annotated by Kubrick himself, all housed in a singular box inspired by the director's legendary archive, and much more. It's, as you can see here from the pictures, it is rather extensive. There's a whole sizzle reel here that they put on a trailer so you get the scope of it all. It's quite a hefty set, and I'm ecstatic and just really just amazed by it. Even as somebody who has every Kubrick movie, I still want it. The collector in me still gets overtaken.
I always wonder, one of my things is I'm not crazy about this kind of packaging where you have the disc sliding in and out. So I was wondering how you felt about that one, because that is a little bit of a sticking point to me.
So it looks like the Agnes Bard. I don't know if you've seen the Agnes Bard set.
I have that. That's where I encountered it.
That's what it looks like to me, which wasn't not the best.
No, exactly. Which, especially for something people have been waiting for so long, it's just, it looks cool, but it's not practical. And I just wish sometimes they would do something the old school style, just for longevity's sake.
It's not as cumbersome as like this.
Yeah, true.
Which is the Godzilla set, which I know a lot of people have had issues with, to the point where they've had to create their own custom sets. So these discs here, as you can see, I did a whole review on this years ago. These discs do slide because the glue just comes undone, and to pull these out of here is a pain as well. But as you can see here, beautiful set. It's just like the construction of it is a little cumbersome.
Yeah, it becomes like an art project. Looks great, but it can it be used? And like, you want to watch these are movies you're hypothetically going to be watching multiple times, and I'm just like paranoid about scratching. And
I'll be straight up honest with you, Rachel, and a lot of you at home. A lot of these kind of more elaborate sets, specifically from Criterion, I never take the discs out and watch them because I'm too afraid of damaging them.
Exactly, which is like so antithetical to, we love these movies and we can't watch them because we're afraid to take them out. I just hate that. I want to just, especially you're paying this price, you should be able to not be in fear of messing
I'm
up.
afraid just to move them.
Exactly. I feel the same way, but then I just wish, can't you just make it,
Yeah.
even if
Yeah.
it's more
So
cumbersome, yeah.
here's the Fellini set, which is similarly structured to the
Yeah.
Godzilla set. At least this one here is pretty solid, but it's similarly structured. I would love for them to go back to what they used to do before with the thin packs, where they
Exactly, like the Jacques Demy, like
Jacques
that's
Demy,
like when they
yeah,
had it with each has their little individual, like, and it looked cool. Yeah, it took up a lot of space, but I would rather that than this
even
cardboard.
like the Eric Romer set. Even
Mm-hmm.
I'm gonna go grab this off the shelf. Give me a second here.
Sure.
The Lone Wolf and Cub set is like a
Oh
digi
yes. Mm-hmm.
fold up thing. So I've grabbed a couple. So um, here's the Jacques Tati set. I know we said Jacques Demy, but
Yeah,
it's similarly
it
structured. I mean,
rhymes.
the Romer set's the same way, but Jacques Tati.
Yeah.
You got the thin packs
Yeah,
here.
exactly. I loved that was golden age Criterion.
Yeah.
Like, yeah, they look cool, and you can watch the movies without fear of long-term damage. And I mean, Criterion customer support is good too. Like, I've had a
They do.
disc
Yeah.
come and they sent me a replacement, but that shouldn't. Yeah,
Yeah. I
those
mean,
were the
yeah, and
days.
some of these and whatnot. It's they've gone through different packaging
Mm-hmm.
style over the years, some
Yeah.
good, some bad. But like you're saying, like if you're going to pay, like even this set here at half off is still going to be very expensive, like
And as a
$350.
fan, we're going to pay it. There's
Yeah,
no question about it. But I hate that.
I am fearful of it, and hopefully it's well constructed. That's all
Mm-hmm.
I can hope for. But yeah, I don't think it's going to stop people necessarily from buying it.
No, it's not. So, and I mean, clearly, like, and I know there was a lot of hoopla around the Godzilla, but now it continues, so it hasn't changed. This seems to be the course. I don't know if it's cheaper to manufacture. I'm not sure. I mean, I see it with to bring up, it's completely different, but TV shows, like, there've been some complete series coming out, and it's these huge hard case boxes, and getting the discs out, because you can't press, like, there's no button. It's just like these two plastic things that don't bend, and getting the discs out is really difficult.
You are
And if it's DVDs, they crack. If it's Blu-rays,
yeah,
it's better.
you are exploring my nightmares right now.
Yeah, exactly.
Because
But I
yeah,
have that exact same feeling, and I
you
hate
want to
that.
see horrific packaging, like Rachel is saying. Go buy a complete series on Blu-ray right now
Yeah.
of any show,
Twin
and
Peaks.
they're awful.
Yeah.
Just the plastic is the thinnest plastic you've ever seen. Breaks like it breaks like glass. Not even.
Mhm.
It's worse than glass.
Yeah.
Glass is thicker. And the trays in there are so thin and so plasticky. And I mean, the irony is that yeah, it's done for cost cutting reasons. It's to
Mhm.
make them cheaper so that they will sell. But my goodness, this stuff's gonna fall apart very quickly. If you drop it, break it, it's gonna be a mess.
Yeah.
I notice a lot of that from typically Paramount. Paramount
Mhm.
does that a lot, specifically with their like Star Trek complete series
Yeah.
sets,
Or
or
Warner
even
Brothers now too, with like
or
Gilmore Girls, or
oh yeah,
yeah,
because Gilmore Girls recently they
yeah.
finally put that out on Blu-ray.
Mm-hmm.
Years ago, they put out a nice DVD set. They used to put out nice complete series DVD sets back in, now this is dating myself, back in the 2000s when TV on DVD or TV on home video was a real big booming industry.
Yes.
No, not so much.
Yeah, you're just happy a TV show comes out on DVD these days. That's the rare.
Ironically, they just announced, not to go down too bit of a rabbit hole here, they just announced the Sopranos complete series on
Yeah, I saw
4K.
that.
And it's got that dreaded, like you got to take the discs out from the top type
no.
of situation.
Yep.
Yeah,
I keep wanting them to put out, because like Deadwood is now really overpriced. Or fine, I keep wanting them to put out Deadwood, but it's the same situation.
I bought the original Blu-ray release of complete series release of
Yeah.
Deadwood or that. And I
I
did
wish I had done
one of
that.
my first videos on here, poorly lit and just awful, is me doing a review of the Deadwood complete series set after I watched it. And this was way before the movie came out and everything like that. But yeah,
Mm,
that set, that original set was pretty nice.
exactly.
I know a
It's
lot
one of
of
those things I took for granted. Like I find I've had the DVDs and I'm like, you know what? I need to upgrade that. And then it's like, oh, that's a lot harder to do than I realized.
mm, yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, I totally understand that. There's not a lot. Yeah, yeah. The packaging just keeps cheaper, but the prices don't reflect it. I noticed
Not
that
at
as
all.
well. That was the same issue I had, and this is dating myself once again for people at home. When they had eco cases for Blu-ray releases, where they would have the Blu-ray cases that had, I think I got some of these disgusting things here,
Yeah,
but I
with the
never get.
holes in them, like
Yes,
yep.
yeah, I think I got.
And it was supposed to be recycling and better for the planet, but it
God, yeah, it made me nauseous just thinking about it,
yeah,
just because like, and it was just like random holes in them,
yeah,
and they were thin plasticky and they were just awful.
they were.
And because the back of the discs would be exposed, that's where the holes were. That's the
Mm-hmm.
most important part of the disc is where the data is, and that's what was being
Exactly.
exposed.
Yeah, and if they were sold like back when you could actually find DVDs in stores and they'd have like the big box and like shift through them, and if it's one of those eco cases, you don't know
Oh
what
yeah, they
condition
were.
it's going
Oh
to be
yeah, the
in.
eco cases when they were, and yeah, no, and they were just such awful, and they would bend, and the plastic would bend on
Mm-hmm.
them. I have all these extra cases here. Not one of them is an eco case,
Yeah,
but I always hated them. They got rid of them, and the thing is, like they, I thought that was supposed to make them cheaper, but the movies were never cheaper. So
no,
I don't know. I don't know who was supposed to be saving money. It
no,
wasn't us as the
nope.
buyers. It was them as the companies. Uh, but yeah, packaging is an underrated thing. I
Mm-hmm.
know people don't think about these things a lot, but sometimes it's important because you are spending your money on
Yeah,
these things, and that's why I'm the weird guy who was at the new release section of a store, whether it was Best Buy, Target, Walmart, whatever. I would look to make sure that the movie I was getting didn't have like the case wasn't cracked or
yeah.
the
You'd be
slipcover
flipping. There'd
wasn't
be
bent.
multiple copies, and you'd be comparing. Okay,
I
which
take them
one's
all out. I
all the
take them
time?
all out.
Yeah, exactly.
Like if I'm paying $30 for a movie,
Yeah.
I don't want this slipcover to be torn. I don't want
Mm-hmm.
this case to be broken and I didn't notice it. I'm never one of those people who just grabs the first one in
Me
front
neither.
and just like rides with it. I got to make sure I'm getting exactly what I want.
Yep.
Maybe it's an OCD thing. Maybe I'm crazy.
No, I have,
Um,
or I'm the same crazy. I do the exact same, or like when you used to be able to. Barnes and Noble being one of the last freaking mortar stores, or at least that you can find readily available. There's still luckily a few places out there, but mainstream more. They're the last one standing.
Yeah, very much so. I'm the same way when it comes to Criterions at
Mm-hmm.
Barnes and Noble. Now that you bring it up, if there's an edition, if there's only one copy of an edition there,
Mm-hmm.
and it's messed up, I won't
Yeah,
buy it. I won't
yeah.
buy it. I don't know who is doing this, but sometimes at whatever manufacturing company they're using, they're not cutting the inserts or the cover art inserts well to where
Mm-hmm.
everything's lined up like the way it's supposed to. Like this is fine, but sometimes it'll be like crooked
Mm-hmm.
and it'll be folded the wrong way, or sometimes it'll be sticking out of the top and it'll be torn already
Yep.
in shrink wrap. And I'm like, yeah, I'm not paying $25 for this. I mean, it's kind of nuts, and it'll stay on the shelf forever. They won't
Mm-hmm.
get rid of them. Get rid of them or restock them. Speaking of which, like I said, the Criterion sale is going on right now. This box set will probably be part of the November sale.
Mm-hmm.
Plenty of things to pick up for this sale.
And I mean, they usually have the 1 day sale that usually falls in October, but I don't know whether they'll want this to be part of that or they'll just wait for November.
Yeah, I don't know that either. And if this is,
Yeah,
it'll probably sell out rather quickly. I don't know
yeah.
what the hot seller is during the sale right now. I see a lot of people posting their things
Mm-hmm.
on TikTok, on Instagram, and all that kind of stuff. Um, the one fortunate thing that we've been doing here on Chasing Labels is being able to do a couple of reviews for some releases every single month. So at least we all know like what's good to get, if
Mm-hmm.
you will. Like I said, all the stuff that we've been getting here on Chasing Labels recently that we've reviewed, I would recommend all of it. Specifically things like Boys in the Hood
Yeah.
trilogy is really, really nice. Even Guillermo del Toro's Nightmare Alley. This is
Hmm.
a nice one if you want to pair it up with the original from 47.
I love the original. Yeah.
One that I waited so many years to for it to come out was Captain Blood, the Errol Flynn
Yes.
Michael Curtiz
Hmm.
movie. This finally got a Blu-ray release. I
That
was
was
waiting forever.
it was rumored for so long. Every time there'd be an announcement, it's like, oh, it's going to be this month, and finally it happened.
Yeah, finally it happened. My goodness, I've waited so long. And of course, Eyes Wide Shut, which I just talked about.
Hmm.
And then I Know Where I'm Going. And then there's all kinds of catalog stuff that you can
Yeah.
get from Criterion. What else do I have? Yeah, there's so many things.
Well, you
Oh, of
just
course,
reviewed the John Waters films, which that's what I
yes.
picked up.
Where are you? Desperate Living. Hold on. Where did I put this bad boy? It's somewhere around here. Here you are. Yeah, there's so much. Yeah,
Yeah, that
Desperate
beautiful
Living.
cover.
Of course, I have to get Hairspray, and then
Hmm.
and then of course you got to pair that up with Pink Flamingos and
Yep.
Female Trouble and Multiple Maniacs. Um,
And
all kinds of
polyester.
good stuff. Of course, Honora, which is last year's Best Picture winner, which really
Hmm.
started this whole Criterion trend here from
Yeah.
Sean Baker. Um, this went straight to Criterion, which we don't see. We see that from certain new releases, but not for many. Um,
No.
of course, Killers of the Flower Moon, Martin Scorsese. That's
Yeah.
available. I'm just doing a little Criterion ad here, just on the fly. But anywho, um, the complete Stanley Kubrick set is super exciting. I know many people were wanting this for years, and finally, it's now happening. I didn't think it would happen, but we do have some comment earlier I saw from our friend Josephine asking, um, which other directors would you like to see get a Criterion box set?
Well, when they
That is,
eventually do David Lynch, that'll be my director. That's my director where I have them all, but I'm gonna
yeah,
have to do it again.
yeah. You're speaking
Um,
directly to my heart. I'll
yeah,
rebuy that
that
easy.
that's coming. Because they have most of them under
The only,
the
I'll say the only thing
Straight
they don't
Story
have is Dune
or Straight Story, right? Because that's
and A Straight
Disney.
Story. You're
Yeah,
right. Yeah, that's the only two they don't have.
yeah.
Um, but everything else. So yeah, so Mulholland Drive's gotten a 4K release. Blue Velvet's gotten a 4K release from them. I still have the old Blu-rays of those. Um, and of course, Eraserhead. That
Yeah.
movie still to this day drives me, like, mind boggles me.
Mhm.
Lost Highway is excellent. Um, but yeah, I would love that.
Yeah.
I was thinking even more of a. So Akira Kurosawa is one that people have been wanting for years. I know they did a DVD set, I think, of Kurosawa, which is
Or
long out of
Ozu.
print.
Ozu would be another fantastic one.
Mm, yeah,
Yeah.
that would be another. They have enough in there. We talk about this a lot. Satyajit Ray,
Mhm.
they have like many of his movies that they haven't even released yet. Um, that would be really, really nice. They're releasing a newer one that's coming out. Um,
Yes, I've
that
I've only seen The Big City, which I really loved.
yeah. Check out yeah, Charulata is another one that's so
Yes.
great. Um, it's really, yeah, Days and Nights in the Forest is what they just announced
Hmm.
this past month. Like that's coming out. That's the first one they've released in a while. Since Devi, the hero, so much of his movies that they've had and they put out already. It's like
Yeah.
at some point you might as well put out a list. I know they put out a Hitchcock one years ago. People have been wanting that possibly again.
Okay.
Um, because they've gotten more in there. I mean, originally on DVD they put out Spellbound, Notorious, and what was the other
But they
one?
did Final Correspondent too, didn't
Lady
they?
Vanishes.
Okay. Yes.
Yeah,
Hmm.
I think they put that out on DVD years ago, but then they've all been uh those. So Notorious has gotten a Blu-ray release from Criterion, but not Spellbound.
Hmm.
Rebecca has.
Yeah,
Rebecca is.
that's one of my favorites.
I
Yeah.
love that. I love that movie. Um, uh, yeah, Rebecca has. Wait, you know what's crazy? The other day, I saw a screen test of Vivian Lee trying out auditioning for
Really.
Rebecca, and of
Okay.
course, it ended up going to Joan Fontaine.
Yes.
But I saw apparently, like, while she was shooting Gone with the Wind, she went and did like an audition for Rebecca
Was that?
for Hitchcock,
Huh.
which is fascinating to me. Uh,
Yeah.
yeah, there are so many directors whom I love. I mean, they just put out a box set for Greg Araki, which I still think is awesome that they did
Yeah.
that. Um, if you want some 90s, I mean, it was just Pride Month. You want a good thing for Pride Month,
Mhm.
definitely great. Check out Greg Araki's work. I would love for them to put out a couple more of his movies. That would be super
Yeah.
nice. But
Or like I know they're upgrading some of their Eclipse sets. I'd love for them to do more upgrade of Akira Kurosamaki. I love like
yes,
that they have the 3 set on Eclipse on DVD, but I'd love for that to
yeah,
get a
the Proletariat trilogy, isn't
yes.
it?
I
Yes,
think so, yeah, with Matchbox Girl. Yeah, I'd love for that to end with some of his other more recent films. I'd love for them to do because they have it on like the Criterion channel.
yeah.
So
Was it La Vie de Bohème? That was another Kaurismäki film.
yes,
Um,
yeah.
let's see, they've putting all these back. Yeah, I would love for them to do that as well. I mean, there's so much of that Eclipse stuff. I don't know what they're doing with it. They're doing interesting. Like they just put out the musicals from
Yeah, Lubitsch. That
Lubitsch,
I
which I
have it on
really really
DVD.
want.
I have to upgrade it.
Yeah,
One day that'll be a 1 day one.
because they just kind of just stopped putting out Eclipse sets for a while,
Mm-hmm.
and they've gone back to kind of reissue them and reissue them on Blu-ray. Because
Yeah.
originally the Eclipse sets were supposed to be like, here's the movies and no special
Mm-hmm.
features, no restorations, really, nothing like that. Here's just a collection of the movies that they wouldn't be put on physical disc in any other way other than these. Here you
Yeah.
go. But now they look like they're taking a little more time and putting them out, which is really awesome to
Yeah.
see. But for us, for our purposes here, where else would we like to go when it comes to what we're talking about here on Chasing
If you
Labels?
have Indicator up, we could do them next.
Yes, I do. Let's go over to Indicator, shall we? Our friends over at Indicator, let's exit out of Criterion, and we've got them over on Indicator. Now, Indicator's got 3 movies. They've got Crime Thief, and they have Defense de Savoir, and they have Les Acteurs, or Actors, if you will, if you want the English translation of that. Um, uh, so, I almost called you Rebecca, by the way, because I have that on the mind.
Hey, I'll take any comparison to that Gothic
To Joan
horror.
Fontaine.
Yeah,
Congratulations, you are now Joan Fontaine.
Yes, I'm my sister's Olivia. Cool.
Nice.
I'll take it.
You have quite a rivalry, family issues going on there.
A little bit.
Did you get to see these movies?
I got to see Defense de Savoir, and
Yeah.
that I'm so excited for that one. That one
We're gonna start with that one because I
Okay,
noticed you put
great.
it on one of your favorite watches of the month.
I did
We'll
because
start with
it
that.
just I like the main actor Jean-Louis Trintignant. It's directed by who was his wife at the time, which was is it Nadine? Yes, Nadine Trintignant, and I'm saying any of their names wrong. I very much apologize.
I've
Their
been
daughter's in it
making it
too.
up the whole time. So
Their real life daughter, who was a great actress, she was in a recent Radiance Blu-ray, Série Noire. If you want to see her a little older, she's fantastic in that as well. But she's a young girl in this. I love French thrillers overall, and this is a really good one. Or at least I thought so. In basically, you start the movie. There's a dead guy in a building. They think she might be her girlfriend is there at the scene, so they arrest her. And Jean-Louis plays her lawyer, and and it just kind of has this flashback structure of you're figuring out what happened to the man who was killed, why was he killed, and it's all told from the lawyer perspective instead of a cop, which is I kind of prefer. And it's just really well done movie that French thrill. If you love French thrillers, this is just a really satisfying film that I didn't know about until Indicator announced it. I love anything I've seen with Jean-Louis Trintignant. Like he was in some Carol Baker films that Severin released. He's in a really good film with Rami Schneider from Radiance, the combat something. But Radiance released that one.
I wonder if I have it. Okay, yeah,
It's
I know
really
what you're talking about.
good. It was on my shelf for the longest time. I finally watched it, and it was really fantastic. He's just like one of those great French actors that are just dependable. Like I see him in a movie, and you're in for a good time. And yeah, it's a really good mystery, just how it builds. And I thought how they did the flashback structure. It's really subtle. It's not like it just transitions back and forth, but you can keep up with it. It's not confusing. And Yeah, I found it really satisfying. I think you got to watch it too. I didn't know
I
how you felt
did.
about it.
Yeah, I did get to watch it. I've got to um, yeah, I liked it. I've gotta watch it again, actually. I do wanna watch it again, perhaps after I do get it, 'cause it was yeah, so it's dealing with also, like, political corruption and
Mhm.
stuff like that. There's a lot of, like, red herrings and things like that and connections, because there's more to the story than just this murder. This murder's got, like, a string of other things attached
Yeah.
to it that he's got to uncover as the movie goes along.
Mhm.
And yeah, I actually I liked it pretty well as well. I not quite as much as you did, but
Yeah.
definitely I understand exactly what you were saying about the thrilling aspect of it and its political intrigue and
Mhm.
this kind of murder mystery of it all. Uh, yeah. So for let's see, I'm just looking at some of the special features here actually. So that says Per le Cinéma set report extract from the French television program featuring interviews with director Nadine Trintignant and actors Jean-Louis and Bernadette Lafont. And then we have an image gallery, promotional and publicity materials. And then that's about it because we got the subtitles and there's an exclusive booklet including a new essay on the film, a look at Nadine Trintignant's career and overview of critical responses and film. So we're going to see another movie that I actually liked a little bit more than this one.
Okay, yeah, I haven't
Also,
gotten to check that
also
out, but
directed by her, Crime Thief.
yeah,
Yeah.
she's
So
impressive. I've seen interviews of her before. Unfortunately, for sad things, because the daughter who I mentioned who was an actress, was later at the age of I think 41, she was killed by her boyfriend at the time. It was an
yes,
abusive situation, and I've seen a documentary. I think it was actually on that Theory Noir um Blu-ray that they had a documentary on her and it had interviews with Nadine and it said at the time and like as her caption that she was a director, but I hadn't seen any of her films, so I don't know how many films she directed, but
yeah,
going by that one, and I would definitely be checking out
yeah. So
Time Thief. I'm looking forward.
I did a little bit of research, very little bit, as you know, in my just looking up these movies, and she started out as being like an assistant, and then doing editing on movies, and then transitioning over to directing, typically directing films with her husband Jean-Louis Trintignant in them, and yeah, she directed quite a few
Yeah.
films actually, which is fascinating considering the time frame in which we're
Yes,
talking
you
about,
don't see
where
female
you don't see a
directors.
lot of women directors during that time.
Yeah.
Whether it be overseas or whether it be here. I mean, there are some. I mean, I don't even think in the '60s Ida Lupino was directing at that time because she had directed some stuff in the
I
'50s,
think she
and then
might have. I
some.
think The Bigamist, like I think, and like Hitchhiker, I think that might be 60s.
Yeah, I think
But
it
yeah.
transitioned because it transitioned over into the '60s. You're right, but I know Agnes Varda was, of course,
Mhm.
directing at that time as well. I know Cleo from Five to Seven was in the '50s or '60s. I think it was in the '60s.
Yeah. These are late 50s, early 60s.
Yeah,
It's
and so
definitely
they were few and far between, to say the
yeah.
least. I mean, we're well aware of the history of cinema, how male dominated, specifically the
Mhm.
directing world is. Even to this day, it's still a talking point, and that people are discussing right now. Despite some of the more bigger successes that we've been seeing over the last several years, decades, if you will. But making that transition, starting out from doing production stuff to doing editing. People don't really know a lot about this, that women were the editors for decades upon decades upon decades. They were the best editors, ironically so. And that's kind of where the movies are made. And of course, there were some women directors as well, but back in the '60s, nowhere near how many there probably should have been. But the other movie here that she did called Crime Wave is a bit of a surreal film, and I do love my surreal Crime Wave,
Yeah.
Crime Thief. I do like my surreal films, and this is indeed a surreal type of movie. So Nadine Trintignant directs her husband Jean Louis in Crime Thief, or Le Volet de Crimes, a complex examination of obsession and alienation. When disaffected everyman Jean witnesses the suicide of a young woman, he decides to anonymously claim that he has murdered her, leaving his family behind. He becomes consumed by his own delusions, descending into neuroses as the lines between fantasy and reality become increasingly blurred. As you can tell here, that's where the surrealism kicks in.
Yeah.
So without really spoiling the movie at all, he kind of just stumbles upon this woman who drives herself and in her car off a cliff. And he's so traumatized by what he just witnessed that he kind of can't come to grips with it. So he starts imagining himself or fantasizing about himself being involved somehow in this event, to the point where he starts writing his own story, like he's writing a book, really. And the things that he's imagining we see on the screen, like as the movie. And he just gets so consumed by this made up fantasy that he's created in his head, that he he loses his himself in reality. Like he loses reality essentially. And yeah, the movie just kind of delves further and further deeper into that kind of psychosis, if you will.
Yeah.
The movie also stars genre film legend Florinda Bolkan, cult actor director Robert Hossein, who did Cemetery Without Crosses, and Nadine's brother, the hugely prolific Serge Marcand, who was in The Grapes of Death, which is, I believe, a Jean Roland film.
Yes, it is, and
that they've also put out.
Yeah,
it's a Jean Roland zombie movie.
Yes.
Yeah, so Jean Roland, notorious for making vampire sexy movies, if you will, decided to make a zombie one called Grapes of Death, which is available on 4K from Indicator.
Yeah.
I got to catch up on my Jean Roland Indicator releases. I've gotten most of them, but I don't have the Grapes of Death.
Okay.
But this movie has a 4K restoration from the original negative, original mono audio. Nadine Trintignant, filmmaker and head of the Clan, from 2026. It says Aurora Renault, film critic and expert on the subject of women in film, discusses the filmmaker and her work.
That
sounds perfect.
Yeah.
Look back at Lucien Leger case. Writer Philippe Geneda explores the film's inspirations. Self-portrait of a true crime story. Critical appreciation of Crime Thief by filmmaker Roland Jean Chana. Revolt of Jean Giraud, a man without qualities. A writer, Sebastien Pajolec, examines Jean-Louis Trintignant's character. Image gallery, promotional stuff, subtitles as well. There's a booklet here too. Limited to 4,000 copies for the UK and US. Both of these releases have a US and a UK release. So obviously, one is actually, this says region A and B. So
but they have two listings for it. But and then they say
which is because I would think that one would be A and one would be B.
Mm-hmm.
That's what usually I would think.
Yeah,
but I guess not. But that is the two French films. Actually, this other film here is also French as well.
Yeah.
Les Acteurs, which is a bit of a meta movie, if you will.
Very meta.
Bertrand Blier. And it's got a Rolodex of actors that many of you probably have heard of. Yeah. My goodness, there's too many to name here, really. But like,
and sometimes literally for only a scene. Like it's not like if you keep watching, they're not going to come back.
If you're watching this movie for Jean-Paul Belmondo to complete your Jean-Paul Belmondo watch-a-thon, he's not in the movie for very long.
And it's not until the very end, so you have to sit through. They throw Alain Delon in the middle to appease you.
Same thing with Alain Delon. If you want him, this is not quite the movie that's going to feature him directly. Maria Schneider's kind of is in the movie as well, probably more so than those two other guys. But yeah, it's got quite a Rolodex of prominent French actors who were all still around in the year 2000. This is a newish film. By newish, I'm talking 26 years.
Yeah, it feels. I still think of 2000s as new, even though it technically isn't. But my brain hasn't processed that yet.
That's very true. Same here. I'm just thinking, like, 20 movies that came out in 2001 are now celebrating their 25th anniversary, which is kind of mind-boggling to me. Mm-hmm. It's just truly astonishing. But speaking of astonishing, an astonishing ensemble cast, which includes such legends as Jean-Paul Belmondo, Alain Delon, Maria Schneider, populates Les Acteurs, a surreal comedy from provocative director Bertrand Blier. A group of legendary French actors playing exaggerated versions of themselves discuss the intricacies of their craft and become involved in a series of bizarre adventures. When the distinction between real life and artistic representation gets increasingly blurred, filled with the allusions to many actors of French cinema, Les Acteurs is a playful, reflexive delight for lovers of cinema, history, and film craft. Yeah, it's a movie. the plot's all over the place because we're just kind of moving from like actor to actor, scenario to scenario. Like I said, like some people will pop up here and there, have some lines, and then talk about something related to like acting or movies or something, and then move on to something else. It's very much kind of all over the place. It feels like like just a large ensemble movie
Mm.
that just to feature like actors talking about acting,
Yeah.
but they're fictional versions of themselves.
Yeah,
So
and
they're
you
able
really
to,
have to know who they are to like
yeah,
the ones that were the most satisfying. I love Delon. I especially love Belmondo. So I understood like the jokes they were making towards them. If Delon being silent now, here he's talking, so it's the opposite of him, and Belmondo being the fun guy, and so I understood the jokes more, so they hit a little more versus some of the other faces. And because they're older as well, if you're not it's like there were a few people like it's like I know your face, but I can't figure out exactly what
yeah.
movie you're from.
If you don't
And
have the context, you're
yep,
kind of just like, oh, was that supposed to be
yeah,
interesting, introspective, profound, if you will, or
yeah.
is
Or
it
they
a
would say
joke?
like
Is it
they
satire? What
mentioned
are you doing?
one actor was the smiling, so clearly that is something he was known for. But because I didn't have in my head, either I haven't watched his movies or I have, and I just couldn't put the younger face to the older face. And it's just a movie where if you don't have that context, I think it's not as
You'll be
enjoyable.
lost.
Yeah,
Yeah.
exactly.
Yeah, you'll be lost. So there's a 4K restoration of the movie. There's let's see, Qui sont les acteurs, a video essay guide by Jonathan Bygraves to the many French actors providing cameo appearances, often as themselves in Les Acteurs. That may be helpful to watch
Yeah.
beforehand.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah, just to have those references in mind. Because there were a few, like, I know who you are, but I cannot, and I didn't do my due diligence of IMDb and actually figuring it
I'm
out.
watching like for for every like Chasing Labels episode, I'm watching like over 20 movies, and it's
Hmm.
like I gotta move on to the next one because I can't
Yeah.
spend too much time on this one, or else I'll miss out on watching some movies other down the line. So I'm kind of like rushing through these.
Yeah, and you want to
Um,
cover some of everybody.
yeah, as opposed to doing like a whole book report on just this one movie. But that seems to be the only legitimate, like real meaty special feature here.
Mm.
Other than that, we just have the original theatrical trailer, the image gallery, the subtitles. There's a booklet here as well with a new essay by Sue Harris, excerpts from archival interviews from with the director. And that's about it. And this is also Region A and Region B. So there's a US or UK release of this as well. So just to wrap things up, we have Crime Thief, we have Defense de Savoir, and we have Les Acteurs. Three more French films from Indicator, similar to what they're doing in the previous month with like Buffet Freud and a couple of the other ones that they put out. What were the other ones that they did last month? Let's see, Buffet Freud, Merci la Vie. French Dressing is not a French film, but it has the word
No.
French in it. They're also releasing standard editions of The Vampire and The Vampire's Coffin, which was featured in that double feature
Yeah,
that they
for
put out.
Mexican horror. Yeah, I hope they put out more Mexican horror because they are fun. Those movies are definitely fun. It's been a while since I watched them, but
Yeah,
it's a good time.
and they the thing is what's interesting is that the box set is still in print. So if you want to still get the
Oh,
limited edition, it's still available. Which I thought was a little odd that they're putting out standard editions already,
yeah,
even though the box set's still available.
yeah.
But buy it any way that you want to,
Because I
I
do
guess.
like that about Indicator that like if they have a box set and there's only one title you really want, if you're a patient, they are dependable. But yeah, I don't remember another instance where they did it before it
Yeah,
sold
because
out.
I'm used to them when their box sets go sell out, like
Yes.
the film noir box sets or whatever the case may be. They'll put them out, the standard editions out
Mm-hmm.
for people to buy them individually.
Yeah, the
Uh,
Dietrich one too.
yes, I've got so many. I've got the Hammer ones. I got the Sinbad re-release set because that original one was long
Yeah.
gone by the time I started buying. I've got what's
Like
um
like I keep waiting for the Mae West one because
yeah.
I'd love to get it, but I got most of them from Kino. But they never put out. I think it was her final film, and it's part of the Mae West box set. So I'd love to
Thank you.
get just snatch that one.
Thank you for reminding me because I do have the Mae West one. That's such a
Oh,
gorgeous
cool!
set.
It
That
is
cover art,
gorgeous.
and you get the poster of just the cover art of that
Mm-hmm.
box set too. Um, yeah, Mae West so far ahead of her time.
Mm-hmm.
I think she's also one of the reasons why they had to introduce the Hayes Code.
Yeah,
Because
but
she was just
she saved Paramount too.
yeah,
Wasn't that the studio she saved with
yeah,
her films? Yeah.
yeah, because she's so popular. I mean, yeah. Yeah, she was great. Like, just watch clips of Mae West. It's such a delight. Speaking of delight, let's move on to another one of our um, list of many, as one would say. I'm just completely blanking on words to categorize things. So, we've talked about Imprint. We've talked about Criterion's big set. We've talked about Indicator. Um, let's see. We could go over to we'll do Severin just because
Okay.
Severin would be rather quick because I didn't see any of the movies. Well, I've seen a couple of them. I basically like the ones I've seen, but I didn't really go out of my way to
Rewatch
um
them.
to watch any of the other ones. I'll be honest with a lot of you. I don't buy a lot of Severin
Mhm.
outside of their like glorious box sets that I always want, and I always wait for them to go on sale. Um,
Yeah, like
uh,
the Dance the Macabre one that's coming
oh
out, the
yeah,
new edition.
oh I still yeah I still want those Danza Macabre sets. I
Yeah.
still want with House of Psychotic Women Volume 2. I need to get.
Yeah.
There's Christopher Lee's Horror Crypt Volume
Oh,
2.
yeah, that's fun. I think is that the one that has a lot of his vampire films that aren't him?
Yes, it's the
Yeah,
red.
it's a
It's the
really
green. What? No, hold on.
there's a green one and a red one, and I
Yeah, the
forget
red
which.
one's the second one.
Okay.
Red one is the second one. Let's see. So of course they had their sale over the weekend. So I've got to scroll back a little ways. So
Okay.
give me some time to do that.
Sure.
And Rachel and I will vamp about nonsense. But yeah, they also did a Peter Cushing box set as well.
Yes.
Which I remember remarking at the time. These are technically Peter Cushing movies, but he's only in most of these very briefly.
Yeah.
So he's technically in them, but
Well, with the
he's only in
latest
them very briefly.
Dance the
And
Macabre, I'm especially looking forward to because it's I think it's an Italian edition of Taming of the Shrew, which I love the innocence and I love any adaptation
oh yeah,
that plays with that story, and so I'm very curious to add another one to the
well, yeah. Ironically, that's the one I bring up the most here on Chasing Labels because I always talk about
Taming of the Shrew. I always
Taming of the
mix it up
Shrew.
with the.
Yeah.
I always say the Shakespeare title because it's so Taming of the Shrew and Taming of the Screw or Turning of the Screw. I always mix up the titles
Well,
and make
that's what the
them.
Innocence is based on, is the Turn of the Screw.
Exactly.
But the Taming of the Shrew, has had many adaptations over the years. A lot of Shakespeare stuff has had so many adaptations. But I always think of 10 Things I Hate About You. I always bring that movie up every time I think of the Taming of the Shrew. But I recently we just talked about Imprint. I think Imprint put out The Taming of the Shrew starring Elizabeth Taylor and Richard
And so
Burton.
did Indicator in the Region B one with Indicator did it.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
Yes. And that was like a very straightforward, like adaptation of it, which is it's tough. It's tough to straightforward adapt Shakespeare because the language is so heavy for people to decipher. I was talking with someone earlier about 19th century literature, how difficult that language is to decipher. I mean, recently I read Pride and Prejudice. I was talking about, of course, recently we had a readaptation of Wuthering Heights, another one, and just talking about how like 19th century language was so difficult. Because recently I've also been reading a lot of 20th century literature, which has been much easier to get through. I don't know, maybe it's author dependent, of course, as anything is. But I've been reading a lot of John Steinbeck, and his work is very, his prose are very modern, to the point where it's very easy to read. I also just finished reading Ernest Hemingway's A Farewell to Arms, which was very good. But his prose is also very modern as well, as opposed to like 19th century British literature, which is rather tough.
See, I'm the opposite. I prefer
really.
I prefer Ostrich, not Austen and Bronte's, over Steinbeck. I have some gripes with Steinbeck. And,
I almost want to hear them.
Me and Of Mice and Men are not friends.
Ooh, that is a hot literature take here on Chasing Labels.
Yeah, I was an English major, so I've encountered them all. And Old Man in the Sea was one of the Hemingway books I could not get through. So yeah, they are not.
I understand. So I was a history major, but I took a lot of English literature courses as, requirements. So I went through like American history of the 19th century, British literature of 19th century, American literature of 20th century, British literature of 20th century, stuff like that, survey courses, if you will. Of course, and then as one goes along, you read a lot. I've read a lot of 19th century poetry. A lot of Lord Byron. That Lord Byron, he's always there. I
Yeah.
watch Jeopardy a lot too, and they have questions about 19th century literature. Lord
Mhm.
Byron's always there. He's
He
always
is.
there.
Yeah. But without Byron, we wouldn't have Mary Shelley and
Yep, very
all the.
true. Thing is, Mary Shelley's Frankenstein is
Yeah.
excellent.
It is.
It's
It
I think
truly
there's a
is.
reason why that story keeps getting adapted over and over again into movies and stuff because
Hmm.
it's so good and so modern.
Yeah.
It's so easily interpreted into modern times. Like I was just telling someone earlier to watch even watch the Guillermo del Toro one that he did last year.
Hmm.
I was telling because it's so even it's such visually beautiful. Okay, I finally hit these Severin titles. We're making progress here. Um, it's Yeah, so yeah, some 19th century literature I do really love. I mean, Dr. Jekyll and Mr. Hyde I think is really
Hmm.
great as well. That's another one that gets adapted so often, or
Yeah.
they take elements from it and introduce it into movies and television. Anytime there's a transformation of someone going from one entity to another and changing their identity, that's a
Yeah.
Dr. Jekyll and Mr. Hyde thing. I mean, we've
Yeah.
seen
I
that
love.
so many times. Um, but you
So,
know what's interesting? One that really gets me, Bram Stoker's Dracula. I've never been a big fan of. I don't know if that's a
okay.
hot take.
It's
Uh,
a little bit of one, considering
yeah,
every vampire movie of
yeah,
all.
ever.
Yeah, I mean, he took it from Carmilla, so he's not exactly entirely original too. I mean, Carmilla came first.
Very true. Let's see. I'm just going back to see what. Yeah, I think I. So the Black Cat or Maniac, or actually Terror Express is where we're gonna start. But
Okay.
it's not. Trust me. I like the story. I don't like the style in which that story is told in the book. It's told via those of you who've not read Bram Stoker's Dracula. It's told via almost like secondary accounts or like
Hmm.
newspaper articles or diary or journal entries, stuff
Yeah.
like that. It almost kind of removes me from the narrative as opposed to it fully engaging me.
Yeah,
Um,
everything's already happened, so you're just getting the recaps,
yeah,
basically.
it's like you're getting. Here we go. Terror Express. That's where we're gonna start. So we vamped a little bit about horror. We're gonna talk more about horror now because that's what Severin really does. So Terror Express, of all the '70s Italian sleaze, Last House on the Left variants, only one indescribably tasteless classic that goes places a civilized mainstream film would never dare to explore, is now in UHD for the first time ever. So when a trio of sociopaths board an overnight express train, one car's passengers and crew will be forced into an orgy of violence, vengeance, and off the rails perversion. So you can understand what this type of movie is. Uh, it says '70s Italian sleaze. That's a lot of what Severin does. First disc here is the UHD disc. The second disc is the one with these features.
Mm.
You've got plotting the tracks, interview with writer Luigi Montefiore, a train wreck of a movie, interview with actress Zora Karova, the end of the line interview with actor Carlo Di Mejo. Yeah, like I said, I didn't get to see a lot of these. Some of these I'd already seen before,
Mhm.
so I kind of just rolled with it. Uh, uh, but the next movie I actually have seen many years ago, Maniac. Now, this is the remake of the Bill Lustig film titled the same name called Maniac, which here in the US, Blue Underground has put out, I believe, a Blu-ray and 4K of it already, of the original film. A Maniac itself, which was a remake that came out in 2012 starring Elijah Wood, I think has already gotten a Blu-ray release. I don't know who put it out, but someone did along the way. But it's getting a re-release here in 4K, which getting a UHD premiere. I saw this movie years ago. It used to be on Netflix when Netflix was cool and had movies like this. It was on there for a while, and one Saturday night, um, I just decided to watch it. It's a creepy movie. I don't know if you got to see it.
I started it and then I stopped it because I just
Uh,
wasn't in the
in the right
mindset to
headspace.
yeah to. But yeah, it is that whole point, and I'm not always crazy about the whole point of view, the whole
I was just going to
movie,
mention that. Yeah.
because it is a very it's a choice and it's interesting, but it just yeah, and especially because you're dealing with a serial killer, and it just sometimes there's only so many serial killer. I mean, I know you wouldn't know it because of Netflix. I mean, that they've continued. They keep putting out serial killer
Yeah,
TV shows,
very
but
true. They love the true crime
yeah,
documentaries
they love them.
and making the TV series about serial killers, famous
Yep.
ones.
Yeah. And then doing a documentary about the real. It just
Yeah,
endless
about the
cycle.
series they just came out with.
Yep.
Yeah. It's all the rage these days, I guess. But this movie here, like Rachel just said, many sequences throughout the movie are told from the first person perspective, where
Mhm.
you're literally looking through the eyes of this serial killer, portrayed by Elijah Wood. Elijah Wood plays a really good psycho in
Yeah.
movies. A great diverse actor. I've always loved Elijah Wood. My
Me
favorite
too.
movies of all time are Lord of the Rings, so I'm a little biased there.
Oh,
But
yeah.
after the big success of Lord of the Rings, Elijah Wood has had quite an interesting career.
Yeah, well, recently Toxic Avenger, that was a really fun,
Oh
like him
yes,
getting to play his own like kind of Batman villain, like really like with the hunch and like it just was a real character role to him for him to.
Y-
I don't know if you've seen that one yet.
I have.
It's really fun.
Yes, yeah, that movie took years to finally come out.
Yeah.
Yeah, he was in that. He's been in a lot of like creepier movies, if you will. Um, of course, he was in Sin City as
Hmm.
well. The Robert Rodriguez film. This is going back quite a ways. I'm just talking like right like after Lord of the Rings. I remember Elijah Wood pre Lord of the Rings. He was in.
Oh yeah, Huckleberry Finn. Like
Yeah, no, you read my mind. I'm glad you're here. Disney's Huckleberry Finn, which I
yeah,
watched a lot as a kid because it was always on
yeah.
the Disney Channel back in the 90s. That was like premier
Hmm.
watching. They showed like all kinds of old Disney movies. They showed the classic cartoons, Mickey, Goofy, Donald, etc., etc. Of course, then they would start with their original movies in the
Yeah.
late 90s and 2000s. But before then, they would just show like old Disney movies. And
Hmm.
Huckleberry Finn came out, I think, 1993. It was around
I'm
that
not good
time.
with years, but
Yeah, I think it was. But young Elijah Wood played Huckleberry Finn.
yeah.
The
And I think
class.
actually my favorite young Elijah Wood, I love Oliver Twist, and he played the Dodger, who's literally my favorite character.
Nice.
That was like on TV, like you said, all on the time, and I remember watching it at my Oma's house, and it was always on TV. And I love the original version of Carol Reed, but this version of Elijah Wood as the Dodger is really
Nice.
fun.
He was, of course. Speaking of horror movies, he was in. Isn't that The Good Son with Macaulay Culkin,
Yeah.
which has a Warner Archive release. People were talking about that online recently. I don't know why, because Macaulay Culkin, he kind of pops up in like the
Yeah.
zeitgeist every
He
couple of
does.
or even months now. And people just bring up his old movies, of course, Home Alone 2,
Hmm.
and Page Master. Speaking of which, for those of you who have the Page Master Blu-ray that came out several years ago, that's out of print. So if you've got that, hold on to it. That was a nice little movie I watched when I was a kid as well. If we're going down nostalgia and memory lane, this has been like the year of nostalgia for me with a lot of movie releases in general. Um, they released they released Beethoven on Blu-ray. Unfortunately, they messed up the. This was supposed to have a new like restoration in it, but they used the old master for
Okay.
some reason, and I don't know if they're going to fix that or not. But of course, Shout Factory just put out the 1994 Flintstones movie, which I saw in the theater at 7 years old. Um, the practical effects in this movie are mind-boggling if you're looking at it from a modern perspective. All like handmade prosthetics and like mechanical dinosaurs and stuff
Oh,
like that.
that's
They create a
beautiful.
whole world, and you
Hmm.
don't see that type of craftsmanship now for movies. Everything is CGI or green
Yeah.
screen, blue screen, or AI. It's you don't see a lot of that stuff. And of course, they released The Phantom, which was another like superhero film from the '90s that I loved with Billy Zane. I still got to grab that 4K from Kino. But
Yeah.
this year's been such a nostalgia trip for me. I don't know particularly why, but it is. Anywho, uh, where was I? Oh yeah, so Maniac with Elijah Wood. Just fascinated by his uh, career choices post Lord of the Rings. A lot of people's careers kind of blew up after that. Of course, Orlando Bloom did all the Pirates of the Caribbean films.
Yeah.
Ian McKellen did the X-Men films around that time, and then afterward. But a lot of
Viggo
careers kind of
Mortensen. Yeah.
skyrocketed after that. But this movie here, Father Son Holy Gore calls it intense, innovative, and disturbing. I would agree. Bloody Good Horror says it raises the bar for what a remake should be. Now the film that Bloody Disgusting proclaims a modern horror classic, produced by Alexander Aha, who directed High Tension and other gory types of movies. Academy Award winner Thomas Langman, the original creator William Lustig, and directed by Frank Calhoun, defiles your senses in UHD for the first time ever. In a career-redefining turn, Elijah Wood from Lord of the Rings fame is a young man whose mind seethes with madness while his body commits unspeakable acts of depravity, all of which you will personally witness through the eyes of a maniac. Yeah, it's got that POV perspective. Just imagine the opening of Halloween, but at several more instances and more grisly. And that's the perspective in which we see through Elijah Wood's eyes. But special features wise, we got an audio commentary with the director, with Elijah Wood, and executive producer Alex Taylor. And then the Blu-ray has that same commentary, as well as Red Lucy, Red Blood interview with actress Megan Duffy, Monsters to Maniacs interview with prosthetic makeup supervisor Mike McCarty, Maniacs, the twist and turns of a potential franchise interview, outtakes from the Joe Spinell story with William Lustig, Luke Walter, Caroline Monroe, Buddy Giovinazzo, Tom Renoni, and Joe Cirillo, and more, and then the making of Maniac as well. So these are all actually available now, I believe, on Severin, or I think I have to actually check because I don't know if the Severin website closes down after the sale. Yeah, because I don't know if they do the same thing as Vinegar Syndrome does. So they were available, and they will be available once the site reopens, of course. But these are just basically just recapping what they've announced over the last week and what was available during the sale. The Black Cat by Lucio Fulci. Now, Rachel, have you seen this movie? I'm just curious.
I did watch it. It wasn't enough Black Cat for me. I mean, it was.
First of all, I didn't know this until I probably knew it, but then forgot, but then knew it. Lucio Fulci and I share a birthday together, June 17th.
Oh, that's cool.
So I mean, obviously not the same year. Lucio Fulci unfortunately has long passed away, but we share a birthday together, and he did this movie Black Cat, where there are a bunch of mysterious deaths happening, and there has to be an investigation about it. And would you guess, Rachel, the perpetrator is indeed the Black Cat?
Yeah.
And it's not. What's fascinating about this movie, I had heard about this movie for years because it's been released. I think Arrow's put this out on Blu-ray before. It's Lucio Fulci, right? If you're in the horror world, you know the name, you've heard the titles, whatever. So I know of this movie, but I didn't know it because I hadn't seen it yet. I didn't realize it was just a cat committing murders.
Well, that's the fun part. Like I like the goofiness, but it gets into that. But then it has too many characters, and like if you're there for the plot, it's like they'll introduce characters, and who's important is kind of all
irrelevant.
Over the place. But whenever they showed the cat opening a door and like getting the wooden block to move with just its body weight, I mean that's cinema. That I will watch all day long. But it just sometimes I didn't know what it wanted to be, whether serious or the more weird the better.
Yeah, it's interesting because it almost feels like it almost feels satirical to the giallo genre, because it's like, because the giallo is typically giallo cinema is like murder mysteries and stuff like that, and people know the genre, right?
Yeah.
But it almost like, what happens if the murderer was just a cat? What would happen? It's almost like a thought, just a thought experiment. Like, because usually in the movies it's like a grisly murderer or somebody, a slasher, proto slasher or something. But in this movie, it's kind of it's just a cat, and it's not a spoiler. It's literally the title of the movie. I mean, it's fascinating to me just how he was just playing on that idea. But if you are a Lucio Fulci fan, if you are a completionist, and you want to get all of his movies in your collection, chances are you probably have it already. But if you don't have it, it's getting a 4K UHD release from Severin, or already has one from Severin. It says, between City of the Living Dead and The Beyond, Lucio Fulci wrote and directed this overlooked love letter to the genre from one of horror's most creative minds. Now presented in UHD for the first time ever in a rural English village, an increasingly deranged professor and obsessed with the supernatural will instill his pet feline with powers of homicidal mayhem. That's what you got to do, right? As if cats weren't already kind of mischievous enough. You know what I mean? I always hear, like, I don't have cats. I've never had a cat, but I always hear about people saying, like, in the middle of the night, you'll hear like ruckus in the background of your house, and they'll be like, "Oh yeah, that's just the cat like roaming around," and it's like as if that's not creepy in and of itself. But um, this guy decides, you know what would happen if cats got mystical powers of mayhem? Let's roll with it, and that's the movie here. But for special features, you've got the movie on 4K, you got the Blu-ray with some Mr. Poe and Me, interview with screenwriter Biagio Proletti of Bats and Cats, interview with special effects artist Paolo Ricci, Nine Lives, interview with camera operator Roberto Forges, oh boy, Davinzati, Sympathy for a Black Cat, interview with composer Dino Donaggio, and then you've got let's see, oh, disc 3, more special features. You've got Frightened Dagmar, career interview with actress Dagmar Lysander, From Poe into Fulci, the spirit of oh boy, perverseness, right? Yeah, perverseness.
Yeah.
Interview with Stephen Thrower, author of Beyond Terror, the films of Lucio Fulci. At Home with David Warbeck, archival interview in the Paw Prints of the Black Cat location featurette. And that is the movie here. The sick irony is that I'm such a completionist that I would want all the Fulci films, that I probably will be buying this eventually. I'm woefully undermanned when it comes to having Fulci movies in my collection. I've got more Argento than Fulci.
Okay, yes. I'm probably more of an Argento fan.
Yes, I would say that I'm the same way. And it's not because I don't like Fulci. It's just his work is not the easiest to get into. Even his best stuff is sometimes a little difficult to get into. So I bought this. When did I buy this? One of the Severin sales. Maybe it was the previous Severin sale or Severin sale. I got Opera.
Okay.
I got the release of Opera because I saw this years ago, and this was pretty cool. And I wanted this nice like 4-disc set. It's creepy. It's really, really cool. So I picked this up from also Severin as well. Ironically, is I think it also came with a little Severin sticker that I keep. I keep all that stuff.
Oh yeah.
I'm a complete. I even I even keep the inserts from my Blu-rays from years ago. Even though like the inserts that'll have the digital codes on them, I don't even throw them out. They're long expired.
or they stop. The sites will stop letting you have access to them. That's always trying to find them again is always
this is about to get real weirdo nerdy with you, but I guess you're here for the ride anyway.
Always.
I even keep like, remember they used to put the inserts that said, make sure your firmware is updated with your Blu-ray player. I still have those in there.
Why not? It's all part of the experience.
It's all part of the experience. It's like, do you remember? I love putting in an old Blu-ray and it'll be a promo for Blu-ray and it'll be like, oh, now and high definition video and audio, the best ever. And it's like, yeah, it is for the moment until 4K comes along, and whatnot. But even like early Blu-rays, I've been saying this all along, a lot of them still need like remasters and upgrades and stuff like that, because the technology was so new at the time that people were just like doing the best with what they had. But speaking of which, let's move on to the next Severin title. That's a great look at the Black Cat.
Just one thought I had with the Black Cat too.
Yeah,
this is a weird thought. But I remember just the whole movie wondering, what is this cat's motive? Not that every murderer has a motive, but like I kept wanting there to be like why he targeted certain people, and you never really get that. It's very random, which can be true to real life, but I guess was just something I wanted from the serious question. What is this cat's motive?
It's one of the, I guess you're just watching the movie to see like what creative kills they're gonna do next with the cat. To me, a lot of slashers or movies that deal with like people, like random people getting killed in movies, you're kind of just there to watch like the creative ways in which they do it, because the plot is kind of secondary, third. It's not even relevant. That's how I got through a lot of really bad slashers I had to watch, covering them here on Chasing Labels, and we used to do a lot of like Vinegar Syndrome's titles and Severin's titles and stuff like that. And we're really watching them. Watched a lot of bad 80s B-movie slashers, which are not. I know people love them, and that's kind of what people want to buy, but they're just never been truly for me. This movie is interesting here. This movie called What Have You Done to Solange? I almost watched it a few times, but I didn't get the opportunity to. It's got it's a 4 disc set, 6 hours of special features with a Morricone soundtrack CD, which is baffling to me.
Yeah.
That's always cool. It's
Yeah.
called a one of a kind giallo. Speaking of giallo, uh, it says the digital bits. The digital bits calls it that delivers shocks with precision of a Swiss watch. More than 50 years later, the stunner that remains massively disturbing at a deeper level is uncut in UHD for the first time when a series of brutal sex murders rocks an all-girls Catholic college. Suspicion falls on philandering professor, whose own investigation will uncover a conspiracy of depravity. Christina Galbo and Camilla Keaton, that name sounds familiar. Oh, she's from I Spit on Your Grave. That makes sense. Co-stars in one of the classics of the genre, also known as The School That Couldn't Scream, Who's Next? And Terror in the Woods, directed by Massimo Dallamino, um, featuring masterful cinematography by Joe D'Amato and a legendary score by Ennio Morricone, now scanned in 4K from the original camera negative with 6 hours of special features and a bonus soundtrack. So 2 audio commentaries on the 4K. There's 2 audio commentaries on the Blu-ray as well. One is done by Alan Jones and Kim Newman. The other is done by Dr. Alexandra Heller Nicholas, author of Rape Revenge Films, A Critical Study. And then, Alexandra Heller Nicholas has been here on Chasing Labels once upon a time. She always pops up on special features, a fascinating.
It makes you want to get it. If she's on it, it's great. Yeah.
You read my mind. That was the next thing I was going to say.
They tend to be good titles. Yeah.
I got to at least be open to seeing the movie.
Yeah, we haven't done the Hammer yet, but we're going to be discussing a Hammer title, similar thought process.
It's like her, Kat Ellinger, Kayla Janice. If those names are attached to something, I've got to check these movies out at the very least. But for special features on the second disc is What Have You Done to Pilar? Interview with actress Pilar Castel, Dallamano and the Others, archival interview with actor Fabio Testi, My Dinner with Solange, a conversation with actress Camille Keaton, What Have You Done to Decency? Interview with the actress Karen Ball. Then the third disc, Echoes of Solange, archival interview with producer Fulvino Luciano, a cut for Solange, interview with editor Antonio Ciliano, the Light of Joe D'Amato, interview with director of photography Astrid. These Italian names are killing me. Massachesi, an Innocence Lost, Solange and the Schoolgirls in Parallel Trilogy, visual essay by crime fiction author Michael Mackenzie, exploring the themes of Solange and its two semi-sequels. Yeah, Michael Mackenzie is also a producer over at Arrow as well. And he's been on Chasing Labels as well. And I think he produced a couple of the releases we'll be talking about later. Trailer with the alternative, the alternative title, The Rah Rah Girls, then the CD soundtrack of the Ennio Morricone music. That is quite a big set. 4 discs. Then next up here, we've got the movie. Oh, is it title number 10? Did I skip a title? Yeah, no, title number 10. Anthrophagus, which looks like a cannibal movie. That seems like all the rage.
I think it is a cannibal movie. Ding, ding, ding.
Is it Joe D'Amato? Because I feel like he does cannibal movies. We'll find out together in a second. 3-disc collection.
There's an interview of him, so I'm thinking yes.
Yeah, so those with intestinal fortitude, know it's truly jaw-dropping, surprisingly thrilling, a must-see gut muncher. Oh, how fun. It was condemned as a video nasty, of course, and accused of being an actual snuff film, also, of course. Yet, even by 80s Italian gore-spewing standards, this grueling shocker from sleaze maestro Joe D'Amato, he did Beyond Darkness and Emmanuel in America, still stand as perhaps the most controversial and extreme spaghetti splatter epic of them all. Now in UHD for the first time ever in North America. Yeah, you get it. It's a cannibal film. You guys get it. You can tell by the cover. So
they're not trying to keep it a secret. The big reveal.
These movies, like they're disturbing. So disc 1 is the 4K UHD, disc 2 is the movie and the special features on Blu-ray. Speaking of the Man-Eaters, interview with director Joe D'Amato. There it is. Don't fear the Man-Eater. Don't fear the Reaper. Interview with the writer star Luigi Montefiore, also known as George Eastman, the man who killed the The Anthropophagus, interview with actor Saverio Valone. Inside Zora's Mouth, interview with actress Zora Korova. Brother and sister in editing, interview with editor Bruno Mitchell. Cannibal Frenzy, interview with FX artist Pietro Tenolio. They met their own video essay by film professor Aaron Albuchon. Disc 3, The Grim Reaper, the US theatrical cut. Oh, they must have cut it down. That's it. Yeah, so there's no special features on there at all. So that is a cannibal film called Anthropophagus by Joe D'Amato. Let's see, moving on from there, we have Absurd. How absurd can this movie be? So this is their 11th title, UHD release. If you thought our 2018 release was batshit insane, get ready to experience Splatter Maestro Joe D'Amato's top-notch gruesome follow-up to the movie we just talked about in UHD for the first time ever in North America. So they had released this in 2018 on Blu-ray. This is just getting a 4K UHD upgrade because you need to upgrade the gore, I guess.
Yeah.
So let's see. Borrowing heavily from Halloween, D'Amato unleashes a gut-spewing boogeyman into suburban America for an incredibly vicious and unforgiving sage of doomed nurses, butchered babysitters, biochemical clergy, and some of the most insane splatter scenes in Italian exploitation history. You get it. It is Halloween done Joe D'Amato style. And that's exactly what it is. Disc 1, UHD. Disc 2, Blu-ray. Return of the Grim Reaper, interview with the actor, writer, co-producer Luigi Montefiore. As Red as Blood, interview with director Joe D'Amato. D'Amato on video, interview with D'Amato himself again, though two of those. A biker, interview with actor, assistant director Michael Suavi. My Absurd Film Music, interview with composer Carlo Maria Cordio. Building with Images, interview with editor Vanyo Amici. So that is Absurd. So 2 Joe D'Amato films getting 4K UHD upgrades from Severin. These have already happened. You can actually get them together in one edition. That's really cool. And then you've got number 12 here, which is called Dark Waters. And this is another one that was already released, I think, and that's getting a 4-disc collection upgrade with 2 versions of the movie, 6 hours of special features, and a bonus disc documentary, The World of Lovecraft. I'm guessing this is based off of a H.P. Lovecraft story.
Was this originally part of the folk horror box set?
I think it may be, because it feels like it is.
Yeah, I think it might have been. I don't know if in 4K it might have been just Blu-ray.
Probably just the Blu-ray. Yeah, I wanted... Even on sale during the sale, the second folk horror box set is still expensive, but it's still just just a stunning, output that they did, putting all those movies in one set for a second time. So let's see. It's been acclaimed as a 90s masterpiece, a potent miasma of Lovecraftian nightmares, and compared to the works of Bergman, Bava, and Argento. Now experience the new extended cut of the classic 1994 debut feature by director Mariano Beno, who did Astrid Saints, which is another one they're putting out, in UHD for the first time ever when a young English woman attempts to discover her mysterious connection to a remote island convent. She will unlock an unholy communion of torment, blasphemy, and demonic carnage. Stop messing around with all that stuff. You know what I mean? Get out of there. Get out of there.
Get the movies if they didn't mess around.
Exactly. But obviously this is dealing with demons and devils and all kinds of stuff. It takes place in a convent dealing with nurses. You're going to get those religious types of things. So disc 1 is the movie, and it's got an intro by writer-director Mariano Beno. Disc 2 is got the theatrical cut and special features. Intro by the director, De Mirandis in Umbra, folk horror, Neapolitan wonders, and Mariano Beno's Dark Waters. Fear of the Old Gods, a personal journey in search of Lovecraft among Italy's bleeding saints. A Tale of Two Cuts, Ab Initio, The Origins of Dark Waters, a conversation with co-writer / associate producer Andy M. Bark. Then disc 3 has the director's cut of the movie with a commentary from the director. Lovecraft Made Me Do It featurette, Let There Be Water featurette, Controlling the Uncontrollable featurette, Deep Into the Dark Waters featurette, Silent Blooper Reel with commentary by the director, and No Shame Films' Michel de De Angelis, and then Mariano Beno short films and a bunch of short films here. And then disc 4 is the World of Lovecraft documentary parts 1 and 2, and the making of the World of Lovecraft documentary. This is the part of the show where I famously say, I live right next to the cemetery where H.P. Lovecraft is buried. That's
Really?
yeah, that is the claim to fame. It is 5 minutes from my house.
Okay.
It's called Swan Point Cemetery. It's a cemetery by the river, and H.P. Lovecraft is buried there. There's H.P. Lovecraft, like, I don't know if it's a museum or certain places here that talk about H.P. Lovecraft and stuff like
Mhm.
that, from a historical perspective and his work and
Yeah.
whatnot. H.P. Lovecraft, if you know anything about him, rather controversial character, person.
I knew he
Uh,
had.
his background, not the best.
No.
Not at all. Not at all. But to this day, his work is still read, adapted, talked about, etc., etc. As controversial of a person
His name's
as
his
yeah,
name's an adjective. That's about as when you
yes,
get that.
yeah, basically, yeah, you are correct there. But yeah, so this is another Lovecraftian type of thing. Makes me miss that show on HBO that did a few years ago called Lovecraft Country, which I thought was very good.
Yeah, which again, the star, his career has taken
Oh yeah,
a
his career went
turn.
down.
Yeah.
Yeah, yeah, they all went down.
If it had been renewed for a second season, that could have
Yeah, he just
changed.
did a lovely, pretty terrible movie that
It
just came
sounded
out.
bad. Yeah.
But that is Dark Waters, and then I think we got two more. Then we're moving on from seven. Yeah, there's Astrid Saints, which is by Mariano Beno as well. 30 years after his remarkable debut, Dark Waters, director Mario Bana returns with his masterful, haunting, and visionary second feature now presented on disc for the first time ever. Uh, oh boy, this is a tough name to pronounce. Coralina Cataldi Tassoni uh, delivers an extraordinary performance as Astrid, an anguished mother who must navigate another world of obsession, torment, and summoned saints that will bring either true absolution or eternal damnation. He really had a fixation on these types of movies. Okay.
Yeah.
All right. There's an intro by filmmakers Mariano Bena and Carolina Cataldi Tassoni. There's an audio commentary with Watchdog's Tim Lucas, Miracles in Zongoli, The Making of Astrid Saints, Kickstarter promo, Shark Tank audition, pre-production mood videos, trailer, and a short film as well for Astrid Saints. Um, yeah, like I said, these are all available from Severin. And then the last one here is what's the movie we have here? So let's see. I thought there was. Oh, is it? Yeah, number 14, Beyond the Darkness. Uh, the worldwide UHD premiere, 2 discs, 5+ hours of features. It's been condemned as a boy, was that flinch-inducing, stomach-churning, and one of the most sickening movies ever made. Wow, that's a seller. While simultaneously acclaimed as dark poetry, gut-fondling fun. That's never a saying I ever heard in my life, and an astonishing achievement. Now experienced Joe D'Amato's horror masterpiece. Like I never heard the word Joe D'Amato and masterpiece in the same sentence before, but here we are. Like never before, UHG for the first time ever. Cinzia Monreal and Franca Stoppi star in this psychosexual sickle featuring torture, cannibalism, necrophilia, unrequited love, and other perversions. I don't know how many more perversions we can get, but here we are. Fully restored, totally uncensored, and set to a pounding score by Goblin. I'm
Yeah.
assuming the pounding score by Goblin is the main feature of the movie because they made some great scores.
Oh,
Um,
very much.
Severin Films is obscenely proud to present the sordid gem that surpasses its reputation. Also known as Buried Alive and Buio Omega, scanned in 4K from the original camera negative with over 5 hours of all new features and special and whatnot. So uh, let's see. So we've got first disc UHD audio commentary with Kat Ellinger. Oh boy, that means I'm almost obligated to check to be interested in this movie.
Well, I did.
Who?
I watched it, and it's
Oh,
definitely
here
got
we
this.
go. Here we go.
It's
Let me
got
know.
it's in the psycho family of messed up mother son relationships, taken out on bad relationships. With in this case, his it's not a spoil. It happens very early. His girlfriend dies. He likes taxidermy, so very
Oh, here we go.
Bates coded. Um, I don't know. Did Psycho start that? I know everybody's copied Psycho, but like, was Psycho the first one to have that whole taxidermy setup and like the?
That's
like
that's an interesting.
because now like everyone, it's like, oh, it's a copying Psycho, it's a building off of that legacy. But was that where it started, or was there?
I don't know. I'm trying to think. Psycho 1960. I'm trying to think of movies before that dealt with taxidermy.
Yeah.
I don't
It's
know.
like all the tropes that now it's like if you're a killer who's a little weird, you must have a
You must be
dead
into taxidermy.
animal. Yeah, and
Yeah, you have
there's a dead baboon in this. We got.
You have a
we got
weird, sick hobby, I guess.
yeah.
I don't know. Don't ask me why, but Eyes Without a Face is popping into my head, but that doesn't have to
Okay.
do with taxidermy.
Yeah.
That has to do with like medical experiments
Mm-hmm.
and stuff like that. But that's not taxidermy.
Yeah,
That's not
mask
a
horror. Yeah.
hobby. I don't know why that movie's popping into my head. I'm just thinking of earlier horror movie that's dealing
Yeah.
with some type of experimentation. I mean, the Isle of Dr. Moreau. Um, I'm just talking about that story because it was done. Was it The Island of Lost Souls? Wasn't that the one that was?
That was with Charles Lawton.
That's the one with Charles Lawton.
Yeah.
But he's not dealing with like taxidermy. He's like
No.
getting in with
Yeah,
medical
just
experiments.
and the humans that aren't fully human and like hybrid people.
Like the hybrid human animal things going on there. But it's all in the same realm of like messing with nature, I guess. I mean, if they want to extrapolate that, you could say Jurassic Park is, to me, Jurassic Park is kind of like the Island of Dr. Moreau, but with dinosaurs, really.
Yeah.
But yeah, so this movie is fascinating. Just
it's a weird one. It's a better example. Like if you want a better example of all these twisted storylines, it'll keep you interested. And the gore, as advertised, is definitely
in there. Yeah,
it's in there.
I'll say this: they are giving this movie quite a loaded special features package because we not only get that audio commentary with Kat Ellinger, which immediately piques my interest. There's another audio commentary in here as well with Aaron Aubuchon, co-host of Discover the Horror. And then the second disc has got even more stuff on it. Boy, some of these things here. A Necrophile's Love interview with director Aristide Masakezi, also known as Joe D'Amato. The Omega Woman interview with actress Franca Stoppi. Sick Love interview with actress Cynthia Monreal. The Running Girl interview with actress Anna Cardini. Actress Darkness Drafted interview with screenwriter Ottavio Fabri. Necrophilia, the Channel House of Love, or the Carnal House of Love, sorry. When they put the R and the N next to each other, it looks like an M.
It does.
But video essay by visual artist and author Madeline Le Despenser. And then we have Aquarius releasing Terry Levine Talks Buried Alive. Bubio Omega in Brixton locations. Goblin Rebirth performs Bubio Omega live in 2016. That's kind of cool.
Yeah.
Completely random. I love watching John Carpenter perform his music live.
I've never seen it, but that sounds. I
haven't seen it myself, but I've seen
touring too.
I've seen the YouTube videos of people at his concerts, and it's always like in like nightclubish type scenarios and stuff like that. Because when I think of like the movies of Goblin or even like Tangerine Dream, I always think of like John Carpenter as well, because it's all in that same type of like 70s, 80s synth universe that's really unique. It was such a cool form of, energizing the soundtracks of those movies and making them stand out at the time, as opposed to doing like, and this is not besmirching anybody, but like the Jerry Goldsmith's more traditional scores of the time, or even John Williams, which we all know and love, but just getting that little extra edge in there, I always find fascinating.
So that will beat Suspiria for me in terms of Goblin scores. I mean, that movie has the visuals. That could be what it is known for, the visuals, but that score is inseparable. It's amazing.
Yeah, I'm glad you brought that up, because that's like, Suspiria is like my favorite Argento movie. I think it's even, I would say, interesting is that I think last episode I talked about the Luca Guadagnino's remake of Suspiria, because
imprinted that, right?
Yeah, Imprint put it out on Blu-ray a few years ago, and then now it's giving it a 4K UHD upgrade. And I was even saying, as a remake, it's still really good. I mean, it's one of those where like I love the original so much, so the original will always be there, but I don't mind the remake. I don't know if that's a hot take or anything, but
No,
there's certain movies like that I where I don't mind the remakes. I was actually thinking of bringing this up the other day. I'm glad you kind of kickstarted my brain here. Thank you for that. Um,
anytime.
they were thank you. They were showing the Manchurian Candidate, the Jonathan Demme version from
I don't think
2004.
I've seen of course, the
Yeah,
Frankenheimer, but no, I haven't seen the remake.
so the remake, which I think was done in 2004 with like Denzel Washington and Liev
Okay.
Schreiber, is also really good. But I was thinking of like remakes that are maybe not as quite as beloved as the originals, but still hold up, I think, on their own. And I was just thinking of that movie the other day. Excuse me. Yeah, Manchurian Candidate with John Frankenheimer one is an all time classic. Talk about a
Yeah.
movie that still holds up.
Oh,
Political
100%.
conspiracy theories and
Yeah.
political corruption and
It holds up
brainwashing.
too much.
Who would have guessed? Who
Yeah.
would have guessed? Because I brought. Yeah, I think we brought that up on the unwatched pile recently. We talked about Frankenheimer. And I was thinking of like 7 Days in May and
Mhm.
his political movies of the time. Uh, but yeah, so that is it here for um, Severin. I think we'll now let me just check my list. Of course, I've got to. The one thing on Facebook is if you're stuck on a page, they kick you off pretty quickly. So let's see. We've done Indicator, we've done Severin, we've done Imprint. We talked about Kubrick. We just did that. Guess we could go over to. I don't know if you want to go over to Kino because I only have like 2 Kinos,
Yeah,
three,
sure.
actually more like 6. Oh man, there's more of them. Anyhow, so I've got. We have to do Kino. We got to do
Okay.
Eureka. We got to do
Yes.
Arrow. Synapse is putting out Prom Night. That's kind of fun.
Yeah.
And then New Wave and Hammer. Okay, so
Okay.
we got some things to do. Let's move over. Let's keep it. Let's keep the ball rolling. Let me go over to Kino here on the Facebook, as the old people used to call it. Let's see. We'll scroll down to where did I want to start with Kino? I always end up talking about
Hindenburg, maybe?
which one was it?
Hindenburg, maybe? I
Yeah,
don't know
yeah,
which came first.
yeah. The Hindenburg is the first one I got on my list. Yeah, and then yep, that's the place we shall start. The Hindenburg, which is an interesting movie. I
It
didn't realize
was.
how like it's been parodied. I think in movies before. I
Mhm.
didn't quite realize that.
I found
Like,
it just interesting. Like you always hear about it, like in a as the explosion, and like it gets compared to like Titanic and like these tragedies. But what doesn't get focused on, at least I don't feel like as much, is the fact that it had a swastika on it. It was a Nazi aircraft.
yeah,
Like
I didn't
you
know that
focus
either.
on the disaster aspect, but not the historical context of it was coming from Germany. Like it feels like that should have been something
I mean,
very clearly known, or that I do, or maybe it is, and I'm just the one who missed that little detail. But it's like, oh, I
yeah,
didn't remember. I knew it was a tragedy, but I did not know that it was all with World War II and
yeah, same way here. So this movie came out in I think was it 75, 76 or so?
75.
Yes, 1975. This is getting a 4K UHD upgrade. We don't have a date on it yet, and we don't have any special features. It just says brand new HDR Dolby Vision Master. Okay, so this movie primarily stars George C. Scott. Yeah, it's got actually a pretty good cast. It's got George C. Scott, Anne Bancroft, William Atherton, Roy Finns, Gig Young, Burgess Meredith, Charles Durning, Richard A. Dysart, and Joe Turkel. Let's see. Trying to think of who was the director on it. What does it say? Directed by Robert Wise. That's why. Who did The Body Snatcher, The Setup, The Day the Earth
West
Stood
Side
Still,
Story.
West Side Story. These are movies you should be knowing, people. Um, Robert Wise. I think he also. I think he also directed Star Trek: The Motion Picture. If I do recall. Um, but he very famous name Robert Wise
Mhm.
was or is rather, and this movie here is kind of the fictitious version of what may or may not have happened with the Hindenburg.
Yeah.
Famously, in the what was it, mid to late 1930s, the Hindenburg crashes and blows up. Basically, blows up in the sky and then crashes, however you want to say it. And this movie set around the character portrayed by George C. Scott, who is basically placed on the Hindenburg to prevent a possible event from happening. They get a tip from some woman who's the psychic, I guess, who says something bad's going to happen. The Hindenburg's going to blow up over New York or something, and they take it seriously, and they put George C. Scott on the case. So he goes onto the Hindenburg and he starts basically investigating all of these people, and it's like, who could be responsible for this? As we know from history, he doesn't really stop it from happening. It's not an alternate history type of situation here. But so the movie kind of already has a foregone conclusion. Like Rachel said, it's like watching the Titanic. We know the ship's going down. It's just a matter of how and when. Yeah, I was right. So Robert Wise did direct
Star
the
Trek.
Star Trek: The Motion Picture. He also directed the Andromeda Strain, the Sand Pebbles, which is The Sound of Music, The Haunting, which just got a 4K release. That's a great horror film. Odds Against Tomorrow is a great film.
Harry Belafonte.
Yeah, Kino's put that out. I have that. Run Silent, Run Deep, which just talked about Clark Gable.
Clark Gable, yeah.
Yeah, that's a great submarine movie. Then Somebody Up There Likes Me is a Paul Newman film from 1956. It is excellent. It does not, I repeat, does not have a Blu-ray release yet, and it is a crime that it doesn't. He plays the boxer Rocky Marciano.
I have seen that. Okay.
Yeah, and the only way I have it is I have this old DVD. Let's see if I can put myself here on. I have this old Paul Newman collection. This is long out of print. I thought this used many years ago. As you can see, a little bit beat up. And most of these movies have gotten Blu-ray releases already. For example, let's see, does it have it? Oh, Harper and the Drowning Pool have already been released on Blu-ray from Warner Archive. That's Paul Newman as a private detective. It's pretty great. Harper's the first movie that he did in the 60s, and then The Drowning Pool is the sequel that he did in the 70s. It was actually on the other TCM the other night, but Somebody Up There doesn't have a Blu-ray release yet. The Left-Handed Gun is another one that's excellent. That's excellent. Where Paul Newman portrays Billy the Kid.
Okay.
Yeah, it's great. The Young Philadelphian, the Pocket Money, Macintosh Man, but Somebody Up There Likes Me is excellent. Martin Scorsese references this movie in a documentary. I think it's his journey through like American cinema or something, and it's really great. He plays Rocky Marciano, but directed by Robert Wise. So hopefully Warner Archive, if you're listening, put it out on Blu-ray. I'll buy it. You got one. You got one sale. But this movie here is directed by Robert Wise. Like I said, George C. Scott is hot on the case. He needs to say he doesn't really fulfill it, but it's just him kind of dealing with like this investigation on the Hindenburg, right?
Yeah.
I mean,
and it really follows him too. Like you got this great, like very beautiful, like you want to see it cast, but then you don't actually. It's really all about him. I mean, there's scenes with I love Burgess Meredith and Anne Bancroft. And you get scenes with them, but it's not really about the other passengers or what they're going through. I'm very curious what the bonus features are going to be like, because I was wondering, like, are these based on real passengers? Like, how we know the whole resolution that they make out like somebody did deliberately set it off. Like, there's a lot of questions. Like, that history is like whether that was really true or not. But I'm curious, like, how far did they go? Did they have a manifest? Are they real names? Are they real? Was there like Anne Bancroft plays a countess? Was there a countess on board? I'm very I hope there's a commentary or more featurettes that'll really break down what's real.
So the official thing is that it was that it just kind of blew up. That there wasn't any sabotage that happened. It's been mostly conjecture, rumor, conspiracy theory, if you will, that it was sabotaged by an anti-Nazi group that wanted to send a political message against the Nazi Party at the time. Keep in mind, this is before the breakout of World War II, so we're kind of leading to the inevitability of this collision happening over in Europe and, of course, the world. But obviously, during the 30s was the rise of the Nazi Party. Hitler comes to power. All this kind of stuff happens at the time. Of course, there was a lot of political, protesting and things like that in various places in the world. So people So this movie kind of plays on that kind of anti-Nazi protesting idea that this was purposely done for very specific political reasons, which is a fun plot point for a movie, if you will. but yeah, it's kind of like the Hindenburg. The Hindenburg itself to me is a fascinating just vessel aircraft because it's this giant helium balloon that's
Yeah.
slowly going across
Yeah.
the ocean. I mean, if this thing goes down in the ocean, like what's the contingency plan here? Like, I
Yeah,
didn't see any lifeboats on this thing.
I
You
was
know?
just amazed by how many people did survive. Like it wasn't like I didn't
Yeah,
realize the numbers. Just there were a good number that made it. Um, and it just was like I feel like there's you just know about it in general terms. And again, I don't even know. I can't look at this movie as a historical document.
so yeah,
How accurate it is, but it just I didn't realize that a good number of people did survive because it seems like, and because it was landing at the time, it exploded. So I guess that helped in terms of being closer to the ground. But yeah, it's a crazy story, and even just how they film that final sequence, and it's the whole movie's been color, and then all of a sudden they switch to black and white, and it's just an interesting choices made in terms of
yeah, very much so. It's very interesting choices made in terms of like yeah, the way in which it was portrayed. Like you said, even at the very end of the movie, they do like a whole like montage Rolodex of like survive,
mhm.
deceased, survive, deceased, survive, deceased. Um, so it leads me to go back to your earlier point of like how
Yeah.
much of this is indeed accurate in terms of the passengers on this thing, or is it all fictional? I
Yeah, and
don't
then they
really
all of a sudden get glib about it and throw in the dog at the end as one of
know. It
the
survived. Yeah,
yeah,
it
it's like
survived.
really like if and because this was a real tragedy, it's like we're really gonna make it about the dog at this moment. I mean, people did die. It
Hey,
just
I'm
was
one
a
of those
weird,
people. I'm one of those people. If a dog passes away in a movie, I'm upset. So I
yeah,
appreciated that. I appreciate every time I see a horror movie. If I see a pet or an animal, I'm like, it's not making it. There's a
yeah,
good chance it's not making it. It happens all the time.
yeah.
Um,
But was
I
there
get
really
filled
a
it.
dog on the Hindenburg? We need to
Yeah,
know.
yeah, he survived. But I'm just saying the Hindenburg as just a commercial aircraft is fascinating to me, just
Mhm.
because even at the time, like commercial airlines and things like that were relatively new. It's a
Mhm.
relatively new thing. So I'm like, I don't know if I would feel safe traveling in a Hindenburg type of aircraft.
But they
Uh,
had to smoke. We had to keep
I'm like
having
around helium, dude. That stuff's going up like the Fourth of
exactly. But we
July.
can't make people. We can't not smoke for that whole trip. You have to provide your
Yeah,
customers. It's like,
yeah. It's that's a safety thing like you wouldn't believe. But let's move on from the Hindenburg. Before this whole show goes down like the Hindenburg, move on to I believe I put this on the list. Johnny Handsome. So
Mhm.
Johnny Handsome is a movie starring at the time the handsome Mickey Rourke. Um, long before he started his boxing career and had all kinds of surgeries and whatnot. But this was a movie that got a release a couple of years ago, and I believe I watched it and talked about it briefly here on Chasing Labels. I can't remember who put it out. I also can't spell the word handsome to save my life. I always stick an E in there for no reason. Um, let's see, Johnny Handsome. Ironically, this movie starts off with let's see. So Johnny Handsome, I don't know where it got a Blu-ray release from. Oh, it was in the Walter Hill box set from
Okay.
Imprint back in 2023. That's why. Okay. See, we're all making connections here. But this movie is an interesting Walter Hill film. Let's see. Did we get we do get a summary here. So, Revenge has a new face. Film icon Mickey Rourke is Joe Sedley, a petty gangster whose facial deformities earned him the nickname Johnny Handsome. When Johnny and a friend are double crossed during a robbery by two partners, his friend is killed and Johnny is sent to prison. There, a sympathetic surgeon makes a deal to give Johnny a new face and a new shot of life. At life. Once on the outside, Johnny discovers that staying straight isn't easy. It never is. But his new look does open one door for Johnny: Revenge, an electrifying tale from the great Walter Hill, director of The Driver, The Long Riders, and Extreme Prejudice, amongst many others, like so many others. This tough neo-noir thriller features superb performances from Rourke and co-stars Ellen Barkin, Elizabeth McGovern, uh, Forrest Whitaker, Scott Wilson, Lance Henriksen, and Morgan Freeman. So that's a Rolodex of great
Yeah.
actors there. Um, and I really like Walter Hill as a director in general. His movies got an extra grit to them that I really
Mhm.
like. Uh, but First disc is the 4K disc, brand new HDR Dolby Vision Master from 4K scan with 35mm original camera negative. There's a new commentary with Edgar Pablos with film historians Nathaniel Thompson and Howard S. Berger. Another commentary with film critics Elaine Silver and James Orsini. And I think all of those are on the second disc as well. And then you get Codes to Live by Walter Hill and Johnny Handsome. That's 43 minutes long. Okay. Wordsmith interview with writer Ken Friedman. Eye of the Beholder interview with makeup artist Michael Westmore. Action Man interview with stuntman Alan Graff. So this is a nice. I don't know how well it compares with the one from Imprint because I haven't thought about that box set in quite a while. It's actually one of my regrets not buying that box set at the time. But
Yeah.
that's the movie Johnny Handsome. So if you're a fan of Mickey Rourke in the 80s, I know Mickey Rourke now, a little bit of a kind of a crazy man. But Mickey Rourke back in his prime in the 80s was a really great actor.
Yeah.
Yeah, like that Year of the Dragon is really good. Of course, he's in Rumblefish, which I love that Coppola movie Rumblefish.
Yeah.
He's great in that. So he was really great back during his prime in the 80s. So yeah, that's Johnny Handsome. I don't know if you've seen it, Rachel, if you have
I
anything to say
haven't,
about it.
but to go back, we brought up Frankenheimer earlier. I kind of like the theme of like getting plastic surgery done and changing your identity. Like Seconds is a great film from Frankenheimer. You mentioned Eyes Without a Face earlier. Dark Passages with Humphrey Bogart. Like that whole theme.
That movie popped into my head as well.
I'm always interested in that. So this seems like another example. So in that sense, I am interested because I do but I find that a very fascinating in how movies have addressed that whole storyline of and then recasting the act. There's a lot of interesting themes that movies have explored, and I think it's a really works well done visually.
Yeah, I'm always a sucker for like revenge stories as well. Like those are always my thing too. I mean, I think of one of my earliest DVD buys was The Count of Monte Cristo, with was it Guy Pearce and Jim Caviezel? Isn't that who's in that?
Have you seen the new TV show?
I have
The Count of
not.
Monte Cristo. It's really fun on PBS.
I gotta check it out because they've been talk about something that's been adapted quite a few times. I don't know what's going on recently, but The Count of Monte Cristo has been getting a lot of love over on like Instagram and TikTok, like Book Talk and Bookstagram and stuff like that.
It's a good book. It's a huge book, but it's a really good one.
Yeah. It's a thick read, but people have been picking it up and recommending it to people and stuff like that. I don't know why, because it's been adapted so many times, so it's back in the zeitgeist. But yeah, I can't remember if it's been re-adapted recently, other than that PBS one you were just talking about. I thought there was like a French movie done recently that was Count of Monte Cristo remake.
Or I know they've done a lot of Three Musketeers, which was also Dumas.
Very true.
I know there was a French, I think, with Eva Green.
So many Three Musketeers that they've done. I mean, they've readapted that so many times. I mean, they just put out the Richard Lester ones on Blu-ray and 4K. Both Studio Canal and Criterion put those out.
Yeah, I got the Studio Canal before the Criterion was announced.
I reported. I talked about them both on here, and I was like, well, it's a little awkward if you just bought the Studio Canal one. Criterion is right behind you. I wish there was a little bit more of a heads up with those things. They came out like within a year of each other. It was very, very close. Just so close. What's not close here is Django Shoots First. Talk about Studio Canal. This is a new 4K restoration by Studio Canal. It's got a new audio commentary by filmmaker Alex Cox. It's always great to see him pop up. He's been doing a lot of special features lately. Dust and Gunfire, Glenn Saxon on Django Shoots First, and then there's the Italian and English audio options. So this is a spaghetti western. Isolated desert town of Silver Creek has a new visitor, a mysterious lone rider whose only possessions seem to be his horse, his gun, and a dead body. His name is Django, portrayed by Glenn Saxon. The feared and brutal gunslinger and the rotting corpse is his father. A wanted outlaw, Django plans to cash in on his father's bounty, only to discover that his dad was an innocent man. Now the hunt is on to destroy the men responsible for his demise in this thrilling spin-off of the legendary Django series of spaghetti westerns starring Franco Nero. That's what Django is directed. Who portrayed Django in the movie Django, Franco Nero, directed by cult favorite Alberto Di Martino. So this movie, I was wondering if this movie was connected to the Django movie at all. It's not really at all.
Yeah.
It's kind of just a different story with
They
somebody.
literally give him another name,
Yeah,
like they go
like
keep going back and
his
forth.
nickname is Django. That's not even his name. So did you end up getting to see
I
this?
did, because I'm a
Okay.
sucker for spaghetti westerns. Like,
Oh,
I'll
nice.
be picky about noirs. Like, if I'm not crazy about it, I'll turn it off. But even a bad western, and this is not a bad western. It's
Hmm.
fun. He has some very good monologues. Like I said, I like Deadwood, so I like a good monologue. And he has a lot on his father's gravesite and just talking to himself. And yeah, it's a fun time.
So the premise of the movie is that like the movie opens in very like dark and twisted, almost darkly comedic way, where
Yeah.
the person the person who killed his father, he comes upon his campsite
Mm.
and introduces himself as like, yeah, that's my father, and he kills the guy, takes his father's body, and is going to cash in because his father apparently is a wanted man for like $5,000.
Yeah, he
It's not
hasn't seen
not a
him for
small amount.
years.
Yeah, not a small amount for that time. And but but come to find out, like his father was actually an innocent man who was set up by other people, and it's come to find out that his father is actually like he owns like half the town or something. It's something where you learn a lot of things you didn't know about after the fact.
A lot of
So
coincidences.
not a coincidence. And now he's got it. Now he basically has to get revenge for his deceased father, and there's a romance subplot in there as well. Yes, it is a lot of fun. It's a short
Yeah.
spaghetti western as well, so it's not a huge time commitment. 96 minutes. But yeah, it's pretty great. So there's the ad for the summer sale that's currently going on. This is because I really want to get the Christopher Reeve movie. That's something I have to get my hands on. Um, so then so so they are releasing. I don't think I put this on the list, but they are releasing in 4K the War Wagon, which is the western with John Wayne and Kirk Douglas. I talked about this when it was announced many moons ago. Um, that's coming out. I want to see what else I put on the list here. Um, I'm so bad about going back to the
The
list. So
British noir set.
yeah,
I
okay,
forget which number. Number two, I think.
they're at number
Or was
four
it
actually.
four?
Which
Okay. Yeah.
damn. Yeah, we have British Noir Collection number 4, Le Shock, which stars Elaine Delon and Catherine
Yes.
Deneuve, which I watched last night.
Same.
Uh,
I actually watched it earlier today.
nice. Let's move along to let me move up to that. Hold on, did I go too far up, or did I not go far down enough?
It might be. I think it's down further.
Yeah. So there's Stallone's Daylight, which is what it did come out, but then they took it off the release schedule. But people already got their copies of it. So here is British Noir number 4 already. 4K restorations by Studio Canal. Now this has the Tech Man Mystery from 1954. Time is My Enemy from also from 1954, and They Can't Hang Me from 1955. Well, they can, but I only got to see the Tech Man Mystery. These are kind of like B British noirs, I think. And
Yeah. I saw
did you
Time
get?
is My Enemy.
Yeah.
I just was double checking, but yeah, Time is My Enemy, and I actually enjoyed that one a lot.
Okay.
This isn't a spoiler, because I made sure to check the description because I didn't read it, so it was a surprise to me. But basically, this woman, she thought her husband was dead. I forget if she's remarried or she's just engaged to a new guy. Then husband turns out not dead. He didn't die in the war. So he comes back. He just committed a robbery, so he's on the run from the cops, and so he's doing all this blackmail stuff. And it's just a little silly, but I just had a really fun time with it, and I liked that it was a female lead, and it just, yeah, it's a minor work, but it just was a fun way to spend. It's not too long. It was just very solid.
Oh yeah, these movies are really short. Like
Yeah.
yeah, so they're all rather short, which is nice. Especially if you're watching a bunch of movies in a row. I watched the Tech Man Mystery, and I thought that was fine. Kind of, like I said, kind of a B movie,
Mm-hmm.
um, B movie, British noir stuff. British noir is interesting to me because it feels different than
Mm-hmm.
American noir. I don't know why. I don't know if you've
Yeah.
noticed that. Like it, I don't know. There's a distance there that I'm
Yeah, I
not
kind
quite
of like
connecting
that
with.
sometimes. I like it, but I think it's parallel, but you have a lot of spy dramas, which they can sometimes tiptoe in the noir too. And I just kind of like that very professional, very straightforward, very blunt usually in their answers, and it just like I kind of like that directness that they have sometimes.
Right, right. So they don't list special features for this other than because it just says coming soon. There's not even a
Mhm.
date. Got it. I didn't know if each of these were coming from any new scan or 4K restorations. I didn't know if there was going to be a commentary on any of these or any special features. But I guess we will have to wait and see. But Walk a Tightrope is another film noir. Excuse me for a second. Excuse me.
Bless you.
Um, and this movie, I know they announced a little while ago, and now we're getting all of the details. So coming on July 28th, which is pretty soon to be this month. Actually, it's this month already. Um, this movie's another short one, 69 minutes long. Happiness is a tightrope. Some like it successful, some fail. Or some walk it successful, some fail, and some kill it to preserve it. This taut British thriller tells the story. Excuse me, I'm
Bless you.
getting sick here of Ellen, a young American happily married to Jason, a rich English businessman. One day, Ellen frantically informs her husband that she is being followed. Bewildered by this strange occurrence, he tries to find out why, but his chance of finding out the reason quickly vanishes when the stranger, played by Dan Duryea, shows up at his door and shoots him, killing him instantly. From this point, the tension and excellent ramp up to a surprise climax that will keep you guessing until the final minutes. As the woman haunted by her past, Owens gives a gripping star performance, as does Durea, who adds another sniveling villain to his impressive cinematic rogues gallery. This is another kind of tight British noir thriller. I saw this a while ago. I don't know if you
Okay.
got to see it, Rachel.
No, not yet. I wanted to, and I will probably because I love
Yeah,
Dandoria, so this is one that very much I will be picking up at
right
some
on.
point.
I do recommend checking it out because, like I said,
Yeah.
70 minutes is a short runtime, and it's a rather tight, plot's constantly moving forward. It doesn't waste any time.
Mhm.
It's a little mystery in there as well as like why is this person get shot and killed? Like what is the mystery behind that? Yeah, I remember watching this a few months ago.
Yeah.
Uh, so it's really good. So and then we get to Le Shock, which both of us got to see.
Yes.
I watched this last night, and my comment on this on my post on Facebook was like, you couldn't find two more beautiful people to put in a movie together. But the movie itself is just kind of like okay, in my opinion. What did you think?
It's a weird one because it's like he's trying. It's the old classic story of the criminal who doesn't, or in this case, assassin who doesn't want to be an assassin anymore
Right?
and ends up at a turkey farm. It happens to everyone.
Yeah,
Um,
a lot of turkeys, a lot
and
of
they
turkeys.
look like Elaine Delon. And
Yeah,
suddenly, also at the turkey farm because that's where Katrina Nova would hang out. That's where she's working, and she's married, but that doesn't matter.
no.
Um,
Now, when you get these two beautiful people on screen
no,
together,
I mean,
they have to come together in a
yep,
romantic, sexual way. You can't waste the opportunity of
no.
Alain Delon and Catherine Deneuve together.
I mean,
Come
to
on,
me, the power couple will always be La Piscine with Elaine Delon and Rami Schneider.
yeah,
That one is,
that's a good one.
yeah.
Oh, Lapi, yeah, where I don't think Alain Delon puts a shirt on in that movie the whole time.
No, but here we
He
get
does
him in the
not.
shower. So I mean, it's
He's
just,
hanging out by the pool shirtless the whole movie.
yep.
In Lapi. But anywho, in this movie, yeah, it's like Rachel said, he's a hitman for bad people, organized crime. You know what I'm saying? Once you get in bed with them, you can't get out. And he wants to retire. And they're like, yeah, you know too much. You can't retire. You're
Yeah,
here
we got
forever.
another job. We already had you on the schedule, so we can't replace you.
Mm-mm. You're not getting out of this. So, so they send guys after him to, kind of convince him to stick around. Needless to say, he doesn't. And he, like Rachel said, he goes to the countryside to a turkey farm, and Captain Deneuve's there, and they have a romance. But something happens that draws him back to Paris and back to his old life. Keep in mind, this movie is like 90 minutes, not a lot happening. And other than them, like kind of getting together,
Yeah,
and
which
then
is a
he
very
goes
rushed love story.
very rushed love story. Like they have like one or two like actual chemistry
Mhm.
making scenes together, and one of them is like a full on romance scene between both of them.
Yep.
And then he goes back to Paris, and he's got to deal with his old cronies, his old
Mhm.
friends,
Yep.
who still want him to do a job, I guess. I don't know how you could trust him, but that's the movie.
And they
And
keep pointing guns at him, and everybody else around him ends up dead. But they'll always wait a second before shooting him, so he figures out a way to
yeah,
not
it's
get killed. Yeah.
it's got every cliche in the book in
Yep.
this movie, but it's Alain Delon. He's gorgeous
Yep.
to look at. Catherine Deneuve's gorgeous to look at. You get some action later in the movie. This guy and this release is an audio commentary by entertainment journalist Brian Reisman and Talia. Oh boy, I'm gonna butcher this poor lady's name. Uh, Sophomanian. I don't know how to pronounce that, but yeah, that's it in terms of the movie. If you're a fan of Alain Delon, if you're a fan of Catherine Deneuve, and you want this movie, this movie's available for you. I think that's it in terms of Kino. I don't know what else I've got in there.
I think that might
Um,
be it.
yeah, that was it for Kino. Now let me go over quickly to Blu-ray.com so we can talk about Prom Night. I don't know if you've ever seen the movie Prom Night.
I didn't remember I had watched it until I started seeing that opening sequence, and then it like instantly came back with the kids and what happens when they go into the abandoned building, and like it's like I totally didn't remember that sequence. And then as soon as I saw that sequence, it's like everything
Oh boy.
came crashing back.
So I guess I could do this the old-fashioned way. Hold on, let me check. Of course, they don't have the
new cover.
they don't have they don't have the press release for it, but I've got it here on the forums. So Synapse just revealed on their podcast that the rights issues involving Prom Night and another movie have been settled, and mentioned that they were able to renew.
Oh, I love Curtains. I didn't. Sorry, I didn't.
Yeah,
But
Curtains,
Curtains
yeah.
is really good. I missed that part that might be coming soon, so that's cool.
Yeah, Synapse. So it's getting new 4K Dolby Vision and Atmos. I wonder if I go to Synapse's website, they'll have it up. We do a quick Google search. Of course, this is going to get me to the actual medical terms of Synapse, and not not Synapse Films. Be careful what you Google, people. You never know what you're gonna find. There it is. This is this is what I'm looking for.
Yeah, Curtains has Samantha Eggers. That's a really good Canadian very very good slasher. If you like Black Christmas, it has that like kind of attachment to the characters thing.
Oh, very cool.
Yeah,
I gotta check it out because I have not seen it. Okay,
yeah, I think that's on or at least it was on Tubi at one point.
I'm gonna check it out. Let's see. So Prom Night, 1980, starring Jamie Lee Curtis. Of course, this was after she had done Halloween. I don't know if this was I think this was before she did Halloween 2. Okay. I think Halloween 2 may have come after this. But still, she had already been established as a scream queen by this time. Apparently, this release here is coming out in August. August 3rd, 2026. There's a possibility of shipping this item much earlier, depending on blah, 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 blah. The past won't stay buried, and tonight it's out for blood. 4 Hamilton high school students are harboring a terrible secret. 6 years ago, the game these kids played and what happened to Robin Hammond was reckless and fatal. Someone saw what they did to her, someone waiting to enact gruesome revenge. Donning a black hood, a killer brutally slaughters the teenagers one by one at their high school prom. As the spotlight falls on the new prom king and queen, the psychopath will show everyone a new favorite game to play. Are you ready for a bloody night of disco madness? So this movie, as well as a bunch of other 80s slashers, kind of follows similar premise where there's a killer on the loose and there's murders happening centered around a specific area, location. I'm thinking of like Slumber Party Massacre. I'm thinking of like Sleepaway Camp. I'm thinking, all of those types of movies. This just happens to be Prom Night, and it's happening on Prom Night. Of course, we have Jamie Lee Curtis here bringing her star power to the film. I saw this a couple of years ago. I forget. I think Synapse already put this out on Blu-ray. I think that's why I had watched it at the time. But now it's getting a 4K release. Lovely, cool cover here. Let me see if they got some special features as well. But let's see. Killer special features, all new 4K remaster of the original 35mm camera negative by Synapse Films in Dolby Vision, HDR10 compatible as well, all new Dolby Atmos surround sound mix, created by Synapse, audio commentary with director Paul Lynch and screenwriter William Gray, and moderated by Pat Jankowitz. The Horrors of Hamilton High, The Making of Prom Night, Horrors Hallowed Grounds, Prom Night, hosted by Sean Clark and Scott on Tape. Additional scenes added for the television broadcast, outtakes, still gallery, original theatrical trailer, TV and radio spots as well. New slipcase artwork by Sean Long, more reversible cover art as well. And there's a trailer you can watch online for the movie. The movie. Yeah. If you're into, like I said, 80s slashers, this is definitely one that fits right in the mold with a lot of the other ones. Uh, yeah, I vaguely remember being entertained by it. I'm always, um, yeah, I've always been a fan of Jamie Lee Curtis. I mean, Halloween is actually my favorite like horror franchise. So
Okay.
I guess I'm biased when it comes to. I watch Halloween every single year on Halloween, um,
Okay.
just as a tradition. And I've seen the movie a bunch of other times as well. I've owned that movie so many times in so many formats at this point. Um, so I guess I am biased
Yeah.
towards Jamie Lee Curtis, but I think that's it for that. And then we have You Shoot, I Shoot from New Wave Video, which I did get to see.
One thing
Let
I
me,
will say about Prom Night is it
yeah,
has a
yeah,
lot of, because Jamie Lee Curtis is really good dancer, so it has some fun dance scenes, but they're filmed terribly in that it's like the back of her head, but it's clearly her. Like it's the kind of filming that like you'd expect it to be like a stunt double, like she couldn't dance, but no, Jamie Lee Curtis can dance. It's just they're filming the back of her head the whole time, and I don't know why, because they don't have to hide anything.
yeah. Sounds
So
like some bad. Hold on, let me see if I. It sounds like some bad editing choices.
yeah, definitely.
So let's see. Ah, there it is. Uh, yeah. So moving over now to New Wave Video, our friends over in Australia have their label, and their newest one, which is coming out in August, is called You Shoot, I Shoot. This is an interesting movie.
Agreed.
Um, yeah, I don't know if you got to see
I
it.
did.
Oh, awesome! I'm glad
Yeah.
because I couldn't explain this movie without some help. So
Cool.
I need you to help explain this movie to
Sure.
people.
So basically, it's another film about a hired killer, and indeed, to make another connection, the hired killer in this movie loves Alain Delon, or looks at to him, or specifically in Le Samurai, as an idol, which I love. The pop culture references and like the homages to the past films. So he loves Alain Delon, and he's a hired killer, and it's a comedy. So it's definitely like it's that kind of humor that cutting edge. But I
Yeah,
found it actually quite it's dark humor, but I
yeah. I'll say
found it
dark
very
as dark can
good.
be. Hmm.
And he's like, and it's also got peeping Tom energy because basically
Yeah,
he ends up getting a client who wants him to film it, and he tries to film it and be the killer at the same time. And turns out you need more than one person to do that. So he ends up finding another guy who loves Scorsese and wants
yeah.
is
So
and
yeah, yeah. So many Scorsese references in this movie,
yep,
just just offhand.
yeah, it's beautiful, and it just and he gets roped into. He doesn't quite realize what he's signing up for. It's not even voluntary at first, and he thinks it's just going to be literally, hey, we're shooting a fake death scene, not actually we're going to murder people and put it on camera. But he gets roped into it, and it's just this dark comedy, and it's quite funny. Um, and yeah, I really enjoy. I'd never heard of it before. I did not know what to expect. But I was quite pleasantly. It's one of my. This is one of the like top 3 films that I watched leading up to this as prep. I really liked
Yeah,
this.
I really enjoyed it as well. Like I said, movie references in a movie will always hook me in. And yeah, and it's just like it's such an oddball type of premise where this guy is a hitman. He gets hired by people, but this one client of his wants him to record it. Like, will pay him like extra to record it,
Yeah.
and first he tries to do it himself, and it is awful.
Yep.
It's so bad. Like it's like when when somebody like puts the GoPro cameras on them. But this movie was before GoPro was really a thing.
And what's
Um,
great is how long it takes he's trying to convince this woman that it's good
yeah, it's like
footage. It's like we're going
this
to
is
sit
my
through the
shot,
whole
and stuff like
tape.
that, but it's off angle. It's awful. The camera's bouncing around like a Doug Liman
Mhm.
film. It's like watching Born Identity, but he's shaking the camera even
Yeah, and he
more.
keeps saying, "You just don't understand. Maybe if I narrate it and point out what's happening, it'll make it
Yeah,
make
maybe
sense." And it's
that'll
like,
save it. I'll
yeah,
ADR it.
yeah,
So he brings in this other guy to shoot it for him, and like Rachel said, like this guy kind of doesn't really know what he's getting himself into.
Mhm.
But then when he gets more and more into it, it's like he's starting to make his own movies about it. Like he's so particular about the shots he wants to get,
Mhm.
about the angles he wants to get, about the editing he wants to get. There's even sometimes where he wants to do a second take after a hit has already happened. And it's
Yep.
like, yeah, you can't do it. This is a one take scenario here.
Yeah.
It's
And
so
it's
it's
like
really
also like some
funny.
of the shots too, like we brought up Peeping Tom to do another callback, but it's very much because Peeping Tom is all about the guy who wants to film the murders and use the camera as a weapon and play off the idea of shooting a gun, shooting a camera. It's just a lot of
He
metaphors, and
gets
it's
so into it.
yeah,
So into it, like obsessively into it, and when he's editing these things together. This movie came out, I think. Oh goodness,
early
2000.
2000s, right?
I want to say like 2001, something like
I
that. So
want probably.
so we're talking like a while. Yeah, 2001. It says year 2001. So put yourself in back in 2001 if you are indeed that old. Digital cameras back then were not the way they are now. I mean, there was no camera phones back in
Mm-mm.
2001. Those didn't really pop up until a couple of years later. I remember getting like the first camera phones when I was in high school. And once you got those, you were the coolest person in town. But uh, back in 2001, you had like camcorders, like handheld camcorders and stuff, like DV cams and stuff like that. Heck, that's what Danny Boyle used to shoot 28 days later. But like the quality wouldn't be good. You had to edit, and the editing software wasn't the way it is now, and stuff like that. So it's a bit of a nostalgic trip back then as well. But um, yeah, I think it was really what an ingenious type of movie. So,
Mm-hmm.
for special features, we have quite a few here. We've got two audio commentaries. Audio commentary by the director Peng Ho Chung, editor Vendors Lee, and composer Peter Cam. Audio commentary by critic James Marsh and cinema historian Pierce Conran. Legacy making a featurette. Deleted scenes with the introduction by the director. There's a blooper reel. The Killings DV footage, music video for the theme song, theatrical trailer. There's a booklet featuring essay by the director, and then there's a slipcover by with artwork by Lucas Peveril featuring UV/spot gloss. And like I said, this is coming out in early, uh, or in October. Yeah, in August. My bad. In August. So next up here, before we get to our grand finale, we do have one Hammer film to talk
Yes,
about, and that is Whoever Slew Auntie Roo. Uh, and this is an interesting movie. I don't know if you got to see it.
I did.
Re-
And I
Oh,
actually
great!
I had seen it before, but I rewatched it.
Oh, nice.
Um,
Let me see if I
'Cause
can.
I like those grand Guignol, hag exploitation, whichever you want to call it. I do tend to gravitate towards those films.
It is part of that, and I'm gonna say
Yeah.
this, and this is it's part of the old biddy subgenre of movies.
Hmm.
That's what it was. Many of those movies featuring old actors who, uh, were just kind of looking for work past their golden
Yeah.
age primes,
Yeah.
if you
Basically,
will.
whatever happened to Baby Jane happened, and then
Yeah,
every movie had to come up with a new title with a classic film star who was slightly older, but we're going to make out like she's ancient now, even though she's not.
yeah. In context, now looking back on it, yeah, those actresses weren't like
No,
super super old, but they made
not
them
at
seem like
all.
they were like
Hmm.
in their
Past their
80s and
prime.
90s.
Yeah.
But you're right. Whatever happened to Baby Jane, once that thing became a success, that genre kind of kicked off from there.
Hmm.
Um, it's yeah. So this movie here is fascinating to me because it plays on the Hansel and Gretel fairy tale,
Hmm.
and it stars Shelley Winters, the two-time Oscar-winning Shelley Winters, is in this movie, and she is going to the nines in this film playing this character because
Yeah,
this
she is
character
scary. Like
is
if you were a little
crazy.
kid put under her care, she would be terrifying
Yeah,
in some
so Hammer
movies.
Films is preparing a Blu-ray release of Curtis Harrington's Whoever Slew Auntie Roo. Now, Curtis Harrington did the movie Night Tide,
Hmm.
which is the
Dennis
movie
Hopper,
starring
fantastic.
Dennis Hopper, who falls in love with a mermaid. That Indicator put out a great limited edition release of that
Hmm.
years ago, which is long out of print, and I still want it to
They
this
still
day.
have the standard though, don't they?
Yeah, there's a
Okay.
standard, and I think also Kino put out a Blu-ray of it as well.
Okay.
So it's available. It's available. But this movie stars Shelley Winters, Mark Lester, Chloe Franks, Ralph Richardson, and Lionel Jeffries. The release is scheduled to arrive on the market on August 24th. With a script co-written by Hammer's Jimmy Sangster, Whoever Slew Auntie Roo, excuse me, black humored riff on Hansel and Gretel co-stars Ralph Richardson, Lionel Jeffries, and of course Mark Lester, and has been painstakingly restored by Hammer in 2K from the original film negatives. Gaslit by her domestic staff in cahoots with a phony medium, Auntie Rue's tenuous grip on sanity snaps when she kidnaps young Katie during an annual Christmas party for local orphans. Unable to convince anyone that his sister's life is in imminent danger, Katie's brother must try to rescue her himself. That is the movie in a nutshell. What this doesn't tell you is that this character, Auntie Rue, she had a young girl, and the younger girl, Katie, reminds her of her daughter, who also was named Katie as well. It's a little connecting there. And this movie's um, Shelley Winters is giving me like Norman Bates vibes, like Anthony Perkins vibes from Psycho in this movie.
Yeah.
Specifically, there's a direct reference to something like that. I don't want to spoil it, obviously, but I'll say this: that Shelley Winters, you're right, is frightening in this movie because she is unhinged.
But also, she's grieving, so like in the beginning, like the kids are kind of cruel, and then she, of course, crosses the line.
Oh, of course.
But there is that aspect that she is a grieving mom who has been alone too much just with her servants who are not out to help her. They are just using her as well or wanting to get money, even though she doesn't even seem to have that much money. That's the whole thing.
Yeah.
She's not paying her bills.
No, she's giving all her money to a medium, a grifting medium who's connecting her to her dead daughter.
And who her like butler main servant is working with the medium to like stage it to fake voices, and with the maid they're all behind her back doing all these, but so like you feel bad for her, but also then she loses it a little bit.
Yeah. You feel some type of empathy and sympathy for a grieving mother, but then as she gets further down the almost exploitative caravan here, you realize it's not quite right. It's not quite right.
Not at all.
Not at all. But this release here is another in a long line of Hammer releases recently that have been really, really good. Hammer set out a slate earlier on this year of a whole graphic of releases they wanted to put out this year, and they've been filling in that graphic ever since with a whole bunch of stuff. This one's another one that they've been moving out right along, that we've been covering here on Chasing Labels. So way to go, Hammer, for putting out another one. And I think now this brings us over to Eureka and then Arrow, and then we will be finished.
All right.
So right away over to Eureka. We only got 2 releases, but they're both box sets, but one's a double feature and the other one is a legitimate box set. We have Cruel Tales of the Bohachi, that's a 4K Blu-ray box set. And then we've got Eastern Trails Westerns of DEFA. Once again, Eureka's putting out a DEFA box set. What's their name? Deaf Crocodile is putting out DEFA stuff.
Are they going to be doing one? Because I know they both did the fairy tales. I wasn't sure if there was going to be another parallel announcement.
Let me go over to Deaf Crocodile because I felt like I just talked about them doing like an animation one.
Okay.
Let me go over to.
I know they're doing like Cat City or like a Cat City double feature.
They did just put out their Cat City double feature. Let's see, a Black Rabbit just came out.
Yeah, I pre-ordered that one. But I pre-ordered it with some other titles, so I don't have it yet.
Gotcha. Let's see. Huh. Yeah, I'm just looking quickly over at let me go to their shop, actually. Ba-ba-ba-bum.
Or at least it's not going to have that, like, direct, like, where the fairy tales came out at the same time, so you knew they were going to have... And you kind of need both, because they're not exactly the same. There's a few titles.
Yeah, there's the DEFA fairy tale set. Yeah, so I don't know where I saw animation. I don't know. Maybe I just saw something else here that was animation. You know what it was? No, so there's Treasures of the Soviet Animation. That's the standard release. Hold on. I had this listed under best-selling. Perhaps I should do new to old. I'm looking over here on my other browser. Let's see. Yeah, the Cat City Collection, The Arrival from the Darkness, Tomorrow, which that musical. Let's see. Oh, anyway, I don't want to get stuck on it for too long. But either way, the DEFA is getting a lot of love now from both Deaf Crocodile and Eureka. and this is another one of that's been put out by Eureka. And I guess we'll start with it just because
Yeah.
um feels like a appropriate place to start. So this, let's see, once again, this is going to drive me crazy. So description: a close relation to the spaghetti western, Indian or film, later called Red Westerns due to their politics, were some of the most popular genre movies produced by East Germany's state operated film studio, DEFA, focusing on the struggle of indigenous tribes against European settlers. They disrupted the frontier myths central to the American Western and made a bona fide star of Gotchko Michik, whose appearances in a long line of action packed westerns for DEFA made him one of the most famous faces in Europe. Oh boy, Michik's stars in all four of the films presented here. Chingakuch, oh, I can't pronounce that. How Chingachgook, the Great Serpent, the Fatal Error, Apaches, and Blood Brothers, based on the James Fenimore Cooper's the Deer Slayer, the Great Serpent sees the eponymous Mohican set out to rescue his kidnapped bride to be. With the help of a hunter known as Deer Slayer, in Fatal Error, Native Americans living at the foot of the Rocky Mountains come to regret doing business with the corrupt Wyoming Oil Company. Apaches follows a young warrior as he sets out to avenge the massacre of his tribe at the hands of a ruthless mercenary. Finally, Blood Brothers stars Dean Reed, an actor and singer-songwriter, nicknamed the Red Elvis, as an American deserter who comes to fight alongside a Native American tribe. Um, so I didn't get to see all of these. I think I got to see two.
I saw two too. I saw the one that we were struggling with the name, the first one,
Yeah,
the Great Serpent, and I watched Apaches.
I watched Apache as well. I'm just checking my letterboxd over on the other browser. I tried to watch that first one, which I cannot pronounce to save my life. It is available on YouTube.
Mm-hmm.
I just couldn't find the special features to play along with it.
Oh, okay. Oh, the subtitles, you mean?
Yeah, subtitles. What am I? Yeah,
Okay, yeah. There was at least one that worked because that's where
oh,
I found it.
gotcha. Okay. Let's see. Where are you? Yeah, I saw Blood Brothers and I saw Apache. Those are the two I saw.
Okay.
Yep, those are the two I saw. So we kind of divide and conquered on that a little bit.
Exactly.
Um, but if you have something to say,
I do. I'm really actually excited about this set.
oh, nice.
I love. Like I said, I'm a sucker for westerns, and I just found these really interesting. I didn't like we talk about the Italian westerns all the time, but I have not really seen German westerns before, other than the co-productions. So it just was a really interesting perspective. Also just focusing on the indigenous characters, which American westerns don't do as much.
Never at all.
Yeah,
Really.
basically, yeah. I mean, we have Rock Hudson playing one, in I think a Douglas Sirk film, which isn't great. And I mean, but it was really an interesting take. There's still flaws. I mean, everyone's speaking German, so there's that little disconnect of, why are they? Because it's set in America, or I think Apaches was set in Mexico. So there is that disconnect there. A lot of bad wigs still is an issue. I don't know why that was so rampant. But I thought the star was really interesting. He's very silent for most of the film. But he's still somehow very charismatic, which just speaks to the fact that without many lines of dialogue, you just buy him as the lead and you follow him. Yeah, I enjoyed it a lot. We haven't read through the bonus features yet, but I love anything Michael Brooks does for second run. Usually that's when I see him in like Czech films. So I'm excited to see him talk about a Western, and I'm just very interested to learn about the history, why this was their niche that they decided, the angle that they decided to take.
Yeah, I didn't realize. So DEFA, I have to bring this out every single time because it's the only one I got from them. But I might as well bring it out now. Let's see. I've got one of the Eureka ones, ironically. I've got Rack and Ruin.
Okay.
Yeah, I've got Rack and Ruin, the Rubble film at DEFA. And yeah, I wasn't aware of the kind of diverseness of DEFA over the years. Like they did the fairy tales, they did political films like after World War II.
Yeah, I think they did a sci-fi set too, and
yeah,
then that Crocodile did like a parallel one.
Yeah, they did a sci-fi set too. so I didn't realize the diversity of genres that they got into.
Yeah.
Um, and I just kind of learning who like what that studio is on the fly, basically through the Eureka and the Deaf Crocodile stuff going on. But I'm very intrigued. I'm very intrigued by
Mhm.
all of it. The fairy tales were very interesting to me, just because there's
I'm
taking
very
these
looking forward to checking that out.
these classic like Little Red Riding Hood and Rumpelstiltskin and stuff like that. Like they would, but the way in which they interpreted them, and the way in which the production looked like a play, like in like a local studio or something. It was
Yeah.
so fascinating. The everything was practical. Like people were wearing like the big bad wolf is a person in a suit. It looks so weird, but it also kind of works for the vibe they're going. Um, it's very very interesting.
Hmm.
Uh, but yeah, so but this one here is also interesting because it is all westerns from the indigenous perspective. Like you're saying, at a time in which those movies weren't really being made.
Hmm.
And of course there was a lot of whitewashing going on in Hollywood. We all know of the history with that. Uh, but these were kind of like fascinating from that perspective and just their interpretation of what the West looked like. Because these are, East German made films. Like what would their look of the West be? And it's rather similar to what the westerns that were being made here
Yeah,
looked like as
very
well. Just the
much.
settings and all that, and the history they were playing on of the old West and the lawlessness and all this kind of stuff. Um, I rather like I said, I only got to see Apache and I only got to see Blood Brothers,
Yeah.
and those are the two ones that were available. Some of these were available to stream on Canopy.
Hmm.
If you have a library card, you can stream them on Canopy. Those two specifically.
Yeah.
Like I
Yeah, the
said,
only one I couldn't find at all was the Fatal
yeah,
Edition. Yeah,
Fatal
or
Error.
yeah, the Fatal Error. Okay. But yeah.
But for special features, let's get into these new 4K new restorations of all four films by DEFA, original German soundtracks, optional English subtitles, new audio commentary on Apaches by film historian Michael Brook, like you mentioned, our friend Michael Brook. He's been here a couple of times. He also works over with Indicator as well.
Hmm.
Um, so he pops up on there sometimes. But he also you're right, on Second Run.
Hmm.
He's gotten some special features on there. He's done a lot with like Eastern European cinema or just middle to Eastern European cinema. I
Yeah.
see him pop up on a lot of those releases. Um, let's see. Singing Cowboy has new interview on Dean Reed and Blood Brothers with East German film expert Sean Allen, co-editor of Reimagining DEFA. Old West, New Perspective, new video essay on the depictions of the American West in DEFA's Indiana film by Western scholar, what's that, Jenny Bennett, author of Shooting the Civil War, archival musical performance by Dean Reed, limited collector's edition, 2,000 copies, hardbound slipcase with interior packaging featuring new artwork by Colin Murdoch, limited edition 60-page collector's book featuring part one of a new extended essay on the history of the DEFA. That's how they get you. They say part one. It's kind of like those special features, but they'll have like, oh, this is part one of a documentary, and then to
Oh,
get part two, you got
cool.
to get the next release
Because they
of
said there's like that the main actor, like he was, I think there's like 24 of these films, or let's say
wow,
approximately, and he was in like 18 or 20. Like he's in most of them. So
wow,
I'd like that confirmation that there probably will be a second set coming.
yeah. I mean, they seem to have a pretty good relationship with Eureka right now,
Mm.
and of course with Deaf Crocodile too. But the other set here is a double feature of the Cruel Tales of Bohachi, and you get let's see, excuse me, based on the popular manga by Lone Wolf and Cub creator Kazuo Koke and Gazeki Kojima. Bohachi Bushido Code of the Forgotten Eight is one of the standout films in the career of Teruo Ishii, known in Japan as King of Cult, a bloody and erotic samurai tale starring an assassin with a death wish. It paved the way for Takashi Harada's spiritual successor, Bohachi Bushido, the villain. So, this first film in this set here, we've talked about it here on Chasing Labels once upon a time, because a couple of years ago, I think about a year ago, actually, or maybe a year or two, Mondo Macabro put this out on Blu-ray. So it's
Okay.
already got a release here. And I remember talking about it at the time because I watched it, and it is a movie. It's a movie dealing with samurais, but it's a Mondo Macabro. Mondo Macabro puts out some really interesting stuff.
They do.
And so that release from Mondo Macabro I think it came out a while ago. So yeah, I'll read the premise here. Code of the Forgotten Eight sees a nihilistic Ronin, Ashita, join the sadistic Bohachi clan, a group of corrupt samurai who operate a prostitution ring. With nothing else to live for, he acts as their assassin in a war with a rival clan that poses a threat to their business. Then in the sequel, which I think is kind of like a pseudo sequel, it's not a direct sequel. Then in the villain, the condemned criminal Kyushi Isho, falls in with the infamous Bohachi samurai, and he too is drawn into a world of wanton violence and sexual sadism. That's the thing. At least from what I remember from the first film, a lot of sexual things going on there. It is kind of like a borderline like a Pinku film,
Okay.
but with samurai elements to it, because it does take place in a brothel. There are sexual things happening, some sadistic, like I'm talking like BDSM type of stuff
Mhm.
going on in there. That's why I've said like Mondo Macabro. That's they put out a lot of stuff like that, a lot of
Yeah.
Pinku films and whatnot. So that's what I remember from that film. I believe that was only a Blu-ray release. This is a 4K as well. This is a 4K. So the first disc, it says new 4K restoration of Code of the Forgotten Eight, audio commentary with East Asian film expert and Midnight co-founder Tom Mess. And then disc 2, 4K Blu-ray of, it says disc 2 is a new 4K restoration of Code of the Forgotten Eight, high definition transfer of the villain. Oh, they didn't even give it a 4K restoration. That just shows you how little they treat like pseudo sequels. They don't even give it the same treatment. Audio commentary on the Code of the Forgotten Eight by East Asian film expert and Midnight Eye co-founder Tom Mess. New audio commentary on the villain by genre film expert Ann Venema and film writer Stefan Hammond. And then From Code to Chaos, new video essay on the Bohachi Bushido films and Toei's evolving production strategies in the 1970s by Japanese film cinema expert Joe Hickenbottom. And then Remembering Teruo Ishii interview with director Shinya Tsukamoto. Tetsuo the Iron Man. Now that's a movie about the working with director Teru Ishii. And then we have an archival interview with actress Yuriko Hishima. Archival audio interview with Japanese filmmakers Jitaru Sugisaki, and Tako Nakano. That's a lot of Japanese for me. So that is those two from Eureka. These are coming out in September, September 21st. To be honest, no, to be accurate. And then now we've come to it at last for the last time. Arrow Video we have here. This is actually the releases that I was waiting for to come out this week. And we are here at them. It's a bunch of them, so we'll go through this a little bit. We'll not take a lot of time because we're already hit the 4-hour mark, which is our less than ideal goal, but whatever, we're here. Arrow Video has announced its September batch of releases. They are Tequila Sunrise, Go, Underworld, and that's the one from 1985, not the sexy leather vampire one. Night Falls on Manhattan, which is I think it's a UK release of a movie that they already came out with here.
Okay.
Pretty sure. We'll see. A Better Tomorrow trilogy, Forbidden Planet, that's a nice one. Misery, nice. Wicked Priest Collection, and The Desperate Hours. Now that's just a
because we got it here first. Yeah.
Yes, I know because I still want it. It's still on a wish list somewhere.
Same.
So Tequila Sunrise, which is a movie written and directed by Robert Towne. Robert Towne, more so known as a screenwriter. He wrote like Chinatown, as well as a bunch of other movies. But this movie is an okay kind of drama. Yeah, it's not even a thriller. It stars Mel Gibson, Kurt Russell, and Michelle Pfeiffer. You would think with that cast, this movie would be a little more livelier than it is. I don't know if you got to see it, Rachel.
I started it and then decided to pivot. I love Michelle Pfeiffer, but
we all do. We all do. She's still the best Catwoman, maybe outside of Eartha Kitt. But anywho,
yeah, she's a tight competition.
Yeah, but it's I don't think you really missed much, to be quite honest with you. I mean, and this movie came out, I think, late 80s, so all these actors were relatively in their prime, or at least prime as we know them, as we know their careers to be, if you will. You know what I mean? And this movie is about two like lifelong friends in Mel Gibson and Kurt Russell's character, but they're both on different sides of the law. We've seen this happen before. Kurt Russell is a like a DEA agent, and um, Mel Gibson's a former drug dealer, and who's trying to go straight. He's trying to go straight, but of course, certain things keep pulling him back to his own life, and he he he's Kurt Russell's character is constantly on the lookout for him to like slip up, or he's constantly trying to like look out for him or look out to see what he's up to, if he's going to slip back to his old ways, all this kind of stuff. And things kind of start to center around this love triangle between Michelle Pfeiffer, Kurt Russell, and Mel Gibson, and and things kind of like pivot around this relationship. Meanwhile, there is some nefarious drug dealing things happening in the background, if you will, organized crime stuff. I will say though, Raul Julia is in the movie, and I do love me some Raul Julia. And he's great in the movie. He's great in the movie. And this was 1988. He wasn't in many more movies after this. Unfortunately, he passed away so young. Of course, after this, he would be in The Addams Family, Addams Family Values, and then notoriously he would end his career doing Street Fighter. In what has become now an iconic role as M. Bison. Truly having the time of his life in that movie. But this movie here, it's kind of a straightforward, like I said, type of movie. It's not really, it's not great, but it's not bad. It's kind of just even keel for me personally. And it's kind of a shame considering the talent behind it. Like Robert Towne didn't direct or many movies, so this was one of his directing, moments, if you will. And yeah, I was. Yeah, so it's not one of his best scripts, I'll say, because he was, like I said, he was a prolific writer, and like he wrote, like people study him in like film schools, and if you want to be a writer and stuff like that, you read like Robert Towne's book, screenplays and stuff like that. Like he wrote The Last Detail, Mission Impossible, Chinatown, just a plethora of great movies. Yeah, he didn't. Let's see, there was another one. Oh, Heaven Can Wait, the movie.
The Warren Beatty version?
Yeah, the Warren Beatty. He also wrote Shampoo, also with Warren Beatty. The Parallax View. Talk about 70s political conspiracy theory. Cisco Pike, which is great. McCabe and Mrs. Miller. He has an uncredited
I love
credit on that. I do love McCabe and Mrs. Miller as well. It's one of my favorite Robert Altman films.
Yeah.
He also has an uncredited credit for Bonnie and Clyde. He also has an uncredited credit for Drive, He Said, which is the first film that Jack Nicholson ever directed. Part of the BBS story box set from Criterion. But anywho, this movie here has a 4K restoration from the original camera negative, Dolby Vision, HDR presentation of the movie, audio commentary by Thom Mount. California Dreaming, a brand new interview with producer Thom Mount. From Chinatown to Manhattan Beach, a brand new appreciation of Robert Towne by Lucy Bolton. Let's see, Sunrise to Sunset, a brand new interview with second AD Robert Roda. Sin City, a brand new interview with actor Leela Sloatman. Image Gallery, collector's booklet. It's also getting a Blu-ray release as well. Then we have the movie Go, which is getting a 4K release. Rachel, have you ever seen this movie?
I have seen it. I didn't get to rewatch it, but I did like it a lot. I remember, I remember Timothy Olyphant in a Santa hat.
Yeah.
But I remember just the editing. I don't remember the details of the plot, but I remember it being fast-moving and very catchy. And yeah, I think this is a very good release for Arrow.
Yeah, so this movie, I mentioned on my Facebook that I've seen this movie, the DVD and the Blu-ray of this, in so many movie hunting trips that I've taken to various stores over the years, and I just never bought it and never watched the movie. Luckily, it's still on Netflix, actually, of all places, and it's a movie that I've always seen people talk about, always seen people recommend. It's got a cast that at the time were kind of these young up-and-coming
100%.
actors. You've got Sarah Polley, you've got Jay Moore, Scott Wolf is in the movie, Katie Holmes is in the movie. You just mentioned Timothy Olyphant. This was before I think anybody really knew who he was. Yeah, I mean, you mentioned, Deadwood a few times.
Mm-hmm.
Way before that, way before Justified, way before he was in he was the bad guy in what, the 4th Die Hard movie? Eh, okay, here's a little trivia connection here. This movie's directed by Doug Liman. The 4th, Die Hard movie, also directed by Doug Liman, and
Okay,
Timothy Olyphant's in both. I wonder
I
if there
don't
was a
think I've ever
connection.
gotten the 4 in Die Hard.
Oh, it's called Live Free or Die Hard. It was rated
Okay.
PG-13, and people were pissed about it. Timothy Olyphant plays a bad guy. He plays the bad guy in that John
Okay.
McClane cannot stop from shutting down something like and whatnot. Anywho, people don't really like that movie. The director's cut is like rated R and much better, basically because
Okay.
John McClane gets to swear. That's why people like it more. Anywho, there's like a little Doug Liman, Timothy Olyphant double connection there. But this was, I believe, the movie that Doug Liman did after Swingers, which is a movie
Okay.
I really like. I don't know if you've ever seen it
No, I haven't.
with Vince Vaughn and John Favreau. They're these two buddies, and John Favreau's character is going through a monumental breakup, and he's kind of devastated over it. So his friend Vince Vaughn is trying to like get him out of this depressive slump that he's in. They go on a trip to Vegas together. It's a very buddy kind of bromance movie, if you want to call it that.
Yeah.
It's endlessly quotable. There are people in there that pop up that you'll recognize as well. Um, I always like think about that movie several times. It is somewhat dated in terms of some of it things that it gets into when it comes to male society at the time. Men acting immature and
Mhm.
something that's evergreen in society. But I've always really liked that Doug Liman movie. I think people seem to think that it's John Favreau's movie, but he may have worked on the screenplay, but he didn't direct it. The
Okay.
first movie that Jon Favreau ever directed is a movie called Made, which I think he also stars in, and it's not available on Blu-ray, I don't believe. It's only available on DVD, at least from what I have.
Okay.
Really, that's neither here nor there. But the movie Go is in the wake of Pulp Fiction, Hollywood was quick to embrace a wave of smart, hyperkinetic crime comedies, and few captured the energy of the era better than Swingers director Doug Liman. Doug Liman's Go, written by future Big Fish screenwriter John August. Uh, that's a great movie, Big Fish. Uh, uh, this frenetic cult favorite channels late 90s youth culture into a wild, interconnected ride of drugs, raves, and disastrous decisions over one chaotic Christmas weekend. Desperate for rent money, uh, supermarket clerk Sarah Polly agrees to broker a drug deal that quickly spirals out of control. Elsewhere, two soap opera actors, Jay Moore and Scott Wolf, become entangled with an unnervingly friendly narcotics detective, William Fickner, while a great character actor, while a Vegas road trip involving Rana's co-worker Simon erupts into sex, violence, and utter mayhem as the stories collide. Every bad choice pushes the night closer to catastrophe. So you've got three storylines here, all kind of interweaving with one another, all connected with one another, and the movie kind of plays like almost it like I wouldn't say like a run load or run type of connective tissue story, but similar to Pulp Fiction, like it said. In Pulp Fiction, you got all these storylines going on, and some of them cross over with one another and connect with one another. Tarantino likes to play with us by putting all of them out of order and screwing with our brains. This one doesn't do that. You get one storyline, then it starts over from a certain point, another storyline, then it starts over from another certain point, and then continues forward. Um, and then, of course, you see the connections along the way. Um, and that's the movie Go. I thought it was, I thought after, I hadn't seen it, and the movie's now 27 years old. I still think it rather works. I still think it
Yeah.
rather works. Uh, Dolby Vision presentation of the movie, brand new audio commentary with critics Brian Reisman and Max Every, archival audio commentary with director Doug Lyman and editor Stephen Maroney. From the word go, a brand new interview with screenwriter, co-producer, and second unit director John August. Wow. Um, a view is, a view askew. A brand new interview with actor Desmond Askew. Shame they couldn't get an interview with anybody else. Archival making of featurette, 14 deleted scenes, God, John August, 1998 short film. Uh, Melissa McCarthy's in the movie. She pops up at one point,
Yeah.
one scene. This was before you're talking about. It's just before she was on
Yeah.
Gilmore
Gilmore
Girls.
Girls. Yeah.
Although 1999, when did Gilmore Girls start? Wasn't it 1999? I think it may
It
have
might
been.
have been 98 or 99.
You're right. Yeah,
So
So it was
maybe
around that
simultaneous
time.
or
Obviously, long before we know Melissa McCarthy
yeah.
the way we know her now. But she's in one scene in this movie. There's an optional audio commentary on God with August Melissa McCarthy and editor Douglas Crees, theatrical trailer, and that's it. It's also, I think it's only getting a 4K release. I don't think there's a Blu-ray. But anywho, that's the movie Go. And then we have the movie Underworld. This is written by Clive Barker, not directed by Clive Barker. It's not great. It's not great. Oh my goodness. I was watching this the other night and I was like, yeah, I can understand why this movie has like like a like a 4 on IMDb. Although the IMDb ratings are not at the end all be all, they're not accurate at all. They're nothing really, but still a 4 is kind of telling. But Clive Barker, of course, directed Hellraiser, Nightbreed. This was him kind of getting into the movie world. He started off writing books that apparently were so popular, such a big hit, that people were like, hey, why don't you start writing stories for screenplays? And he was like, you know what, I will. And he did this movie, he did another movie, but he didn't like the way in which his screenplays were being adapted, that he was like, I'm just going to do it myself. And then we get Hellraiser. This movie is not good. It's not good. Beneath the city lies a secret world inhabited by mutants addicted to a terrifying new drug created by the mysterious Dr. Severin. Their only hope of salvation lies in Nicole. Forced to work in a high-class brothel by Severin for reasons unknown. There's a lot of unknown reasons here. It's like why did he develop this drug? What's he developing this drug for? Why is he testing it on people? Who's providing the funding for this drug? None of that's explained in this movie whatsoever. When the mutants kidnap Nicole, private investigator Roy Bain is hired by the brothel's owner to bring her home. But as he descends deeper into the subterranean labyrinth, what starts as a rescue mission soon spirals into a frantic battle for survival. What's interesting is I feel like Clive Barker, I don't know if you've seen the movie Nightbreed, but I feel
No,
like
I have not.
he would play on this idea of this like subterranean underworld of mutated people and like freaks, if you will, kind of playing on the idea of Todd Browning's Freaks and stuff like that. He would do it much better in, I think, Nightbreed than he did it here in this movie, in my opinion.
Yeah, my main Clive Barker thing growing up, one of my favorite book series, that's never gotten a movie adaptation yet, but was the Aberrat books. I don't know if you've ever heard of them, but I think he's still working on the fourth one, but it's been years, so I'm not sure if that's happening or not. But it was a great series that I adored as a kid. Another magical world with different islands and very much on theme with his work, but I loved it.
Yeah. Clive Barker has an interesting mind. I wish he did more movies. He really doesn't do anything quite in the movie world past when he did Hellraiser, and I think he wrote the sequel, Hellraiser Hellbound. And then after that, the Hellraiser franchise kind of just went off and did its own thing. Even up to this day, they're trying to figure out what to do with it. But we do have some special features here for this movie. I think this also got a Kino release a few years ago on Blu-ray as well. But this is a 4K edition, Dolby Vision HDR presentation of the film, audio commentary by director George Pavlou, moderated by Stephen Thrower and author of Nightmare USA. Then we have Wild Recrimination, a brand new interview with director of photography Sid McCartney. I already said that. Becoming Darling, a brand new interview with actor Brian Croucher. A No Limits, a brand new interview with long-term collaborator Nicholas Vince discussing his experiences working with and enduring the legacy of Clive Barker. Makeup test and Clive Barker designs, storyboards, US trailer, artwork, and stills. There's an image gallery in there as well. And then disc 2 is just says Blu-ray limited edition exclusive Blu-ray. Just says of the movie? Yeah, I guess. Yeah, of the movie. Oh, presentation of transmutations. I think that's an alternate cut of the movie. I'm not sure. Because the movie has 2 different titles. It's also called Underworld and it's also called Transmutations. But Night Falls on Manhattan. I've already talked about this is the Sidney Lumet film dealing with corruption, like political and police corruption. It stars Andy Garcia. I talked about this when we talked about the US release. This is just a UK of it. I don't know if you've seen it, Rachel.
I did. I watched it, and to me, it's a movie of 2 halves. The first half, like Ron Liebman, halfway through, has a heart attack, and the first half when he's in it, adored it. I love his yelling character. and then he has his heart attack and he steps back. Andy Garcia takes his role, and then it becomes a fine movie, but just more of a straightforward corruption, police corruption lawyer film.
Yeah, it's interesting how um he would retread this ground in several of his movies. Sidney Lumet would.
Serpico, yeah.
Serpico most famously, with Al Pacino, and then he would do it with what's it, The Prince of the City with Treat
Yeah,
Williams,
yeah.
which came out earlier in the 80s. Underrated movie, has a Warner Archive Blu-ray. Check it out if you
I
haven't seen
want
it.
to. I love Treat Williams and Hair, so I've been wanting to.
When Treat Williams passed away a few years ago, I was beside myself. I've always been a big fan of Treat Williams.
Agreed.
Underrated actor, in my opinion.
And keep waiting for the Ritz to get a Blu-ray.
Yes. Hair, which reminds me, there was a olive, I think it was an olive signature edition of Hair.
I have that.
Oh, I was going to say, it's still gettable. It's not in print, but you can find it.
It's one of my favorite musicals. I adore that ending. Awesome. That's one of my favorite movie endings, period, of all time. Not because it's a horrible ending, but it's one of the most powerful finales.
Nice. Yeah, I've got to get some Treat Williams more in my collection. I know later in his career he did a lot of television work and whatnot. But yeah, he was a great actor. Oh, he was in what's the movie he's in that Criterion put out with Laura Dern?
Oh, with Laura Dern. Straight Time, straight
yes.
Talk, straight.
Yeah,
talk?
I think it's Straight Talk. It's really, that movie's really, really good.
Yeah.
It's a young Laura Dern before she was in. It's not straight. No, that's, hold on. Let's see. Let me go over to Criterion.
Yeah.
No, Straight Talk's a different movie. That was from 1992.
It's kind of similar title. It's Joyce Carol Oates story, isn't it?
Yes. Let me see. Laura. I'm just gonna look up Laura Dern on Criterion. Let's see. Oh, it's Smooth Talk. You were so
okay. Was getting there.
You had the right. You had the S. You had an S word, just not the right S word.
I love the game show Blockbuster, which is always initials, and I feel like that's how I view life and trying to figure out movie titles is from the Blockbuster method.
Gotcha. But yeah, Smooth Talk, which is another one that I've been looking. I always look at it at every sale. I love Laura Dern just as an actress. I love her Criterion Closet video. It's like the best thing ever. Where she spoiled that was it Alice Doesn't Live Here Anymore was getting a Blu-ray release.
Yes.
It's like, yeah, sure, why not?
I'm looking forward to that new. Movie, you know? I'm looking forward to that new Bruce Dern documentary that I think did that premiere at Cannes or something.
Yes.
I really want to see that when that gets a wider release.
Yes,
to bring up her father, the more Hollywood royalty that she's connected to.
Yeah, I love Bruce Dern. I mean, he was in several documentaries, I think from the 70s. I know Easy Riders, Raging Bulls is a documentary. I think he's in that, or he's in Decade Under the Influence. I forgot which documentary he's in. It's like all about 70s cinema. And he just talks about, Trump breaking into the industry and all that kind of stuff, which is always fascinating to me.
Yeah.
But speaking of 70s, Night Falls on Manhattan, Sidney Lumet. If you don't, if there's like a 50% off Arrow sale happening somewhere and you're looking for an Arrow title to get, I would say, get Night Falls on Manhattan if you're a Sidney Lumet fan. That's kind of how I bought it. But moving on to 1980s John Woo, which is not 1980s Sidney Lumet, is the Better Tomorrow trilogy. Now, I've seen the first two movies in this set years ago. So back years ago when YouTube used to be cool and people would upload full movies onto there, somebody in their infinite wisdom uploaded like Hong Kong 80s action movies. And they uploaded A Better Tomorrow and A Better Tomorrow 2 in the worst condition you could ever possibly imagine, but at least you could watch them. This was before like we had like decent releases, you know what I mean? So A Better Tomorrow and A Better Tomorrow 2 and A Better Tomorrow 3 are all in this set here. Once again, taking the Golden Princess library and Arrow's putting those movies out. And these are the sets that I want to get versus Shout Factory versus Imprint. I'm going with Arrow. So in 1986, a chance encounter between producer Sui Hark and director John Woo led both men to collaborate on the revolutionary A Better Tomorrow, an unexpected smash hit that spawned sequels, remakes, and legions of imitators, gave birth to a new genre, the heroic bloodshed film, and firmly established Woo as master of action cinema. In the first film, money launderer Ho T. Lung keeps his criminal endeavors a secret from his younger brother, police officer Kit, who's Leslie Chung. But when Ho and his loyal friend Mark Chow Yun Fat, in an effortlessly cool breakthrough performance, yeah, this is one of his early breakthrough performances for Chow Yun Fat, turned the tables on their triad bosses, the brothers must put aside their differences to defeat the gang once and for all. Wu and his cast return for the sequel, in which the brothers unite to bring down another gang and save Ho's former mentor from droves of hitmen. Presented in its original theatrical cut and the recently unearthed work print cut, finally Sui's prequel H Better Tomorrow 3, Love and Death in Saigon, focuses on Mark's past during the final days of the Vietnam War, laying the foundation of the gangster he will become. And like I said, I've only ever seen the first two movies. The first movie has this, I've said this many times, it has this beautiful homage to Martin Scorsese's Mean Streets. So in Martin Scorsese's Mean Streets, there's that scene where Robert De Niro's character walks into the bar and the Rolling Stones song plays, and he's got his arm on these two women, and he walks and he's kind of stumbling in. Chow Yun Fat does that in this movie, and he does it, but it turns into a shootout scene. Or a scene where he starts picking up guns and starting taking people out, but he walks into this place full of gangsters as Sonny Boy from Mean Streets, acting like that, and then it becomes an action sequence that's awesome. I think in A Better Tomorrow 2 has that gif of Chow Yun Fat, that one where he pulls back and he does like the thumbs up while he's eating. I don't know if people have seen that gif. I think that's from A Better
I
Tomorrow
think I've
2.
seen that. Yeah.
It's pretty great. But anywho, the first two movies I can definitely vouch for as being good. I haven't seen the third film, which is the prequel. But this set here is absolutely loaded on a full point, 5 discs. So it's got, I'm assuming, everything from the Shout Factory set that they believe they put out already. It's got, oh boy, it's got one, two brand new audio commentaries, brand new interviews with John Woo, archival interviews with John Woo, and a bunch of the production people. I'm just kind of skimming over this for time. Intro to the film by John Woo from Beyond Fest from last year. That's awesome. Disc 2, which has the sequel, has less special features, but two brand new audio commentaries. It's got brand new interviews with John Woo. It's got Fantasia Fest from 2022, Q&A with John Woo. John Woo's still making movies, people, so he's still active. And then disc 3 has the work print of A Better Tomorrow 2. And then disc 4 has A Better Tomorrow 3, Love and Death in Saigon, with two new audio commentaries. It's got one audio commentary and then new interviews. Sorry, and then disc 4 has the extended cut of Better Tomorrow 3. I'm telling you, I'm gonna love this set. And then of course you got all the extra goodies that come with the Arrow Big
The
Deluxe
cover art by
releases.
Tony Stella.
Yeah, by the late great Tony Stella. Yeah, beautiful, beautiful artwork.
Yeah.
And then you have Forbidden Planet, and Forbidden Planet, of course, is the classic sci-fi that has influenced probably every sci-fi movie after it. Forbidden Planet is a classic among classics. I was telling Rachel before the show many hours ago, seemingly many lives ago at this point, that there was a Blu-ray put out by Warner Brothers in 2010, and that's kind of the only way we've seen Forbidden Planet in high definition. It's got nothing since. So this is a nice revelation for Forbidden Planet. Have you seen Forbidden Planet?
I have seen it. It's been a while, and I
Yeah,
love the
same here.
aesthetic of sci-fi. I love that particular.
I love
60s
atomic age
look.
sci-fi.
Yeah,
that
it just
mid 50s sci-fi, Forbidden Planet, The Day the Earth Stood Still, that all that kind of stuff. I find it very charming. I know
that's
it
what I
does.
like sci-fi to look like versus like now we have like Dune or like the new Dune, like there's no color. It's very stark and like beige, and I just love this era where it was much more colorful and much more.
I mean, yeah, and they did the best they could with what they had to work with at the time. This
Hmm.
is they were swimming in uncharted waters. They were traveling in uncharted waters because it's not like after this the genre would become more refined in terms of aesthetics and stuff like that. I pretty much the way I do it, I'm a little biased here, is there's before Star Wars and then there's after Star Wars. Star Wars really, from a production standpoint, changed the game for sci-fi fantasy immensely in terms of the way in which you do it. You know what I
Hmm.
mean? The what you can depict on screen in a more modern way, at least for the time, and in a way in which that other people would build upon going forward into the future. Pre that time, you got your Star Treks, you got your atomic age sci-fi stuff that was still dealing with like sets and practical things and stuff like that. And that's why atomic age sci-fi I always like treasure, because of what they're trying to do at the time is such a like a prequel to things to come later on. I've always loved it. Yeah, so I Forbidden Planet, this is definitely going to be a must buy for me. If you haven't seen Forbidden Planet, for those of you listening and watching, check it out really, because it is so influential on so many things. This edition here is a 4K, and it's got a Blu-ray as well. So it's a Dolby Vision HDR presentation of the restored original lossless mono audio. It's got a brand new 4K restoration, which this movie desperately needed, from the original 35 millimeter camera negative. For special features, Unearthly Aura, a newly filmed appreciation of BB and Louis Barron's pioneering electronic score by historian and composer Neil Brand, Watch the Skies, science fiction, the 1950s, and Us, and an archival documentary, amazing, exploring the far reaches of the Forbidden Planet, an archival documentary. Robbie the Robot, engineering a sci-fi icon. People still like dress up as Robbie the Robot at Comic Cons. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
Deleted scenes, lost footage, The Invisible Boy, a bonus movie featuring Robbie the Robot, in his second feature film. Um, Robot Klein, an episode of the Thin Man TV series featuring Robbie the Robot, two excerpts from the MGM Parade. Yeah, this is an all-time sci-fi classic. And speaking of another kind of, I would say, genre classic, is Misery, the Stephen King adaptation, one of the better Stephen King adaptations, mind you, is from the late great Rob Reiner, who of course did movies like A Few Good Men and Stand By Me, The Princess Bride, an all-time classic, and screenwriter William Goldman, who wrote Marathon Man, All the President's Men. He also wrote Princess Bride. I think he wrote the book that Princess Bride is based on, if I do recall.
I think
Um,
you're right.
yeah, so this is the movie starring James Caan. Kathy Bates won an Oscar for this movie. I've read, like, I'm currently still and probably forever making my way through uh the bibliography of one Stephen King. So I've read Misery, and
Okay.
the movie is a pretty good adaptation of it. Um, and yeah, that's one of my longtime goals, is to read every Stephen King novel, and I'm making my way. I'm making my way. There's a
I
lot
think
of
I've
them.
I think I've only read the short story collection that includes Shawshank and Stand By Me. I've read
Oh,
that
nice.
collection.
So I've got
Um,
Shawshank. Yeah, so I have Shawshank, like by itself, like individually.
okay.
Very thin short book, very thin. And I've read so much. Like I my original plan was to start at the beginning and work my way, one after the other.
Hmm.
Then I started bouncing around because I started reading his Dark Tower series, and
Okay.
then those books were all spread throughout his bibliography as well. So I once I started bouncing around from there, and once I read The Shining, I had to read Doctor Sleep. So I was like, once I broke my own code of going in order, I'm like, I'm just gonna start bouncing around.
Hmm.
Why not? There's too much to cover here to do this in order. I'm currently reading his book Billy Summers, which came out in
Okay.
2021. It's
Not
about
familiar
it.
with
It's
that
about a
one.
hitman that's on a job, and I'm assuming things go awry. That just seems to be the vibe I get. I'm about
If
close to
everything
halfway
was
through it.
roses and flowers, it wouldn't be a Stephen King book.
Yeah, very true. Very true. Yeah, there's so much to say about Stephen King, but anywho,
Yeah.
many of his works have been adapted into movies,
Yeah.
TV miniseries, TV shows, uh, et cetera, et cetera. He's one of the most adapted authors of all time, in my opinion.
Yeah.
Uh,
Either Stand By Me or Christine is probably my favorite.
oh, Christine's so good. Yeah, I read.
Yeah.
Did I read Christine? I don't think I've read it yet.
Okay.
Um, but Stand by Me, I did read.
Yeah.
Stand by Me is very, very good, and both book and the movie is also really good. They both have the same heart. You know what I mean? Like
Hmm.
they hit the same themes very, appropriately so. But Misery similarly does hit kind of the same themes as well. Those of you who have not seen or heard of this movie, it's pretty well known. James Caan is a famous author who's writing his last book in a beloved series, and he's driving through hazardous weather, and he happens to crash, and he happens to be found by his biggest fan, portrayed by Kathy Bates. And I use biggest fan in quotes because she is obsessed with him and his books. And once she finds out what he's going to do to a beloved character in the book series that he's writing, she does not like it very much. So she wants him to write it the way she wants it, or write it right. Or else she's going to start doing some things to him that he's not going to like, including torture. So this movie's dealing with something that's really still appropriate to today. This idea of
100%.
obsessive fandom, gatekeeping fandom, fans thinking that they own the properties that they love, you know what I mean? So they could dictate what the author or what the creator should do. We see this all the time in movies,
100%.
TV shows, comic books. It's all over the place. We see it in every fandom now, whether it be Star Wars, whether it be Marvel, DC, whether it be anything really. We see fandoms get really ferocious, if you will. And this book and this movie is kind of commenting on the craziness, how unhinged that can become, how unhealthy that can become, really. So this is a great all-time movie. I've owned it on DVD. I think I've owned it on Blu-ray twice over. Shout Factory put out a Blu-ray from their Scream Factory sub-label a few years ago. But this 4K is going to probably be really, really nice. You've seen it, I assume.
Yes,
Rachel.
I have or actually my friend Lucas got me on the DVD, so yes, I have definitely seen this one.
Nice. So this edition, if you will, Dolby Vision HDR presentation of the film, archival audio commentary with Rob Reiner, archival audio commentary by the screenwriter William Goldman, brand new audio commentary with film critics Terry Gamble, Julia Marchese. I know Julia Marchese. She's been on Chasing Labels twice. She did a short film a few years ago based on a Stephen King short story that was really, really good. I don't know if it's available to watch to the public. It was one of those where you had to contact her directly to see it.
Okay.
But it was really, really good. She actually got to shoot at the University of Maine. She actually got to shoot at like the actual dorm room that Stephen King lived in when he was at the University of Maine.
That's cool.
Really, really cool interview we did with her a few years ago. It's the co-host of the Horror Movie Survival Guide podcast. Let's see, Misery's Court, a newly filmed interview with composer Mark Shearman, archival interview with Rob Reiner, with effects artist Greg Nicotero. He worked a lot on the Walking Dead series. Misery Loves Company, an archival making a featurette. Mark Shaman's musical Misery tour, an archival featurette, diagnosing Annie Wilkes, and then an archival featurette profile. Let's see. Profile of a Stalker, an archival featurette. Advice for the Stalked, an archival featurette. Celebrity Stalkers, an archival featurette. Bit of a stalking thing going on here. Anti-stalking laws, an archival featurette. And then theatrical trailers. And then last thing here, briefly, because I didn't really get to see this, I actually passed out last night watching the first movie in this set here, a Wicked Priest Collection. This is it says most famous for his role as a stoic Ogami Ito in the legendary Lone Wolf and Cub series. Tomisabaru Wakayama shows a different side in the ambulant martial arts comedy series Wicked Priest, where a devout man of the cloth doesn't let a little thing like his vows keep him away from women, booze, and brawls. Literally, the movie I was watching last night at 5 a.m. was him hanging out in a brothel the whole time, like beating up people and being he's
living
like
up to the title.
he gets kicked out of he gets kicked out of his order, and then he just goes to a brothel and hangs out there, and he's like getting in fights with people, and he's dealing with like people having problems there, and he's trying to help them out and stuff. But you may know this guy from Lone Wolf and Cub. The actor, Tomisaboru Wakayama. He's in Lone Wolf and Cub. He's also in the blind Zatoichi, the Blind Swordsman. He's in all of those movies, which there's a massive set from Criterion. If you have a chance to get that set, for those of you listening, and you've got the money, get it, because it's an awesome set. And if you're just into samurais, it's just him as a blind swordsman Ronin going around. In each movie, he's just going on a different adventure. It's really fantastic. But he's in this set of movies. Yeah, there's 5 of these actually. Um, and yeah, there's 5 of these movies, and I only got to see like part of the first one. And then I passed out around 6 a.m. watching this Japanese movie. So I have to go back and actually finish watching the movie. But yeah, I don't want to. Yeah, just in the interest of time, because we're approaching the 5-hour mark. We may break an all-time record here.
Whoa.
It usually doesn't go this long, but we got caught up in talking about all kinds of stuff. So as you can see here are all the special features for the set here. Just in the interest of time. And then lastly is The Desperate Hours with Humphrey Bogart, directed by William Wyler. It's been available here in the US for a couple of years. It's another adaptation of To Have and Have Not, I believe, the Ernest Hemingway book. I should probably look this up. I feel like it is.
Okay.
Yeah, let me look it up quickly here on IMDb, because it's either that or I'm thinking of something else. I think I'm thinking of something else.
Yeah, I'm not
I
sure.
think I'm thinking of the Michael Curtiz film from that Criterion has put out. So Desperate Hours, yeah, it's not based on that. I'm thinking of something else. But this is directed by William Wyler. So if those of you are fans of William Wyler, which
I am,
you probably should be.
Yeah. I rewatched this because I hadn't watched it. I think I saw it in high school. Like I knew Humphrey Bogart, but now I know who everybody else is. So it's just really fun to revisit it and actually recognize people like Frederick March. We talked about Jekyll and Hyde. I love him from that.
Yeah.
It's a really good movie. Humphrey Bogart basically is an escaped prisoner with his brother and a third inmate, and they end up taking refuge in this suburban family home where Frederick March is the patriarch, and they basically are trying to take over the home, and it's just a question of when are they going to leave.
It's all coming back to me now. Now that you're saying all this, I have seen this movie because I probably talked about it when the US was announced. It is very, very good.
It's very good.
Hours is very good. The movie I was thinking of, don't ask me why, is The Breaking Point, directed by Michael Curtiz, that Criterion's put out.
Who's the actor? John Garfield.
Yes, it is John Garfield. And this
that one is with To Have. Yep, that's the connections are being made. Yes.
Yeah, and this Harry Morgan's in it, and To Have and Have Not is a Humphrey Bogart movie.
Very good. Lauren Bacall. Very good one.
Yeah, it is a very, very good one. That's the movie where they met and fell in love.
Was it that one or the Big? Yeah, no, you're.
I think it's To Have and Have Not.
Yeah, because I think Big Sleep came after. Yeah, if you haven't seen any of those movies, the Bogey and Bacall set from one archive,
they're great. They're so great.
Perfect.
They're so great. So that is it, I believe, from Arrow Video, and that's it pretty much here for Chasing Labels.
Right.
Spy number 194, episode number 194. Once again, this is Arrow's September releases of Tequila Sunrise, Go, Underworld, Night Falls on Manhattan, A Better Tomorrow Trilogy, Forbidden Planet, Misery, Wicked Priest Collection, and The Desperate Hours. Before we do go, I do want to check, because I kind of neglected the comments here, so I just want to see if there's anything that's pertaining to what we talked about here. Let me remove that from there and then go back to the 2-shot as I struggle figuring this out. So Ryan from Disconnected did pop in earlier on, about an hour, maybe 2 hours ago. Look at these wonderful people. Hope you are having an incredible week.
You too, Ryan.
Well, only Tuesday, so hopefully things do stay pretty good.
Yeah.
Thanks, Ryan, for coming on and supporting the channel as always. Let's see. I'm scrolling back up to the top because I know our buddy JB Hi-Fi was here earlier. Greetings, Chasers, keeping the name Chasers alive. That's what I call people who are fans of Chasing Labels, Chasers. It's still catching on.
As it should.
Tony Michas was here earlier. Hey there, Andrew and Rachel. Looking forward to this. I know Tony's over in Australia. He was a guest here a couple of weeks ago. Always great to have him on. I know Josie was here earlier. She had some new watches. Jubilee, Extreme Prejudice, Dr. X. Speaking
Dr.
of
X is the one that I love that one, the one archive.
So there's Dr. X, and then there's the sequel, I believe, but the sequel doesn't really doesn't connect to the first one like at all.
Nope.
Sugarland Express. I mean, Spielberg had a new movie come out recently. That was his, I think, his first theatrical film was Sugarland
Mhm.
Express, and then he did Jaws after that. Adam McGowan's Next of Kin, Adam McGowan's Family Viewing. I mentioned Exotica. Is an Adam McGowan film that Criterion's put out that I think is really great. Let's see, 13 Steps of Maki, Shaolin Soccer came out when I was 14 years old. I remember when that movie was in the theater. Um, I still to this day have not seen it. It was about like these kids who had like these Shaolin monk type of Shaw Brothers powers, and they were playing soccer.
Okay.
It's very interesting. Um, let's see. I love how Tony goes. Boom, a classic trash film.
But
In a
wonderful
way, yes.
trash.
In a
Uh,
way, yes. And also in a way, no. I know, Rachel, you're a big fan of it.
mhm.
Hopefully, I didn't come off as too harsh in it
No.
in the unwatched pile video. I trust me, I appreciate this movie a lot, but it does have its narrative faults. I thought there would be more of a strong narrative to it.
You don't need
I just like
narrative. When
the
you have Liz Taylor in
yeah,
really cool headwear, that's all the
that's all you need.
narrative you need.
To be honest, it's just Richard Burton and Elizabeth Taylor hanging out on this island, just
Yep.
talking. That's it. Talking. They're kind
And
of
Noel
flirting,
Coward
kind of
shows
texting.
up for no reason, and
Yeah,
that's
and then
okay. That's
she has
beautiful.
servants who work there who hopefully they're getting paid, but I'm like, how do they get what are they buying? Like, how do they get food on this island? Like, do they get a shipment in? This movie's not concerned with any of that, any of that at all.
Yeah,
Um,
here I'm asking for cats to give me murder motives, but boom, they can do anything, and I will defend it to the end.
Yeah, so JB44 says reach and watch the Straight Story. Speaking of David Lynch,
Okay.
Labyrinth, which is
Oh,
celebrating some type of anniversary this year or whatever. The Whale, which is what's his name's
Brendan Fraser,
yeah, Brendan
right?
Fraser, who is I think everybody and their mom is excited about him being in the Mummy or the Mummy sequel coming out.
Yeah.
The Cat and After Hours, the Martin Scorsese film that I still think is so super underappreciated. After Hours. Um, and yeah, I really love how that movie gave him the love of filmmaking back into his life. 'Cause I think he was kind of burnt out at filmmaking at that point. And that movie is such an interesting, just tale of what could happen in one night. Um, it's just crazy. It's just crazy. So let's see. Uh, let's see. I'm just looking at something. Favorite indicator commentaries. Anything done by people I know. I always kind of bring that up. I know that Alexander Helen Nicholas has done some indicator commentaries. Um, I know Michael Brook has done some. Those are kind of my favorite. Basically, people I know. Anytime you can get the director to do them, I know director commentaries are kind of rare these days, especially for older movies. The directors have unfortunately passed. Um, but
I don't think these are commentaries, but on terms of bonus features, two names that came up tonight, so they're in my head. Neil Sinyard is
mm,
fantastic, like on Pumpkin Eater. He's written a book on Jack Clayton, so I
oh,
really like his stuff. And Lucy
talk about
Bolton
the
came
innocence,
up a
yeah.
few times. She's done some actor profiles for Indicator. Again, not commentaries, but I always look forward when I see her name on an
Yeah.
Indicator release.
And another thing here that is a connection to Criterion that we talked about earlier is It Was Just an Accident, which is Jafar Panahi's film from last year, which won the Palme d'Or. That is literally, I think, just came out on Blu-ray today, on Tuesday. It was like the last release day of June. So that's available at the sale as well for anyone interested in some recent, critical successful movies. But yeah, that's let's see. That's kind of it for there's another question here. Mount Rushmore of 80s comedy characters. I can't think of anybody. um
Um, yeah, I'm not really from me 80s, like I do like some 80s movies, but I don't know if like the classic 80s comedies is really like I like 80s. My favorite movie is Paris, Texas.
yeah,
So
not a
which is
comedy.
totally not at all funny.
Yeah,
Well,
I
at
like Wings of
moments,
Desire.
but
Does that count? But comedies, I mean, off the top of my head, um, anything, um, I was gonna say Bill Murray, anything that Bill Murray was in, obviously Peter Venkman from Ghostbusters. I'm thinking of like Eddie Murphy from Beverly Hills Cop. I'm thinking of, uh, John Candy in something, whatever,
yeah,
him
the
as
SNL kind of
even
people.
like Jim Belushi in the Blues Brothers. I'm
Mhm.
thinking of really funny characters like that. Um, those are some of like the best from the time. I'm getting kind of the 80s and the 90s kind of mixed into one another because I almost wanted to say like John Candy's character in Uncle Buck, but that's that's
What
that's
about
obviously the 90s.
Mel Brooks was more 70s, right? Like some of
Yeah,
his classics,
sweet.
like Young Frankenstein. Yeah, because I know he just had
Oh,
his 100th birthday.
yeah, I know. Thank you for mentioning that. I wanted to mention it earlier. I didn't know how to work it into the show. So for those of you still sticking around here, Mel Brooks just celebrated his 100th birthday, and he is still fortunately with us. I mentioned TCM earlier. They were having a Mel Brooks marathon where they showed Spaceballs, they showed Blazing Saddles, and then right after that they showed Young Frankenstein all in a row. And I'm like, that's a great triple feature.
Yeah.
That's so good. And of course, we have the Spaceball sequel coming out eventually. I don't know if it's this year or next year.
Oh, okay.
Uh, but either way, yeah, Mel Brooks, more so 70s.
70s, yeah.
I'm thinking of like the producers. I'm thinking of
Mhm.
the three I just mentioned were all from. Well, actually, although Spaceballs. So you could put Rick Moranis as Doc Helmet
Yeah.
um on your Mount Rushmore. Why not?
Or
I think
Morton
that's pretty.
Short, I guess too.
Yeah,
Yeah.
yeah, that's very yeah. I was thinking of that thinking of that as well. So Um, yes, that is pretty much it here from Chasing Labels, episode spy number 194. Rachel, thank you for joining me here for the first time. Hopefully not for the last time.
I hope not either. Thank you so much for having me.
No problem. Sorry it went nearly 5 hours, but
No
we
apologies.
got animated about talking about movies.
Yes, we
We
did.
found a common love in the world. But
Exactly.
for those of you who want to watch or listen to the audio version of this a podcast. It is available on Apple Podcasts. It's available on Google. It's available on Spotify. There's also an audio option here on YouTube as well. If you check out the replay as well, if you didn't get to watch all of the show and whatnot. But we will, of course, will be coming back here in 2 weeks or so time with another episode of Chasing Labels. That'll be episode number or spy number 195. By that point, we will have all of the Vinegar Syndrome and partner label stuff that's dropping literally today. So
Oh
we'll
yeah,
have
today now.
all of that to get into, and of course some other stuff as well. Perhaps by that time, maybe more Criterion, maybe Radiance, most definitely. But we'll tackle all that at that time. Of course, check out the other stuff we've got going on here. There will be some more Criterion reviews coming up soon. There will be, of course, on Watch Pile and then Movies Down Memory Lane. We still have our next episode about Memento that we have to do. So that will be appropriately getting closer to the next Christopher Nolan movie of the Odyssey coming out this month. So go back in time and go back in reverse time with Memento when we do cover that. Thank you all for watching. Thank you all for listening. And hey, keep on watching those movies because I know I will.